Tone policing. You over there tone policing. There's only one Wigga Emperor of Wigzantium, and it's your boy right here. What his name is? Ruse Run? Ruse Run, because he keep running? So when we got a pretender in the house, a pretender to the lone throne of the kingdom, aka myself, we got a challenger coming out of what's called Blessed Wigga Studio, Blessed God Studios, Blessed God Industries, excuse me. Blessed God Industries is over here making a big old stank. I'm like, so we're over here, I was like, what this white boy got going with me? What this white boy got going with me? You know what I'm saying? Now, who's putting out fire tracks?
Rangecore.
Tone policing. You over there tone policing. There's only one Wigga Emperor of Wigzantium, and it's your boy right here. What his name is? Ruse Run? Ruse Run, because he keep running? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Tone policing. You over there tone policing. There's only one Wigga Emperor of Wigzantium, and it's your boy right here. What his name is? Ruse Run? Ruse Run, because he keep running? So when we got a pretender in the house, a pretender to the lone throne of the kingdom, aka myself, we got a challenger coming out of what's called Blessed Wigga Studio, Blessed God Studios, Blessed God Industries, excuse me. Blessed God Industries is over here making a big old stank. I'm like, so we're over here, I was like, what this white boy got going with me? What this white boy got going with me? You know what I'm saying? Now, who's putting out fire tracks?
Rangecore.
Tone policing. You over there tone policing. There's only one Wigga Emperor of Wigzantium, and it's your boy right here. What his name is? Ruse Run? Ruse Run, because he keep running? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Ruse Run?
Rangecore.
You are not in a church. You invented your own church.
Excuse me, you're just making an assumption that all the saints agree.
They do. They do. I can go read them. You have no saints. You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard. A demon, a boomer tard.
You're just making an assumption.
You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tard. You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard. Have no saints. A demon, a boomer tard.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tard. A demon, a boomer
You're just making an assumption. Are all the councils inspired and inerrant?
The ecumenical synods, yes.
So the ecumenical synods are inspired and inerrant.
Correct.
How do you know?
Because the Holy Spirit leads us to know the truth.
How do you know the Holy Spirit leads you to know the truth?
Because they're in accord with all the other ecumenical doctrines, all the other testimonies of the saints and the scriptures.
You're just making an assumption.
You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard. A demon, a boomer tard.
You're just making an assumption.
You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tard. You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard. Have no saints. A demon, a boomer tard.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tard. A demon, a boomer tard.
You're just making an assumption.
You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard. A demon,
Oh, yeah, it's about that time, you know what I'm saying? We're about to open it up. Y'all ready for this? Do 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 do.
Mormon space wives. Our God has a body. It's a very toned body.
He looks good. He looks good.
Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Space sex. Space sex. Space sex. Magic underwear fitting right. Magic underwear feeling right. Mormon space wives. Lords of color. Let me have intimacy with you on the planet of Naboo. Magic underwear fits so tight. Magic underwear feels so right. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Creating new lives. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives.
One last version, and then we're done. This is the fun version, the fun mix. And then it's directly to your calls. We got a lot of news to cover. A lot of news. Crazy news. Hit like and share. Bring all the nerds. Come on now. Mormon dance space wives.
Let's create lives.
Mormon space wives. God the Father has a body. It's a very toned body.
He looks good. He looks good.
Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Basement, basement, basement. Basement, basement, basement. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right.
Space wise.
Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Lords of Cola.
I would like to have intimacy with you.
On the planet of Naboo. Magic underwear. Where? Right there. Mormon space wives.
Let's create life.
Mormon space wives. God the Father has a body. It's a very toned body.
He looks good. He looks good. He looks good. He looks good. Good, 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 good. Space. Sex. Space. Sex.
Space. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Slow it down.
Mormon space-wise. Mormon space-wise.
Let's create.
Yeah, baby. Who can say that's not a hit, son? We're dropping bangers on the daily. Them other haters over here just trying to come up with something. We got a lot of news to cover today. Why am I smoking a cigar? What would prompt such a thing? Because I don't really smoke the nicotines like I used to. Well, give a shout out to Mubafuma. Mubafuma have sent me some of these, so thanks to him. These little things too, these little celebratory items. Shout out to Mubafuma. Why would we be smoking a cigar when things are so crazy? Everything's just crazy right now. It's just crazy. Well, I've got some interesting news. Got a little bit of comparisons to show y'all. Now, we don't usually flex numbers, right? But apparently everybody else wants to flex their numbers in my face. For example, we had your boy Mohammed Hijab. Remember Mohammed Hijab? We're going to be looking at some of his nasty antics up to the same old stuff where he pulled GodLogic's debate. He immediately copyright struck the debate because he says, oh, I didn't give you permission, even though GodLogic has video confirmation that he got permission. Shocker. Muslims are up to shady, sus, deceptive activities. This is just what they do, dude. But I got some other celebratory items to share with y'all. What would we be celebrating? Well, every now and then I'll peep the metrics. Peep the metrics, son. What does that mean? You go to Google Trends. You do a little bit of comparison. A little bit of window shopping. Okay? So we're going to look at a couple graphs here. Don't be slow, boys. Pay attention to the graphs. On Google Trends, you can gauge trends and activities and popularities over 15 years, 5 years, you name it, 1 year. And a lot of these people that are flexing the numbers in my face, turns out we are blowing them away in the last 1 to 5 years in terms of numbers and trends. Let's begin with Mohammed Hijab. All right. This is 5 years of web search. Okay. So Google gives you different metrics that you can look at. Let me remove myself here. Let me move myself over so you can see the metrics. You can look at image search data, you can look at web search data, and you can look at other things, but mainly we're going to look at web search and YouTube. I am told that YouTube is the second biggest search engine now after normal Google search. So we're going to look at both metrics and we're going to see who is absolutely dominating. Because remember, Mohammed Hijab, he put up a clout check on me. He said, I checked your numbers. You don't make the cut to be on a debate with me. Well, guess who has massively bigger numbers than William Lane Craig that he debated? Oh, me right here. Well, guess who has now massively bigger numbers than Mohammed Hijab? And I'm talking about blowing him out of the water. Okay, we go back to 2023. I didn't even register. You see this big spike here? This was some sort of news reporting. This was probably around the time he was in the news about, threats and whatnot. There was a big hubbub. Oh, but if we see the trend, it is actually reversed And on web search, which is bigger than the YouTube search, YouTube's number 2, I'm 5 times more searched than Mohammed Hijab in the last year. Go check the metrics for yourself. Let's look at YouTube. Oh, look at that. On YouTube, we're 5 times bigger on YouTube in the last, going all the way back to the end of 2025. So for the last 6 months, we've blown all of these people away on both metrics. Let's take a look at Ruslan, who was flexing numbers in my face. The trends are not looking good for you, Ruslan. It looks like over the last 5 years, you want to flex numbers in my face. Who's blowing you away on web search? 23-2. Okay. What about YouTube? Surely Ruslan would be blowing away my numbers on YouTube since he wants to flex that in my face, right? Right? So he's going to be dominating YouTube clearly, right? Let me move me again so you can see there. This is 5 years. That's web search. But he's 800K, right? You gotta flex the numbers, son. Let's see. 5 years on YouTube search. What do we get with Ruslan? 20 times bigger, blowing his ass away. And he wanted to flex numbers. I just want to show you guys the flexing is a facade. These people are not the trend. They are not where things are going. They are the trend of 2016, 2018, 2020. So it's a literal ruse lame. And Ruslan knows his channel is going like that. Now, again, let's take somebody that you might think, what about Mark Dice? Mark Dice, and I don't dislike Mark Dice. I'm just saying as an example. What's the trend? Is Mark Dice the trend? Look who just passed Mark Dice in the last 6 months. Your boy Rahura. We're passing Mark Dice now. Look at this blowing me away in 2020. I didn't even register. And we've now surpassed in the last 6 months YouTube interest for a channel with what, 2 million subscribers? Okay, what about web search? Is Mark Dice passing us up over there? Oh, look at that in the last 6 months. Blowing away Mark Dice there as well. Interesting. So they want to flex the numbers. The numbers can all be a facade if you just look at subscribers. Who even knows that the subscribers are real? But the Google Analytics are not going to lie. They're less likely to lie, right? Because they're not going to manipulate people searching. They might manipulate the numbers of the videos, but who's being searched? What's the trend here for 5 years? Oh, exactly. By the way, in the last 6 months, we're blowing everybody away on the YouTube metrics. We're blowing even Fresh and Fit, Myron, any of those people, the numbers are blowing them out of the water, especially on YouTube. We dominate. Look at this metric here from 2020 for 2 years. In 2 years, the metrics have exploded. And you throw anybody in there. You throw Ancient Faith in there. Dead metrics. Pick anybody. That's why we're smoking a cigar, because they have a facade of popularity that they want to flex in my face. But when we go actually see the analytics and the numbers, they're on they shrinking, dog. Let's take one of the biggest DJs out there. Let's just compare just for the hell of it. DJ chicks who have like 2 million followers, 5 million, whatever. Let's see. Swish DJs. Nora. We're blowing her away on YouTube too. Look at that. Some of the biggest DJs out there getting blowed up. We even just surpassed her on normal web search. The trend is moving the direction of orthodoxy, not gay evangelicalism, not Gavin Ortland's nonsense. And they know that, and that's why they are freaking out. And they're beginning to say that we are dangerous. This was Gavin Ortland's line. Extremism. And we know what he's talking about, because he's running the same script that Ruslan ran the other day at the end of his video, that the ortho bros are going to become dangerous. So there's a dark cloud and bad things are coming, implying that it's like Jim Jones or that it's like, you know, some just total nonsense. But that's because we started talking about what's really going on with these people and what they really, in their older videos, said they planned to do. For example, perhaps y'all didn't see this clip. I'll play it again because it's a brief clip.
Make it about the piece of merch. Don't make it about the show. Make it about them partnering with you.
Partner with us for as little as $5 a month. Get our daily access to our after party streams.
Make it about them partnering with you.
We need more of you guys to sign up and partner with us monthly. All right. So the link for that is pinned up. Consider partnering.
Now, before you start fussing, I'm not saying that you're bad if you make money online. We do that. That's not the argument here. The argument is we have a prior statement where he said his plan would be, how am I going to monetize this audience? How am I going to create a stream that generates an income to buy at least 7-figure house, etc. in San Diego? That's what he says on his other streams. This was before he transitioned from being a Black Lives Matter supporter and a Obama voter and a everything else you could imagine. Andrew Yang, who's pro Roe v. Wade supporter. Suddenly he's a Christian YouTuber and he's arguing against the Christians about borders, and he's friends with people in the IDF and just totally sus stuff.
That's so we can stay independent, only answering to you, never having to take a brand deals.
Make it about them partnering with you.
Partner with us on Patreon. Get a Bless God prayer journal or a leadership planner that's on back order, so it'll be shipping in a few.
Who buys this gay evangelical merch anyway? Oh, I got a Ruslan prayer journal. Now I can pray Wigger style. God gonna accept my Wigger prayers because I got a Ruslan journal. Oh, it's good. It's holy, dog.
Few weeks from now.
Make it about them partnering with you.
Access to our private Discord server, access to discount codes, and so much more. So help.
By the way, he charges very high amounts of money to meet him in person, VIP tickets. This is from the man who says, I don't think I'm that important, right? He said that in his video. Now, I don't think I'm that big of a deal. I'm not that important, dog. Why you charge $500, $1,000 to meet you in person, dog? Thought you wasn't that important. And no, today is not going to be primarily about Ruslan, but I do want to talk about Gavin Ortland, because Gavin Ortland came out today and said, we must reject all the extremists online, the extremists. He says, friendly reminder, ignore extremist people in their posts. It amplifies them. Outrageous views are counting on us expressing outrage, and so they travel further. And I said, well, that's interesting, because does that mean that your dad's extreme ecumenism, his dad's a major ecumenist spearhead leader of ecumenism in America, does that mean your dad is an extremist that you're rejecting? So I said that, oh, and I got blocked. Oh, he didn't like that. And then I said, well, what about your dad's ties to Russell Moore and his gender affirming care and ministry, right? And then somebody said, oh, he's not actually directly connected to Christianity Today. He is a mega promoted person at Christianity Today and was for many years, even though he's not presently there. But look, here he is. Their church features Dr. Russell Moore as minister in residence. So they can quibble about whether I technically got his role correctly at Christianity Today, because I thought this was you see the guy that posted this, the Stormcrow guy, shout out to him on YouTube, on Twitter. His dad endorsed Kamala Harris. So we got people that openly support pro-abortion, pro-Skittles, pro-socialist, leftist candidates, right? Ortland endorsed Kamala Harris in 2024. They have as their co-minister this is even worse than just being part of the board. This is actually being co-ministers at Emmanuel Church with Dr. Russell Moore, who's a promoter of gay affirming ministries and gender transitioning ministry type stuff. Let's see. Next fall, North Point Community Church is hosting what they call the Unconditional Conference. Well, what is that? Unconditional love. A man named Andy Stanley as keynote speaker. The conference is being put on by Embracing the Journey, a radical Skittles affirming ministry that partners with North Point and counsels parents with Skittles kids. Nearly all the speakers at the conference are Skittles affirming, including a man named Brian Neitzel, who is a married to a man supposedly, and spoke at the church before. He co-founded Renovus, a Skittles ministry. Neitzel also founded Making Things Right ministry, where he seeks to bridge the gap with all of the Skittles. Then he goes on to talk about a bunch of other pastors and goobers I've never heard of. And then it says, enter Christianity Today. We've rarely been friendly towards Christianity Today, and with good reason. It is led by Russell Moore, and they're a progressive rag known for virtue twerking and giving a platform to every weird, liberal, insidious bent. And by the way, they're a major promoter of ecumenism in the last several decades in the entire Protestant evangelical world. That's their whole role. They came swinging against Capitol Hill violence. Everybody at J6 was, so it's basically just moving garage in the direction of Democratic Party talking points is what we have here. They were full pro-stabby. Anybody that voted for the GOP was inherently racist. All the same lines, by the way, that the same type of terminology and arguments that Ruslan was making at the exact same time from 2020 to 2022 before he suddenly found that you can grift better by being a fake conservative. They Christianity Today ended up being rocked by a major sexual harassment scandal that was unchecked for many decades. It's always going on in these gay evangelical groups. They're always touching butts. Usually it's dudes too, by the way. All these piety signal and virtue signaling people are usually guilty of like 10 times worse heinous stuff that they're calling people out. He said a 4-letter word. Meanwhile, they're over here like pumping dudes in the butt as they get publicly on Twitter talking about 4-letter words. 4-letter words. And then it goes on to talk. This is this Nitzel guy. So, Russell Moore, this major ecumenist guy that runs for many years, or was running Christianity Today, is the co-pastor at Gavin's dad's church. So does it begin to make sense why Gavin would spout the type of SPLC style tactics and techniques, exactly what Ruslan did at the end of his video? The Ortho Bros are dangerous people, extremists. This is literally straight up a script that the left, all the way back to Biden, these are the people that vote for the Biden-Harris people. They tell you in your face who they really are and what they really support, and all you dummies ignore all this and act like, you're being mean. You don't believe all evangelical leaders. Evangelical leaders. Dude, how many times do evangelical leaders have to be exposed in some butt buddy scandal? It happens like every freaking week. You just had Trump's previous spiritual advisor was abusing young girls. And now it's this insane lunatic Paula White woman. That whole realm is a clown show, and they think you're dumb. They grift on you because they think you're stupid, and many of you are stupid. You fall for it. You don't even look into who's funding these people and what they actually support and what they actually go for. And by the way, I didn't know any of this until people started digging this up and sending it. And by the way, yes, there have been people, Protestants, I didn't see these channels until the last few days. A lot of channels have been calling these people out for many years, but they're small channels, so they didn't get a lot of traction. But you had Ruslan not just saying here that this was his plan, but again, notice, it was all from 2020 to 2023 or so, and even before that, 2017 to say 2022, it was all DNC talking points as he set up his monetized fake-ass business church model, which he even says it's that. And then you idiots are saying I'm bad for calling it out. That's mean. It's not a Christian spirit. You guys are dummies, dude. You're so gullible. right? And I think Tate is a scammer, con man too, but he was correct when he said evangelical Christians are the most gullible people on the planet. They will believe anything. Now, let's remind everybody of
Bro, I got the follow.
what he said right before he made the transition to Bless God Industries. Check it out.
Bro, I got the following. I got 28,000. I got 200,000 on TikTok, 300,000, 500,000. How do I monetize these people? You know what I mean?
How do I monetize these people?
So notice the messed up, weird, inverted ethics of these people. It's more evil to say a 4-letter word or to call out scammy grifters than it is to actually grift on all of these dumb evangelicals. That's crazy to me. But this is the messed up. This is what Jesus said. You guys strain at gnats and swallow camels. So Gavin's more concerned about people talking mean and tone policing than his own dad co-ministering with a dude that supports gay, gender affirming ministries. This is crazy, dude. This is why it's blowing my mind that this religion of evangelicalism is a religion of performative public piety signaling. That's actually what the religion is, I think. And that's why the whole thing is actually a branded business model. So I've been calling it Business Church for 10 years. One of the first popular live streams I did like 9 years ago was called Business Church about this. And it made a lot of evangelicals upset. And then a lot of evangelicals ended up converting back in that first wave of converts back in 2016, 17. And by the way, good news. People have been saying, when are the women coming? The women are beginning to convert. There are more and more videos popping up. Why? This is 6 days ago. Why I became Orthodox. So the ladies are moving in this direction now. And again, do I know, and am I saying that Ruslan and Gavin Ortlund are specifically SPLC feds? I'm not saying that. There's not evidence of that. There is evidence, though, of his dad specifically, and he supports his dad, obviously just had his dad on his podcast, of his dad being a covert leftist supporting Kamala and Ruslan previously supporting Obama, and then Andrew Yang, who have absolutely incompatible positions with Christianity. Pro-trans, pro-Roe v. Wade. In fact, Andrew Yang wanted to codify Roe v. Wade into law that it could never be changed, right? It can never be reversed. There's absolutely no way that a so-called conservative person of any flavor could support that. It's totally nonsensical, antithetical. But again, people, I think a lot of times, they don't even care anymore. It's like they don't have any discernment or sense of like what the red flags might be, right? And so he says today, again, to avoid the extremists online and don't reply to them. And then he and and notice these people are connected and they network, right? So they accuse me of being a cult leader because Ortho Bros are, aggressive online. Okay, well, your dad supporting Butt Buddy Ministries is 10 times worse than people being aggressive online. And it's not just heaping praise. They're leaders in residence together. And again, the model of what Gavin and his dad promote is specifically an ecumenist model that we're all generic Christians, like the mere Christianity idea of like C.S. Lewis, that kind of an idea, right? So he's absolutely 100% monetarily and family committed to the heresy of ecumenism. That's the main issue here. Now, what did Father Moses point out a while back that I think was a very perceptive comment about ecumenism? And he said, ecumenism is not just an intellectual mistake. It's actually a mistake that begins morally. And oftentimes, there's a butt buddy thing going on in the background. Now, I'm not saying every ecumenist is Skittles, but in many cases, what happens is the moral problems occur in a person's life, and then they gradually begin to adopt positions that end up justifying or attempting to justify the moral action, right? And that's what all of this is. I'm speaking of evangelicalism in general here. Massive portions of evangelicalism have been heavily pressured to move in the direction of accepting Skittles because evangelicalism itself
is a theologically compromised false position. It's not an authentic gospel. It's not an authentic church. They're all business church, all the way back to the Reformation. What? How could you say that about Luther? Well, remember we had a guy call in the other day and he says, virtue twerking is hilarious. That's a great comment there at the Protestia website. Yeah, I'll give you guys an explanation. Ecumenism is a movement that is geared towards rediscovering the unity of the church. So its presupposition is that there's not one historical church in history. The church became divided, and so we must find and seek and discover the church at the end of some praxeological dialectical journey. Literally, that's it. Now, ecumenical councils, that's not the same thing, right? That's when the church gets together in councils in the Middle Ages, the first 1,000 years of the church, and they would have debates about what was true and what was false, right? The ecumenical movement is a heavily funded, State Department aided project that the Rockefellers, for example, put a bunch of money into. And we'll talk a little bit about yoga because somebody put up a good Orthodox video about yoga. And it actually was very accurate because it went into the history of Swami Vivekananda attending the World Parliament of Religions in the late 1800s, which is where the ecumenist movement got its birth, the modern ecumenist heterodox movement. So we're not talking about, can my Catholic friend come to church with me at the Orthodox Church? We're not talking about, can I go to a seminar at a Baptist church where they're teaching creation stuff? You can get blessings for those kinds of things, sure. What we're talking about is, can we have joint theological commissions, statements, and meetings that imply that there is no historical church, that's the one true church, or that the church is in process of self-discovery? Those are all politically, geopolitically utilized tools that are very easy to demonstrate. We've done, I don't know how many podcasts on that topic over the last 10 years. You can find them in the archives. So we're not going to talk about all that tonight, but that's what ecumenism is. And so for Orthodoxy, ecumenism ends up being something that violates the canons and what limits us as Orthodox Christians. For example, I can't go to a Baptist service and partake of their Welch's grape juice and cracker communion, right? That would be a violation of the ancient canons that say that Orthodox cannot participate in the worship of schismatics and heretics, okay? So that's an example. Yes, the Baha'i faith does relate to this because the Baha'i faith is a organization that was set up under the influence of people like Blavatsky and Theosophists and Perennialists to kind of create a syncretized synthesis religion. So it would be a version of a hyper-ecumenist type of religion. But typically, ecumenism is what we mean in the Christian domain of participating in not just dialogue and debate, but in fact, they eschew the idea of debate. And they talk about dialoguing to consensus. So it's more of a Hegelian process philosophy. And a lot of the ecumenists have actually underlying their thought, Hegelian process philosophy. And notice, none of this is in the first 1,000 years of the church. No church fathers teach anything like this. And as I said the other day, it's interesting that whether it's Scam Shamu and his version of ecumenist apostolic Christianity, which he made up for his grift, or whether it's Gavin Ortlund and his dad's made-up version of Mere Christianity, C.S. Lewis style. None of these people will ever tell you, and this is why everybody becomes Orthodox when they get into this, that the first 1,000 years of Christianity, nobody teaches that. That is a made-up doctrine that you could really probably trace to Anglican branch theory. So branch theory came about because the Anglicans needed a way to say, well, how could we have an idea of apostolic succession or doctrinal succession and a continuity with the ancient church, but not fall into the idea of 1,000 different radical Reformation schisms? Well, branch theory. Jesus has one church, but that church is split into a bunch of branches: Roman Catholic, Anglican, Orthodox, and then perhaps Lutheran, Presbyterian. There's no clear cutoff. So you see that it doesn't get you anywhere. It's just another version of heterodox ecclesiology, as if there's many Jesuses. Remember, all the arguments about ecclesiology reflect back on Christology, because ecclesiology, as the body of Christ, is the outworking of Christology. So if you think there's a bunch of different churches that are all in schism, then there's not one visible body. If there's not one visible body, then Jesus is not one visible body. So you see the logical, and the reason that none of these people get this right is because they're not in the church. It's that simple. They're in a made up, man-made church. Man-made churches, even if they have 20% true doctrine, 50% true doctrine, 80% true doctrine, they're not the church. Because it only takes one heresy to remove you from the church, right? Imagine if you were at the Council of Nicaea or at Constantinople I, you're reading the creed and you said, oh, I believe all these things. I don't believe in one Holy Catholic Apostolic Church. And that's what all of these people deny. And I know because I used to be a Calvinist, and when I was a Calvinist, when we would read that in the creed, I would say, oh, that doesn't mean a public visible church. And it's not talking about one baptism, baptismal regeneration. It's spiritual. So I would reword and reinterpret the creed. Guess what? Gavin Ortlund and all the heretics do the exact same thing. Their whole system is premised on getting you to not become Orthodox, saying the Orthodox are evil, dangerous extremists. That's what he's implying here. Everybody knows he's talking about us. And of course, he's pretending like, that's why they do this a passive aggressive thing. They don't even have the balls to say who they're talking about. They're so cowardly. They won't actually just say me. And again, why are you so mean to them? You're just mean out of nowhere. No. This is over, 2 years now? Year and a half of politely, not just publicly, but behind the scenes, talking to multiple people about having a dialogue or a debate with Wes Huff, for example. Thank you. And part of the reason for this is because many of the peoples in these people's orbits have become Orthodox. So they want to facilitate discussion and dialogue. I'm talking about a lot of their people. If a lot of their best friends and coworkers are becoming Orthodox, in the case of Wes Huff, Ruslan, many of them. I don't know much about Gavin Ortlund's orbit. I'm not on Grindr, so I couldn't say. But many of the people's orbit that are around these people have become Orthodox. And then people try to facilitate friendly discussions or debates, and they don't want to do any of it. Nobody thinks it's odd that Wes Huff immediately debates the most ridiculous idiot scammer person on the internet, Billy Corson, who says the most ridiculous stuff, knocks down the lowest hanging fruit imaginable, and then will not ever discuss or debate any of his other positions with anyone else. In fact, he goes on Andrew Schultz, the comedian, and Andrew Schultz asks him one very simple question. What about the Orthodox? They got a pretty ancient historic church, and he's like freaking out. Remember that? Now, Wes Huff is always talking about, he lifts and he's benching and he's like this buff dude. A lot of buff dudes, by the way, are not actually tough dudes. They're mentally soft. You could be buff as hell and be at the damn gay bar. A lot of that buff weightlifting stuff is gay too, by the way, if you didn't know that. I'm not saying Wes Huff is gay. I know these guys are married. By the way, you could be married and be gay too, by the way. But the actions are faking gay. They don't actually want to stand up for the things that they're so morally superior about. If you're so superior morally, number one, you would call your dad out, Gavin Ortlund, for co-ministering with a dude that's pro-gay in terms of his ministries. Where is that call out? And did you call your dad out for supporting pro-trans, pro-abortion politicians like Kamala? Did you do any of that? No, but the ortho bros, they got to be called out because they're aggressive online and some of them say 4-letter words. So notice that evangelicalism, as I argued on the 4th Hour of Alex Jones, is not just a performative piety signaling thing. It's actually almost always some voice of the State Department or an NGO. They are beholden to their donors, just like a corporation is beholden to the shareholders. And their money will dry up if they don't keep pushing this government approved or the Democratic Party approved or whatever element or outfit that they're connected to. And by the way, people were saying that Ruslan, I had no idea this was this crazy. People were saying that Ruslan was laughing when the strikes on Gaza happened. which is just crazy to me. Like, remember when he said the other day to me, he says, I don't care about what's happening in geopolitics. I don't care about none of that. Wars. I don't care about Epstein and none of that. I don't care about Christian Zionism. You don't care about the biggest heresy in America? So that tells you guys everything. Now, I've not confirmed that because I've not seen the tweet or the video, but people are saying that when the strikes were happening, Ruslan was laughing about it. Like that's a laughing matter. I mean, these people are actually sick. Now, if somebody said, why'd you go on Ruslan? First of all, I didn't know any of this stuff. I don't do deep dives into every podcaster's background I go on. If I did that, I probably couldn't go on anybody's podcast, right? But in this case, and by the way, I didn't just go on there because Ruslan wanted to talk to me about my book. We had a 2-hour debate, and I didn't know he was going to do that, but I don't have a problem doing that. By the way, notice he had no problem springing a 2-hour debate on me, but now they're all up in arms about how dare you challenge people publicly to a debate. How dare you? How dare you? Again, this is like after almost 2 years of beefing with and having to deal with all the passive aggressive bullcrap from these people, man. It is so easy to set up a debate with me. It can be on Crucible. It could be on Modern Day Debate. It could be on all kinds of platforms. It doesn't have to be on Ruslan's platform. He just made up nonsense that I'm mad because I couldn't go on his platform. That's not even true. He said in the past he would have me back on. There was no, I'm not invited on the platform. He made that up. Just totally made up. That's why I said we can just debate on anybody's channel, a small channel. Pick a small channel, I'll debate you. Modern Day Debate is smaller than Ruslan's channel. We'll debate there. And then he says, oh, you must publicly repent before I'll debate. Now, again, everybody's doing the same move. It's the same bullcrap that Lofton did in 2018. I'll debate you maybe in writing. He said in writing. Give me a break, dude. But you got to publicly repent to my satisfaction. I got to confess my sins to you? I thought you didn't believe in priests. You say, oh, priesthood of all believers. Oh, but you're not the high priest that I got to confess my sins to. None of it makes any sense, dude. There's absolutely no consistency. And, the only exchange that I even saw was like Gavin Ortland and Father Stephen DeYoung, right? And then Gavin Ortland says, I will never debate again unless they have credentials. Well, the catechumen that you debated didn't have credentials. It wasn't a debate. We changed the title of it. Well, how come Trent Horn had in the title of his video, debate? Oh, did you tell Trent Horn to change the title of it, that it wasn't a debate? You bunch of liars. So you got called out. That's the only reason you changed it, because of pushback, and you blamed it on your staff. And the way we know that that's probably not true is that Trent Horn put the title of the three-way discussion as debate. Did Ruslan say, oh, Trent, change that title? And by the way, who's so freaking gay that they're scared of just using the word debate? This is so ridiculous. What's the point? These people are on the run. Band on the run. Band on the run. Look. Why are they on the run? Ruslan flexing his channel in my face. Dude, you're on the downturn. You're the red. This is me versus you on YouTube in 5 years. Let's look at web search. Oh, Ruslan, KD, not very high, dog. That's why he's the Christian TMZ now, right? Anyway, we're moving on from Ruslan. We're going to talk about, again, there's no reason why. And by the way, we tried for a long time to set up with debates with these people. So the idea that I just out of nowhere just decide, oh, he just attacks people for no reason. No, we've tried being nice with you people. We've tried to be super friendly, super peaceful, multiple mutual friends, trying to set up all kinds of discussions with you guys. And by the way, if we try to do that, you then say that we just want clout and we're clout goblins trying to get to your audience and get clout from you. Again, I don't need Ruslan's clout. I'm blowing his clout away. Same with Mohammed Hijab, that fraud. Blowing him away in the last 2 years on Twitter and web search. And so his clout argument doesn't hold anymore. And who knows if he even bought those followers on X. He had an X account with 1 million followers a long time ago. He could have bought all that shit. And the metrics on Google show that he's not as popular as he claims to be. And then he copyright strikes when he loses the debate with Avery. So please explain to me how I'm bad for calling out this stuff when, for example, Christianity Today ran a month of ads for a gay affirming podcast connected to Andy Stanley's church. I don't even know who any of these gay evangelicals even are. Check this out.
This episode is brought to you in part by Brian Nitzel and his new podcast, Making Things Right, which is an invitation for the church to restore faith in the LGBTQ plus community. You might be a parent or a friend of an LGBTQ plus individual, trying to reconcile your love for them and your beliefs. You may be a church leader looking for better ways to navigate it. For anyone weary of the debate.
And again, this is the guy married to a guy. So none of this bullshit that, well, this is helping them to become straight. No, it's not. This is engineered to try to change the moral teachings of the church to make it affirming of all this stuff. Is he married to a man? Let's see. Gay man with a husband scheduled to speak at Christianity Today associated promoted conferences. Now, everybody in our sphere, like, we knew this a long time ago. And as soon as I came into orthodoxy, I started calling out ancient faith for doing the exact same thing. And what did they do? They spent 6 months attacking me as a bad person for calling it out, and then eventually having to admit that, no, he was actually correct. This woman, Charlotte Riggle, was promoting the most heinous stuff to kids, and they were featuring her at their conference. So again, they think you're dumb. They see you as a market. They market all this crap to you, and then they subtly nudge you in the direction of accepting all this butt stuff. You got, I mean, I can't even believe they're running ads for this gay stuff on the Christianity Today podcast. Actually, I can't believe it, right? And almost all the speakers at these conferences, let's take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of 11 speakers are pro Skittles. And they think you're dumb. They just think the audience is a bunch of retards that we can grift off of. And Ruslan even says that to you, and you all still defend Ruslan because you're dumb. Oh, but did Jay say a 4-letter word? Uh-oh. Yeah, that's the real moral crux here. Again, straining at gnats, swallowing camels. Do y'all not know what that means? Jesus is talking about the people who hyperfixate on minutia so that they can be better than people. Meanwhile, they over here hating people in their hearts, murdering, doing butt stuff that's 10 times worse than, did you fast this week? Or, did you say a 4-letter word when you were stuck in a traffic jam, right? It's just ridiculous. And by the way, these entities, all of these evangelical entities and these fake and gay churches, they are themselves atheism engines. They're atheism factories. And how many people have come to orthodoxy and said, I was an atheist for 10 years, 20 years because of this evangelical nonsense? So what does this all signify? The ortho bros are dangerous. They're falling back on the Saul Alinsky SPLC tactic of just saying that all the opposition are dangerous extremists. This doesn't work, you idiots. Have you not realized that when the Biden administration tried this, it failed? And it now came out that all those entities, Biden ran on Charlottesville. And Charlottesville was fake and gay. As I said after Charlottesville when it happened. You got Jack Posobiec over here saying, Scott Adams last year said it was fake. Wow, what a prophet. I said it when it happened. What are you talking about? And I showed you the receipts. 1 year after Charlottesville, and I'm talking about Charlottesville. By the way, we're still digging up the podcast in 2017 about Charlottesville. We did a podcast. We did a whole boiler room talking about it being an obvious honeypot fed nonsense. Look at me, 2017. I'm talking about this type of stuff. Anything neo-Nazi is fed run. The only thing that we didn't know at that time with Unite the Right and Kessler and all those suspicious characters was who exactly was funding it. It could have been an FBI thing. It could have been an NGO offshore. It could have been SPLC. It could have been a lot of different things that a Soros Foundation, right? And it turns out, well, guess what? A lot of those things are actually interconnected because Soros and George Clooney gave a whole bunch of money to the SPLC as a result of, and before Unite the Right in 2016. And I told people, don't go to it because it looks like an obvious Fed honey trap. And I remember Alex was interviewing the Kessler guy and saying, you seem suspicious. Last year you were a Democrat. Well, people could have a change of heart. People can have a change of heart. I'm not a Democrat anymore. I believe in God and the right wing. Blah, blah, blah. People fall for this over and over and over. You guys are so dumb. And it doesn't matter how many times it happens. You fall for it again, and then you call me the liar and the fake and the fraud. And you didn't know what you were talking about. I read about COINTELPRO 15 years ago. Yes, I did. And it's the same template that they use, not just for far-right groups and neo-in groups. They did the same type of thing with mosques. There's a whole documentary called The Newburgh Sting. Watch the documentary. It's a template. And it's not all the Illuminati. It's different groups run these things. You can have an NGO. You can have a foundation. You can have a Fed operation. It could be different things that run a similar type of op. And I've talked about this for so many years, over and over and over and over. And you guys don't listen. There's a boomer idiot calling me a conspiratard when I'm right about all of this. So I'm right and I'm still a conspiratard. And I'm dangerous extremist. What dangerous doctrine do I actually talk about or promote? Oh, there's not one. It's just made up. Because it's a script. It's a talking point. You understand? These people have handlers if they're feds, or they have consultants if they're in some sort of foundation or NGO situation, or they have business church consultants or shareholders, whatever they have. And all of this stuff is run by money. You got to stop being so naive. And I don't just mean, is Ruslan a grifter? I'm saying these churches, these entities, these foundations, we saw the same thing with who was putting money into getting the Orthodox Church to promote gay stuff. Ariana Huffington and her foundation. And we saw the same thing during the CUF, who was putting money into the OCA in different circles, Eli Lilly, big giant drug corporations, giving money to different outfits. I've been talking about this over and over and over and over for over a decade. I am always right about this. I may be wrong about a specific, but the model is not that hard to figure out. Guess what, theology nerds? The world is not running on theology, ultimately, in the sense of decision on a day-to-day basis, okay? The people in the Pentagon, the people at the State Department, they're not theology nerds. They have nerds that they commission to study stuff. They're not making their decisions based on who's got the right theology. They're not Spurgs. They're pragmatic power people, and they know that money runs the world. So you control a university, you control a seminary through money. Wake up. Stop being naive and stupid. If they want to change, for example, St. Vladimir Seminary into being pro-Skittles, they're not going to send in a debate crew to convince everybody of being pro-gay. They're going to send in a guy with billions of dollars to build a giant building and install the professors. And I've demonstrated that over and over and over and over. And then even Ortho Christian starts putting out articles years after I talked about it, admitting all the stuff I said. And then at one point implying that I'm a conspiracy theorist. Dude, you're saying the stuff I said. Just everybody needs to stop being so committed and tripling down to being wrong. It's okay to be wrong. It's all right. It's not a big deal. But everybody is so arrogant and so prideful that to even slightly be wrong would be a giant injury to their psychology, to their psyche. Guess what? We're all probably going to be wrong about stuff. But if somebody has a killer track record of being pretty accurate, I would say 95% on most of the stuff I talk about, at least in the overall picture for sure. There have been a couple things I got wrong. Maybe I thought an event 10 years ago looked like a fake flag. Maybe it was organic and they used informants, something like that. I can get a specific event wrong, sure. But the overall model of how NGOs, think tanks, and foundations do stuff, I have told you guys over and over and over and over and over. I'm right over and over and over and over and over. And I still get called a conspiracy theorist. How many times did I say the neo-in fed groups? And it's all promoted on purpose. Remember when I was on Alex 6 months ago, and we got a couple million views across all the clips of me talking about Tiny Mustache Man being funded by banking elites and corporate elites to have a world war. And I brought a bunch of receipts, and out of the woodwork come just hundreds of thousands of Nazi account bots just attacking me incessantly. Thousands of comments attacking me. And then lo and behold, it turns out all the major neo-in groups for the last several years, decade or so or more, were absolutely run at the top by the SPLC money. Of course. Duh. And am I correct about it? Oh, well, you got one, your toenail was incorrect. Your toenail wasn't clipped correctly because you said fed and SPLC isn't technically fed. They're tied into that. It doesn't matter. Just like, it wasn't Gavin Ortland's dad at Christianity Today. The truth is even worse because the picture was cropped. I couldn't tell what this was, right? It's even worse because it's his dad co-ministering with a dude that's a pro-Skittles minister. That's even worse than just being associated with Christianity Today. So the level of dishonesty and hypocrisy is just off the charts with these people. Another thing too, I don't respect evangelical leaders at all. I have zero respect for them. I have no respect for Calvinist pastors. I despise them. I don't have any respect for them. They're terrible people. I know, I used to be in that world. So the expectation that I'm just going to default to treating everyone as, we're all on the same journey towards the Lord and we all just have good motives and incentives. No, that's naive, right? As you get older, you will be less naive. Not everybody has good motives. Not everybody's out they're not all on a theology holy grail quest like the Spurgs are. I'm a Spurg. I was on that quest for a long time. And I think I found it in orthodoxy. But not everybody's on that quest. Not everybody puts truth as the highest goal. A lot of people, unfortunately, are tempted to put their family. Well, my family's Roman Catholic my whole life. I can't leave Roman Catholicism because my family is Roman Catholic. I can't be Orthodox. My wife, I can't choose Orthodoxy. My wife is that. Well, I'm not going to judge you personally, but I don't have to worship you and bow down to you and respect you. And again, Ruslan spilled the beans too. And he said, I don't really like Orthodox people. I don't like Orthodoxy. Thank you for finally coming out with the truth. And by the way, that's a weird, he's doing the same thing that the women on Twitter did. Remember Ariel Morgan? She said, you guys critiqued my selfie at the Orthodox Church, so I'm not even going to ever go back to Orthodox Church. And I will never consider Orthodox, like trying to morally blackmail us with your like that you won't grace us with your presence. And then here's Ruslan doing the exact same thing that Morgan Ariel did, this e-chick, right? This e-grifter Protestant evangelical chick. I don't really like you guys anymore, and I will not go to the Orthodox Church. Dude, are you a middle school girl? Is this the Babysitters Club? You're not going to blackmail us with your presence? Blackmail us with your wannabe black presence? And by the way, I got Father Deacon, did you want to say something? I see you in the chat here. Let's move on from these goobers and get into, we got a lot of topics. And so that's enough on these people. I'm going to put the Christianity Today article here at Protesty, which is actually a really good article. FDA, do you want to say something?
Oh, I have a whole lot of stuff to say. Let me hold my tongue.
Well, can you give us a little bit of wisdom here?
Everybody says it's right. Seriously. But isn't it crazy? What gets me is all these things that were vindicated about, and yet people still use conspiracy. It's like, what does it take?
Well, the truth is that there's nothing that would ever convince them because they're not interested in what's true, and it's just a personal vendetta. All right, it's people's personal vendettas of I don't care if it all ends up I don't care if you're 100% vindicated. I'm still going to say you're a bad person. In fact, they're more angry because we're vindicated. But look, there's a simple solution. It's okay to be wrong. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I've been wrong in the past. I used to be a Calvinist. I was like,
I used to be wrong. I mean, not anymore, but I used to.
Well, I mean, you were Lutheran. Was it a hard pill to swallow to start thinking Lutheranism maybe not be true?
Oh, that's an excellent question.
I mean, how committed were you to Lutheranism? Honest question.
I just felt it was the best. I thought it was just the best that Protestantism had to offer.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. That's a good.
Like, were you planning to try to be like a Lutheran pastor, or how into this?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I mean, I had pride in it insofar as, it was like my Norwegian American roots from Minnesota, and I was like, I tied some identity into that, and I was like, isn't Bach Lutheran? Look at that kind of stuff like that.
That's that's the type of stuff Redeemed Zimmer says, right? Like, look at this, business that look at these giant skyscrapers that Western civilization builds. That's from Protestantism.
But I mean, just slowly seeing the issues come into the Missouri Synod, and it changing. I mean, I don't know. I didn't feel that committed to it, but I just thought it was the best that Protestantism had to offer. I think even Cleve kind of thought that too before, but I wasn't. I was happy to leave that. I wasn't. But I've been wrong about other stuff. Remember, I used to believe in theistic evolution and
Eastern Orthodox Church,
anarcho-libertarianism and Thomism, and so it's okay to be wrong. Not forever, though. You can't be wrong. You're confronted with facts. You got to change. That's the thing.
Yeah, none of us gets to make reality what we want it to be. We don't get to create the truth, right? We're all immediately subservient to what is true, whether we like it or not, and that's difficult. There's a lot of things in life. There are difficult truths in life, and the immature attitude is to say, I don't care. I'm going to make what I want to be true, right? That's essentially the sin. It's an echo of a recapitulation of the sin of the garden, right? Lucifer says, Satan says, you will determine what's true and false, what's right and wrong. You will be as gods. You won't submit to what God has determined as true. And by the way, truth is not just theological truth, right? You have to submit to truth in any area of life. Don't you think?
Say it again. You have to submit to truth.
Like it's not just a matter of theological truth. It's truth in general, right? Like you can't say, well, that's talking about like religious truths, but I don't have to care about like what's true in terms of like, the ethics of Gaza attacks, like Ruslan says, I don't have to care about anything in the political realm. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's very like American, and
exactly.
I think it comes from Luther's Two Kingdoms.
Exactly. No, you're spot on.
The only thing that matters is the kind of religious sphere, and it's separated from.
But it's not just Luther. I mean, you could find maybe the traces of the Two Kingdoms, but it's actually the Radical Reformation doctrine. Like their whole ethos is God has nothing to do with politics in the state. In fact, the state is an entity that is demonic and satanic. So a lot of Baptists have that tradition of saying and thinking, this is disestablishmentarianism of Roger Williams. This is what we talked about last night and yesterday on Alex with the tradition of Al Mohler of the Southern Baptists. He's so night and day with what their actual Baptist teaching used to be, because Baptists were founded on the separation of God and government, not just a church and state in the Constitution, but also the idea out of Roger Williams that God has nothing to do with the state and the civil society. that became the American ethos, right? The Puritans, many of them didn't believe that. Many Puritans believed in a theocracy. Calvinists believed in a theocracy. Roger Williams said, no, God has nothing to do with the state. Alexander, what's up?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
Yeah, what's up?
Nothing. A lot to dive into tonight. Obviously, a lot of people are interested in this topic, but I think first thing I'd like to say is to all the catechumens out there, just understand that most of these evangelical goobers and these prots and the Novus Ordo Catholics, they're not your friend. So you got to be very mindful of this. They'll bring you on for you to be the representation of orthodoxy to their audience. And they'll try to cut you down for exactly that reason. So that way they can show their audience, hey, look, orthodoxy is not true. Look how we just cakewalked this guy. Mind you, he was a catechumen in the church for maybe a couple months or something like that. The audience doesn't know or care about that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't believe Ruslan's story anymore just because somebody pointed out the other day that Trent Horn put up on his channel that the whole situation was a debate. And
Ruslan's full of shit. Yeah. He's absolutely lying about it. No doubt in my
mind. And nobody who believes that he would have changed it if he hadn't got pushback, right?
No, he would have left it the same if nobody said anything. It's not like he came to that judgment on himself. He didn't even claim that argument. Like, I came to this judgment after the fact. I should have been wise for that. No, he pushed it off on his underlings and said, my people messed up. It's their fault. But and another thing about Ruslan is, how are you going to preach at Rhythm Church and then make arguments against orthodoxy? There's so many of these, smoke machine, rock band.
Yeah, well, to have the gumption, the gall to say that orthodoxy is accretions. He's using that Gavin Ortland argument. But then he goes and preaches at R&B church.
It's an absolute joke. I mean, where was R&B church in the first 1,000 years of Christianity?
Oh, well, that's not an accretion, though. That's not Gavin's accretions.
Yeah, it's a wild topic, honestly, dealing with Ruslan. And another part of it that you started to point out today, I'm glad you brought it up, is all these guys, all of them have fake followers. Like, how is it that these, not just him, but guys on Twitter, our Indian friend Dinesh D'Souza or Glenn Beck or anything like that, 4, 5, 6 million followers?
Dinesh has multiple millions, and then he won't get more than a handful. Sometimes he'll get, if he gets a big account sharing him, he'll get a little bit of traction. But on many of his replies and posts, it's I get more than he does. So and who actually believes these people don't buy followers? I don't believe it.
They absolutely did. I mean, Dinesh, the only time he gets traction on anything is when people in our sphere notice it, and everybody's filling his comments up with you're wrong, you're stupid. Yeah, that's the only time he ever gets any traction whatsoever. All these guys are like that.
Let's do a little. Go ahead.
The real rub of it is that these people notice how vulnerable their ideology is right now. Evangelical, the Novus Ordo Catholic, and stuff like that. Even if you're nice to these people, you say, hey, listen, I hope you open up your heart to orthodoxy. I'd love for you to come to a divine liturgy. They will come back at you very aggressively because they are incredibly threatened right now.
Absolutely.
Whether they want to admit it or not.
Absolutely they are. That's why they're freaking out. And take a look here. And as I said earlier, in terms of metrics, since these people, and by the way, D'Souza tried to flex too, because initially he was too big and too famous to debate me, even though he's already debating people at our tier in our sphere. So for the first time ever, we are right there next to D'Souza. Now, if you go full time, right, go back to years ago, obviously he's going to blow me away. But look at the graph here. In the last few months, we're right there with him. That's web search. I guarantee you, by the way, we probably blow him away on YouTube. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah. So we are blowing him away out of the water. We're 10 times more searched on YouTube than Dinesh is. We're right next to him in the last few months on web searches. But he wants to flex also to me that he's too big and too good and too prominent to debate me. And again, these, like, I didn't even look, I wasn't thinking about this until I'm like, you know what? I wonder if these people are even telling the truth about their numbers. Because you can't trust necessarily video views and subscribers because that can easily be fake. But it's harder to fake the native search results on YouTube and Twitter. I mean, YouTube and Google. And the Google Analytics do not support their flexing in my face theories. I mean, we're literally nobody in the last few months in these spheres is beating up. There's a handful, obviously, like Joe Rogan obviously is going to always be up there beyond us. But on YouTube, like we're blowing all these people out of the water. Okay. And part of that, yes, is me going on all those shows, but that's the point of going on all those shows, right? So they want to flex in my face, but their flexing is actually fraudulent. They don't actually have the numbers. And look at the trends. What was the trend with Ruslan? What was the trend with any of these people? It's actually going down versus what we're doing. Ours is going up over a long. Well, okay, his searches have gone up a little bit on the web, but we're on web search. We're actually 8 times almost what he is searched. And on YouTube, 20 times more searched than him. And he's flexing his numbers in my face. Get out of here with that, dude. Ryan, what's up? Ryan, what's up? Unmute.
Yo, what's up, man? I wanted to, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, because, and I don't mean to change the subject slightly, but I was watching your interview with Jesse Lee Peterson, which is hilarious, by the way, because, you know, he's just who he is. And he had asked you a question about Orthodox. He said, why is Orthodox so dark and depressing? And that's just like what the Protestant, you know, mind frame is really. And I do get it because I used to have that same mindset. Like you see parts of the Orthodox Church, maybe like the scheme of monks, and you think that this is like some foreign, like maybe like, I don't know, evil wickedness.
I mean, it's an ancient church, dude. It predates electricity. Right. What, like they have candles? What?
Somebody asked, I've posted photos before liturgy, and they were like, you know, you're worshiping God. Why don't you have a smile on your face? I'm like, because I'm not a clown. That's why. Because I take my job so seriously. You know me.
Why don't you have a smile?
I like to joke, but when I'm in the liturgy, I'm sober. I'm focused, and I don't just mean I haven't been drinking. I have a sober mindset, and I'm focusing all my attention, let us attend, on the worship. And but a similar thing like that. It's like in Protestant church, you act like a clown, like, you know, and
it's all performative.
What's that?
It's all performative.
Yeah, I'm like, you don't. I mean, where's this rule that you have? This is why Russians make fun of Americans when you go. They think that we're slow because we're constantly with a smile on it. It's like, well, for the Russians, you know, they smile when something's funny. They don't walk around like a clown all the time.
I should have said Orthodox church for black people. That's why it's dark up in there. We're trying to bring y'all in. Yeah. By the way, here is remember Derek Mythvision. He was flexing his numbers in my face, saying, I got a much bigger channel than you. Nobody's even going to know what your channel is in 6 months to a year, and I'll be at 1 million subscribers or 500,000, whatever he said. Oh, interesting. Let's look at Mythvision's numbers here. Oh, Mythvision is on YouTube searched 20 times less. We're 20 times searched more than Derek Mythvision. And on web search, it's 23 times more. So again, all of these people, man, it's all facade, dude, if you go to the Google Analytics. Now, granted, this is not tracking X, so you could technically be really big on X and you're not registering on Google and YouTube. But Google and YouTube are still the number one and number two search engines. So yeah, most of these people who are trying to flex numbers and be so, and by the way, they couch the numbers in their piety. Yeah, I'm trying to flex numbers, dog, but like, you just trying to get some clout, man. You're trying to get numbers. You're trying to get your channel up. Dude, are you talking about the most clickbait TMZ dude out there? I mean, Ruslan doesn't even talk about theology. All he talks about is like he talked about clavicular the other day. He talks about, not critiquing him either, by the way, but like talking about, TMZ and gossip stuff. Ryan, what's up with you?
Yeah, I mean, with my point with that was just that the Protestant church is in reality just all about vibes. And so if the vibe, around the Orthodox church, if you're Protestant is like some spooky foreign thing that just doesn't seem right, then you're just never going to get it.
Yeah. It was an odd question. I wasn't even sure necessarily how to answer that. Retro, what's up? Guys, you want to support the stream? You can leave a super chat. I'm just trying to get paid right here, dog. Yeah, we're trying to get paid over here. Leave a super chat, man. I'm trying to monetize. That's a joke, by the way. What's up, Retro?
Hey, what's going on? I just had a question about the canon of scripture. So a little bit different. You've many times cited various Protestant scholars like J.N.D. Kelly, F.F. Bruce, and I think Lee McDonald, where they all admitted that the Septuagint was widely used by the church, and there were different canons. Or the church fathers had different versions of the canon. I've always wondered if these Protestant scholars have, done their research and they've gotten that far. What do you think is the most likely reason that those scholars would still choose to remain Protestant? Because I've heard the line of when someone goes back in history, they cease to be Protestant. Do you think it has something to do with like the sunk cost fallacy or something?
Yeah. I mean, in the specific cases of those guys, I can't say because I don't know what their motivations are, but I mean, I think most people's, they may have not known a whole lot about Orthodox Christianity. Like Lee McDonald is a Baptist scholar, so he might not have much idea of what Orthodox Christianity holds and teaches in this present day. But yeah, I mean, who knows why? I mean, people have all kinds of reasons why they don't continue or convert. Probably something like that. I couldn't say what their motives are. Owen, what's up? I'm trying to figure out if there's a good go ahead. Yeah.
Why do these Protestants and like low church people like preach against extremism? Because Christ is asking us to die.
You cut out what? Yeah, I mean, I think they would just say that you're misinterpreting Christ's words in terms of what you consider extreme. But I mean, it's not even a clear idea. It's a talking point, right? It's a leftist activist style talking point. It's the type of talking point that, Biden and the DNC and the SPLC and all these groups have used for many, many years, which is to say that anybody of the opposition is an extremist. And that comes out of like, the whole idea of 9/11 and the post 9/11 world and domestic extremists. Now, remember after 9/11, it was Muslims are the radical domestic extremists that we got to watch out for. And then that gradually transitioned, as Alex, by the way, predicted many, many years ago. Alex was saying in the 2000s, this is going to transition from radical Islamic extremists to white people. And that's exactly what happened. And, several series of events, including especially Charlottesville, this was a whole basis for the Biden campaign. He even said, I'm going to run on Charlottesville. And the idea that the number one threat to America is white, Christian, male, domestic extremists, right? The racists and the nationalists and all this stuff. And what did we see? Lo and behold, they had to create the very thing as the justification for their positions and their policy. So, and that's what I was saying. I'm going to dig up the Boiler Room episode, right? I found the post, but it's not on. It might have got removed from Spreaker, the podcast we did. But thankfully, Hesher has an archive of all those things. And I'm going to show you guys that we said right after it happened that it was a total honey trap, fake ass thing. And we were 100% correct. The only thing we didn't know was exactly what group, right? But that's now come out. So here, let's see this clip. And I'm looking for clips to show exactly what happened with Muhammad Hijab. And by the way, he claims to have like 6 degrees. I mean, I don't know if I mean, somebody needs to like double check that. Maybe he does. I'm not saying it's not possible, but as deceptive as this dude is, somebody needs to like figure out, did he get these from a diploma mill? Did he really get Oxford degrees or whatever he's claimed? Like 6, who actually claims? Tristan, as a joke, claims to have like 6 degrees. Again, it's possible, but somebody needs to confirm that.
It means criterion.
Okay, so what does it mean?
A standard of truth that tells you what's right and what's wrong.
That's what they're laughing at?
Guess what? Guess what? The Quran says the Torah is Al Furqan. It says the Torah is Al Furqan. I just said in chapter 21, verse 48, and in chapter 2, verse 53, the Torah is Al Furqan.
By the way, notice here is Avery doing the very thing that I do in debates, which is laugh and make fun of the opponent. Is anybody calling him out for losing his cool and acting insane and acting? No, because he's correct, right? So he's making fun of Muhammad Hijab, who made a huge blunder and didn't realize that the terminology there is actually that the Torah is the standard of truth, the criterion. That's where the Islamic dilemma always gets these people. So I'm glad that somebody finally confronted Hijab, and maybe he'd been confronted on this before and I just haven't seen it, but to finally pin this dude down on the Islamic dilemma is great.
Hijab doesn't know what to say. Look at
He just
Hijab.
got humbled, and guess what? He's about to concede.
It said, I just said chapter 21, verse 48. It says that we gave Moses and Aaron the scripture and the criterion. That's the Torah, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Thank you.
Oh, that's true. Interesting.
I know it's true. You're getting
Hold on,
taught.
hold on.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
What does Furqan mean?
Furqan means criterion.
Okay, so what does it mean?
A standard of truth that tells you what's right and what's wrong.
So he laughs and then later says, okay, yeah, you're right. Dude, I've been saying for a good 2 years now, Muhammad Hijab is a straight up fraud. I don't even think this. I mean, maybe he memorized a bunch of Arabic verses of the Quran, but I mean, who actually believes this dude is like some 6-degreed genius? Anybody who look, my default if somebody claims that they got 6 degrees is that they're a con man and they got it from a diploma mill. Do I know that? No. I did see a video from those people that are kind of in the David Wood circles. It's a guy and I think it's his wife, and they're like ex-Muslims. I forget the name of that channel, but they do a thing exposing hijab. What is the name of that channel? I can never. I think they're evangelicals, and they went and they did a deep dive of his supposed university that he's a part of. Like him and his dad run an online university or something. Let's see if I can find it. Somebody in the chat will know who I'm talking about. It's like a guy they have a funny song that begins their podcast. That's all these Muslims. It's dumb quotes from all the Muslims. No, not owned. Is it these people, Mr. and Mrs. ex-Muslim? It might be them. Let's see if this is it.
Muhammad Hijab has been denying all along that he married Aisha or that he did anything wrong, behaved unethically, or harmed this woman.
No, that's not it. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? There's a couple that does a show. Jai and Doc, that's them. That's them. Jai and Doc. And they talk about Muhammad Hijab's fake ass university, or what looks to be fake. Allegedly. Okay, this is them. Hotel marriages. What the heck is that? Oh, well, they got a million videos on Muhammad Hijab, so I know there's one about his fake university. Does anybody know what their video is about Muhammad Hijab's school or university or whatever it is? Sepian Institute. Maybe I could search it from that. Let's just try that. No. Somebody post that, or maybe put it on X if you guys remember the stream that they did talking about his background and his university. I remember watching it maybe a year ago. I think it was right after he debated. It might have been an old clip though, but when he debated William Lane Craig, I remember watching their deep dive into his background, which to me looks like a bunch of fake fraud bullshit. Is this it? No, that's not it. By the way, the Muslim cowboy, I also challenged him to do a debate, and I don't think he's going to do it. Anybody in the chat know what I'm talking about? Hijab got 6 degrees from FAU, fake ass university. Maybe he went to BNU. He went to Captain Crackrock's bitch nigga university. All right, I can't find that exactly what it was titled, but it does exist. Somebody should find that. I probably saved it. Maybe I could look at my saved files. The Agora, what's up? Were there any other highlights, you guys, from the GodLogic debate? I mean, other than Muhammad Hijab copyright striking the debate to get it taken down, was there any other highlights of that I need to look and see? What's up, man? I'm Agora.
Hey Jay, shout out to you and FDA, man. Love you guys. I wanted to sort of bring up an issue with the whole Protestant thing that you were talking about earlier. I don't think many people talk about this, but when I was a Protestant, and my family's super Protestant, a lot of the churches that we were in, including like the Pentecostal stuff, a lot of them would tell you and encourage you to not look into any church history, anything about the canon of scripture, like nothing, because their reasons was, well, if you do that, you might fall into the trap of believing something that might not be true. And so it'll make you fall away from the truth, which is Protestantism. So just trust the word of God. That's all you need, and don't worry about anything else.
Well, that means no. I mean that means trust the Protestant pastor's interpretation, right? So, by the way, what sounds more like a cult? Us over here trying to tell you to go visit Orthodox Church, refute all these heresies, learn the laws of logic, use your critical thinking. Don't follow me for spiritual advice. Does that sound like a cult? Or does it sound like more like a cult to say, don't read the church fathers, don't look at those questions, don't ask those questions? Who's more cult-like?
Definitely the Protestant side.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a great point too. We forget that basic point that a lot of the Protestant churches, even if they're not technically cults, the pastors will act cult-like when they say, stop asking those questions. Don't read the church fathers. On and on and on. What's up, man?
Can you hear me?
Mm.
All right. Hey, Jay, I've been listening to your YouTube and quite a bit of your lives for a while. I even joined your Discord. So I'm actually a Pentecostal, right? And I've been looking into orthodoxy, inquiring it with Fearless Truth, Nick, and stuff that you were saying. I even watched your 6-hour live stream. Can you just go through with me as of like what it is that I should actually know about Pentecostalism and why it's actually false? Like I understand like the first 1,000 years of church history doesn't teach at all like charismatics or Pentecostalism, but
Well, the New Testament is not. The New Testament doesn't teach charismatic Pentecost. For example, in the book of Acts, it's known languages. People are hearing the gospel in their own language. That's the miracle. There is no gibberish prayer language.
Right, and that I actually agree with. I'm actually trying to leave Pentecostalism. It's really hard when I hear you talk to a bunch of other Pentecostals and Protestants, but yeah, like I'm trying to find these things that you are talking about. So like I wanna trust your words and do the research, but I don't know where to start. Do you have like anything for like those who are looking into orthodoxy, like trying to leave Pentecostalism, just to
Well, maybe
how you understand it?
I mean, I could tell you a bunch of Orthodox theology books, but like, I don't know of one Orthodox book written against Pentecostalism. I mean, Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future has Father Seraphim Rose's extensive critique of the charismatic Pentecostal movement. But I mean,
what's that website?
Orthodox Info?
Yeah, Orthodox Info. Thank you. Might actually have, because there's like section of Protestant, like various different Protestant sects. People write articles. There might be something particular to that. You might check that out.
Yeah, there is an article here called "The Charismatic Movement and Orthodoxy." That might be a good article here, talking about how the idea of having direct experience of God is true, but it's not what the charismatics think. So there's this one. It's called "The Charismatic Movement and Orthodoxy," and this is kind of going to St. Simeon, the new theologian. And then there's an article here from Father Seraphim Rose's critiques. This is probably from Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future. So if you're looking for like that type of critique, I mean, yeah, there's plenty of articles that critique it, but is there a specific issue that you are having an issue with? Like, how are we supposed to worship, or what are tongues, or like what's the problem?
So for me, I just want to obviously worship the true God. I was a Jehovah's Witness, and then I left and joined Pentecostalism, and so like I'm trying to find my way while like the Holy Spirit guiding me. But it's really hard when there's just so much to learn. And hearing you discuss it, I don't see like I find it to be more in the truth than not, even if I may not know a lot, but it's sound arguments that I don't see to be actually are quite overwhelming. What was that website that you said, so I don't forget?
It's pulled up on the stream right now. It's Orthodox Info, Charismatic Revival as a Sign of the Times.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, because I'm on my phone, so I was watching a stream at home, but I had
Yeah,
also,
I always like Jay's argument that, and which is eventually what led me to orthodoxy. What is right worship?
Yeah,
and it's not laid out in the Bible how you're supposed to worship, but it's implied because Nadab and Abihu are actually killed for changing the worship service. So only you have to kind of go back to the history and the historical church, because you're not going to find that. But obviously, Scripture is saying it's essential, right? God killed people in the Old Testament for the sons of Aaron for
and kills people in the New Testament for worshiping improperly, when Paul says that you can die from improper Eucharist. Right. Yeah. So that principle continues from the Old to New Testament. He says some of you are sick and even dying because you're not reverencing the Eucharistic table. So, but But I mean, beyond that, like, you know, I did a video about how there's no new divine revelations, and if there's no new divine revelations, that undercuts the entire Azusa Street revival.
Right. Yeah. I've been binge watching quite a bit of your videos. I've been meaning to talk to you to getting you in your live. I just have one thing though that really doesn't work. Well, it's kind of hard for me to accept.
What?
And I kind of want your opinion, and I hope you can answer it. Because I haven't seen videos of you talking about it yet. I know there are, but I just want to ask you. So, obviously, coming from Pentecostal, looking into orthodoxy, I hear that the venerating of saints, having the icons, and I heard that like you guys take like a relic of an apostle's foot or something, and like you venerate it. Are these things actually true? Like these three things?
Absolutely. Do you not see relics all throughout the Old and New Testament?
Okay.
Always now.
Those in the Old Testament, or even in New, would it be someone's body part?
I mean, the bones of Elisha resurrected somebody. They took claws from Paul's body and healed people from. I mean, this is stuff that charismatics even refer to all the time. So you're not familiar with that?
You're right. No, you're right. Okay. All right.
Watch the documentary. Yeah, watch the documentary that we made called Christian Worship in the Old Testament. So that would answer a lot of those kinds of questions. But good questions, man. Appreciate that. Colton, what's up? See, we're not mean to everybody. Oh, he's so mean. Colton, what's up, man? You want to unmute? Colton, unmute. Yeah, I agree that the carrying of Joseph's bones, the staff in the Old Testament, Moses' staff, like those are all great examples of relics. The problem with the Moses bones thing is that they're just going to say, oh, they're just taking care to bury him, right? So I already know the Protestant copes for that, but I think it's really hard to to get away from, you know, the Ark of the Covenant, the imagery inside the temple. Colton, what's up, man? All right, you're not going to talk. We're going to move on. Jeff, what's up, guys? Let's not, let's not do basic questions in terms of like, if you're Orthodox, please don't call in about basic questions. What's up? I'm not talking about the charismatic guy. I'm talking about non-Orthodox people. Jeff, what's up?
Good. How's it going, man? So I come from like a martial arts background. You hear me?
Uh-huh. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. 1 second. So I have the YouTube playing in the background. Dude, I don't know what's going on.
Simulacra, what's up?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hi. So, I was just calling in to thank you. I just had my first Russian Orthodox church service the other day, and I'm going to be coming back, and I just called in to thank you.
Well, hey, that's great, Simulacra. Glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, them Russians don't play around in the liturgy, no. I think we may go to the Antiochian church tomorrow, not because I'm not going to the Russian church, just where I'm at, it's very difficult to get to. Russian church is like almost 3 hours away. And the Antiochian church is maybe an hour. We didn't go there for a long time because they didn't want us there. But Counterdocs, what's up, man? I'm talking about they didn't want us there during COVID, so it was not a great place locally for the coof times. But what's up, man? I'm mute. Counterdocs.
Hey, Jay, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I just want to add to how stupid this evangelical thing is.
Sure.
So I was an atheist over 20 years. And every time when my friends come to me or any of these evangelical people came to me, they were pretty much like, hey, trust the Bible because trust me, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, from like a hyper rationalist point of view, it's like, this is so stupid. There's no way you guys actually fall for this crap.
Yeah.
And a few years ago, it took me less than 3 months to fully accept orthodoxy. I just wanted to let you know that.
Well, and what were some of the other things that you saw in the evangelical world that were just kind of clownish and ridiculous that kind of made you move out of it?
Well, I mean, I never got into it. You know,
Oh, I
it
thought
just-
you were in that. I'm sorry.
It doesn't even make any sense. It's like, okay, well, you come to me, you're like, okay, well, here's the word of God, man, and I'm like, why? Why would I believe that? They're like, because. So that never answers the question. And back then, I ran one of the Turning Point chapters at my school, and that just, they were feeding you pretty much. I would say it's pretty much grooming you to be Zionists and evangelical Gnostics, and that just never fit right with me, And a lot of times you can see that they're also nominalists, especially like issues like homosexuality. They actually promote it in a way which I didn't understand why. If you were, quote, conservative and traditional, that doesn't make any sense. So like eventually I was like, well, I talked to these people at high school, and then not high school, in my college, and they're like, well, you're anti-gay, you're anti all this stuff, we understand, but why do we have to listen to you?
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I was like, wait a minute, they're right. I actually don't have a worldview where I can justify why what I believe is universal. So I pretty much just precept myself, and then the only worldview there is orthodoxy. So that took less than 3 weeks.
Well, that's good, man. I appreciate you calling into Sam Shamoon too. I saw that. I think that was you that called in and asked him, well, why should I accept Fatima proving, Catholicism, but I shouldn't accept Zaytun proving Coptic stuff? And then he makes up this thing that it proves all of them, which is preposterous. But Jeff, you want to try again?
What's up, man?
Hey.
I was going to say, so yeah, again, I come from like a martial arts background in jiu-jitsu.
Mm-hmm.
And so looking into orthodoxy, I realized once I started listening to you, same with like counterdox, it probably took me like a week or two, and I realized this is a battle of worldviews.
Yeah.
Just like in jiu-jitsu, if you have a bad technique, you kind of just let it go.
Yeah.
And get the one that works. But what's going on right now reminds me of like the 80s and 90s when like the UFC, jiu-jitsu, like Muay Thai was coming up. A lot of the kung fu guys that were doing all this like Tai Chi stuff didn't want to fight and actually put up their technique versus these other martial arts because it was bad for their money. Everybody was paying to go to a kung fu studio and paying all this money, and they didn't want to be exposed. So it's just what it reminds me of,
Yeah.
Orthodoxy isn't flashy in the same sense of like, Ruslan type people, and it's yeah, so it's just, but now look at UFC, jiu-jitsu's everywhere, so it's really a matter of time.
Exactly. And it's happening even faster, I think, than I would have expected, because you look at this chart and the graph shows like interest just from 24 to now is 50 times what it was in 2024, 2023. But we could also, that's just looking at my outlet. Let's check out Orthodox Christianity. We'll try Eastern Orthodoxy first. Wow. Look at that graph in 5 years. From 2022 to 2026, you have 4, 5, right around in 2022. And now it's at 100. Let's check it on YouTube. Heavily there in 2023, and then almost right back up to it in 2026. And you can see the rise. Let's check the full 2008 to present. Look at that. It looks like the Bitcoin chart, dude. Orthodoxy is trending like Bitcoin, dude. It is. That's crazy. Look at the correlation causation argument that Bitcoin is intimately tied to the rise of Orthodoxy. It literally looks like the Bitcoin chart, though. All right, let's try a different search prompt. Let's try Orthodox Christianity. Wow. From 2008 to here, look at that. Massive explosion from 2008 to here in terms of YouTube interest. Let's try web search. Yeah, very similar. I mean, we're talking like 5 to 10 times the interest that it was just even a few years ago. That's crazy. And then let's say let's try orthodoxy, which technically, yeah, that could include like Judaism, but most people, when they refer to orthodoxy, they mean us. So that's quite a curve as well for the last 5 years on Google, and then even more so on YouTube in the last 5 years. So that's the trend right there. Steven, what's up? Steven, what's up? Steven, unmute.
Oh, yes. Apologies. Sorry about that. Yeah, I got a question about Revelation. I think it's 17, 1 through 9. I don't have it in front of me, but basically, my cousin, he was telling me that verse, those verses that describes the Catholic Church, and basically that the city on 7 hills, that's where the Vatican is at, and that basically Catholic Church is like the mark of the beast.
No. All right. So that's a typical kind of evangelical Seventh-day Adventist type approach. John was writing about Rome in his day, and he's talking about the city of Rome that is Nero's pagan Rome, and that Rome that's aligned with the apostate priesthood in Jerusalem, because Rome and the beast, the woman is the whore, and that's Jerusalem. It's even identified in the book of Revelation more than once as the city where Jesus was killed. The high priest is the one that's has the cup of abominations and all that. That's the woman riding the beast. That's Nero. That's Rome. That's the flesh Israel collaborating with the Jews. I mean, with the Romans to have Jesus put to death. He says that in the book of Revelation, actually, chapter 14 says that. So that's Babylon the Great. The harlot is the spiritual city of Satan. That is the kingdom of Satan. And as contrasted with the city of God, the new Jerusalem that comes down from heaven. Center Merte, what's up? But it's not the church in Rome, because for the first 1,000 years, the Church of Rome was Orthodox Catholic. What's up?
Hey, Jay, what's up?
Hey.
Yeah, a little bit of background on me. Watched the movie about Jesus once, and I just want you to know that he totally would not be on board with how you're acting to people, how mean you are being, dude. So, what do you have to say for yourself?
Well, I can't compete with, and there's no refutation for a movie that you saw one time, so I concede. Kavi, what's up? That's pretty much the evangelical line of argument too. Like, I watched the Chosen with the created by all the Mormons, and like Jesus and that was like super chill, dude. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me, Jay?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. Just to add on to what the other Orthodox dude was saying, I spoke to Shem probably like a year or two ago.
Shamoon?
When I wasn't too found, like I didn't have much knowledge on the fathers, and I asked him about in heaven.
Shamoon, or who? You talking about Sam Shamoon?
Yeah, Sam
Okay.
Shamoon.
Okay.
And I was asking him about in heaven if we're going to see the Father, like the way we see the Son. And then he told me, yeah, and he gave me Daniel 7. So I asked him, I said, but I gave him the verse that says, no one has seen the Father, and the Father can only be seen through the Son. Mm-hmm. And then he's talking about, that's only on earth. And I'm like, what?
Well, the image is in heaven, so what's he talking about?
Yeah, and then he gave me the verse that the angels see my Father's face when Christ says that. So I said, is that not just the angels seeing the Father's face, which is obviously through Christ.
Yes, Jesus himself says, "If you've seen me, you've seen the Father." He is the face of the Father.
Yeah, and he just totally disagreed, and I'm like, doesn't his position kind of go against?
Dude, well, you're talking to somebody who doesn't even know or care what the doctrine of the energies is. When I told him about the energies, he screamed and laughed at me on the phone. So he said, "Go get more of your energies, boy. Queer bait, go get your energies." Like it's in the New Testament. Did I make up the energies? So Sam Shamoon is an unstable person that you should not interact with. Toby, what's up? Toby, what's up?
Hello?
Hey.
Hi, is it all good if I ask 2 questions or just one?
Go ahead.
So my first question is, how do you go from, so when you're talking to a skeptic, how do you go from using tag and let's just say they concede and admit that there needs to be grounding for the transcendental categories? How do you go from that broad grounding to the specific Christian God and even further the God of orthodoxy?
It's a very long, involved question, and I've made several videos on that. So check out those videos from Tag to Trinity.
Okay, so can I ask my second question then?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you've answered this, but I've seen like these common Mormon points saying that when Scripture says in Revelation, if anyone takes away or adds to this to Scripture, then they'll be punished. But Mormons always say it's just referring to the Book of Revelation. Is there any like other verses that you'd go to?
Yeah, I have a video. Yeah, I have a whole video on that and Mormonism and Charismaticism and SDA, Seventh-day Adventists, because they're all cults based on the idea of new revelations. And we cover, I would say there's about 10 texts that ultimately speak to the cessation of public divine revelation. Not saying there can't be miracles or clairvoyance, but none of those are equivalent to or equated to public divine revelation, or else we would start putting them into the Bible, right? There is a canon for a reason. Now, we're not sola scriptura, but there is a primacy that's usually given in the councils and the church fathers to Scripture, and then tradition plays a synthesizing role with that. But even within Scripture, there's a hierarchy of importance and reverence that's given to the Gospels, for example, above the others. But this one argument of God, puts an end to Islam, Mormonism, Charismaticism, Seventh-day Adventism, and all cults. And the argument is that there are no new prophets because there's no new public divine revelation. So the office of a prophet ceased technically in the sense of the Old Testament prophets with John the Baptist, right? Jesus says that John the Baptist is the last of the prophets, Luke 16:16. And then that's why the Mormons changed that verse in Joseph Smith's translation to give the idea that there's ongoing divine public prophetic revelation. And the Mormons actually believe that about their apostles, right? They believe that their presidents of the Mormon church, their apostles, actually get direct divine revelation. That's very convenient because it allows them to revise previously contradictory dogmas, right? Like their view of black people. Oh, well, we got a revelation and we don't believe that anymore. That's literally what they do. You can't make this up. Like they actually say, those troublesome doctrines from 100 years ago, God just told us, by the way, we don't do that anymore. And the Mormons are so dumb to actually believe that that's ongoing revelation, that they're prophets, right? And that's why every time a debate comes up, for example, Alex Soren was talking to a guy the other day. Cleve may have been there, I don't remember, but they were talking to a Mormon. They were like, what are the means by which we identify a true and false prophet? And none of them could actually give I've never heard them give a coherent answer, because it always just ends up being, well, whoever speaks in line with the Book of Mormon. Well, but how do we have a criteria then for Joseph Smith to know that he was a prophet? Because he's the one giving the Book of Mormon, so we need something other than the Book of Mormon because that's his supposed prophetic revelation. And they'll always it's the exact same move in this debate that the Muslims do. Well, it's whatever is in line with a true prophet, which is in the Book of Mormon. Okay, well, how do we know what a true prophet is? Well, it's whatever Muhammad, Joseph Smith say. Okay, so there is no criteria for identifying a true and false, because I can say, yeah, and I'm God's new prophet. Yeah, I know, you guys like Joe and Mo, but I got the new one. So there's never a closed public divine revelation, but the church already condemned this stupid heresy in the 2nd century when it condemned Montanism. The Montanists are condemned not just because they had a stupid, weird theology, but because they also taught ongoing public divine revelation. And after after the death of the last apostle, there are no new apostles. There are successors to the apostles, but the successors to the apostles teach what Jude 3 says was the faith once for all delivered. You can't have a once for all delivered faith if there's constant ongoing new prophetic revelations. And by the way, the papacy essentially does the exact same thing. And we saw this again. Thank God for Pope Leo, because he's going to turn out to be as good an apologist for the Orthodox Church as Francis was. Because once again, now that the U.S., was it the Justice Department or whatever, has reinstated firing squads for means of capital punishment, which, by the way, I don't have any problem with that. Because I believe in the death penalty, and the church has almost always believed in the death penalty, right? For millennia, like universally, right? You can find a few church fathers that might have doubted it, or monastics that denounced it, but the majority tradition across the board is in favor of the death penalty. And here's Leo counter-signaling the Pope of America, Donald Trump, on this issue. And I want to show you what the Catechism of Trent says.
The church teaches that the death penalty is inadmissible because it is an attack on the inviolability and dignity of the person. The right to life is the very foundation of every other human right. For this reason, only when a society safeguards the sanctity of human life will it flourish and prosper. The Church teaches that the death penalty is inadmissible because it is an attack on the inviolability and dignity of the person. The right.
No, the Roman Catholic Church never taught this until the last few decades post-Vatican II. And I have the Catechism of Trent. I used to use the Catechism of Trent avidly when I was a trad cat. Here you can see my Catechism of Trent. This is the Roman Catechism that was the universal Catholic catechism for centuries after the Council of Trent. It was promoted under Pius V, one of their sainted popes. He's the Saint Pope of Trent. We don't think he's a saint, but you know what I'm saying, that their Saint Pope. And it states on the execution of criminals, and I'm just showing you that I have the book, so it's not inaccurate. This is under the 6th commandment. It says, another kind of lawful slaying belongs to the civil authority, to whom it is entrusted the power of death, life and death, legal and judicious exercise, which they punish the guilty and protect the innocent. The just use of this power, far from involving the crime of murder, is an act of paramount obedience to the 10 Commandments. So this is why in Roman Catholic traditional moral theology, they believed that this was a principle of what they call natural justice. The 10 Commandments is an evidence, or is a codification of their conception of natural law, natural moral law. In Aquinas' codification and system, the moral law is a reflection of God's eternal law, which is his own nature, in their view. The end of the commandment is the preservation of the security of human life. These punishments are inflicted by the civil authority, and they are a legitimate avenger of crime, citing Romans 13. So here you can see the classic traditional Roman Catholic position. And not just then, you can go back into the Middle Ages. I mean, they're called for crusades, dude. What are you talking about? This is so retarded. To me, it blows my mind that Roman Catholics can identify this. And I was responding to Jack Posobiec because he's trying to defend it today. He's even citing other popes, like all the way up to Pius XII. So all the way up to the last, quote, trad pope, they were saying, here's Pius XII saying that the death penalty is absolutely legitimate. And so that's a night and day contradiction on a basic moral teaching. Now, they keep trying to frame this. Get this, right? The defenders of papism, which they have a million different copes and mental gymnastics, as you guys know, But the mental gymnastics that they try here, I was going to try to see if I could find my quote. There was a separate place where I responded to Posobiec about immigration, because they're trying to class this as, oh, these are political positions. No, Vatican I says that the papacy is infallible on any teaching universally relating to faith and morals. Now, who believes that the death penalty is not an aspect of morals? This is so preposterous. Here, let me go to my replies, and then I can find what I said in response to Posobiec on this. Oh, here it is. Okay. So I said, and this is where Posobiec is covering, I think he's talking about immigration here. Let's see what he's talking about here.
La pace sia con tutti voi.
Has been canceled. Lori Lightfoot lost because void.
His social media, where he was actually an active Twitter user. Robert Prevost, a cardinal born in Chicago, believe it or not, born in
in the chat again that you need to.
Yeah. So basically, all I'm saying is that this is Posobiec's attempt to explain that the Pope is not infallible in political matters, when the idea of infallibility covers, according to Vatican I, faith and morals. And who actually believes that there's any political matter that doesn't touch on morals is preposterous. In fact, they even touch on typically theology. Now, remember, this is going to be hopefully a future debate with Trent Horn. We will be, hopefully, it looks like perhaps debating whether the Roman Catholic Church has contradicted its own teaching about the relationship of church and state. Now, the papacy prior to the modern period absolutely had countless official statements on the necessity of the state having a duty to God and to the church, and that eventually you ought to have a Christian state. They were integralist. This is obviously the medieval position. Everybody should know this. It's not even that hard to figure out. They called crusades. So I said to Posobiec, there is ambiguity in saying this just political matters, because the Pope is supposedly infallible in faith and morals, according to Vatican I, and immigration and the death penalty are obviously moral matters. And the papacy contradicts since Vatican II on these issues. Furthermore, Gaudium et Spes is Vatican II's socialist political teaching, and it is magisterial, and it says that there should be open chain migration. It's in Gaudium et Spes. So they keep coming up with these mental gymnastics, and he's speaking to normie world out here in his normie audience, as if this will just sort of click in their minds with all the boomers or whoever that watch this stuff, when they're not realizing that, no, Vatican I is very clear that the papacy cannot err in anything in faith and morals. So he's not just giving his private opinion. He's saying the death penalty is against the gospel. That's exactly what John Paul II said. It's in their own new catechism, right? The new catechism of the Catholic Church says that they keep revising it. Let's see. John Paul II said in his encyclical Evangelium Vitae that there's basically no need or use for the death penalty anymore. The death penalty is inadmissible because it is an attack on the inviolability of the human person. No, it's not. So, in other words, your own church was wrong for 1,000 years and didn't know how to conduct the death penalty and that they shouldn't do it. This is, you know how silly this is? I mean, it's not even, it's not like some crazy deep theological issue that they might mess up on, like energetic procession or the filioque. This is basic morals. They don't even know if you should have borders. Well, if Leo said that a country can't have borders. Yeah, and then he contradicts himself and says to have open borders. So you're not going to get coherent theology from these people. These people are just mouthpieces for whoever pays them. Again, here's the Catechism of Trent, 1560. By the way, I've shown many times Pius V, the Pope of Trent, and then I think the Pope right after Trent, they issued a document saying that clerics who are skittles are liable to be handed over to the state to be put to death. Imagine the big gay church at one point said, if you're gay clergy, you could be put to death. Now, who can tell me that's not a contradiction? And they had this view for centuries. Well, the Pope's not infallible. Yes, he is infallible in faith and morals. That's the teaching of Vatican I. Heman, what's up? Heman, what's up?
Hey, Jay, can I ask 2 questions?
Just ask the question.
Okay. You know that Orthodox Muslim guy?
I know of him.
Yeah, would you debate him?
The modern day debate guy and the Sean Kelly guy are already trying to get him to do a debate. So possibly.
No, just because on TikTok he's like the real, like, he's like the last kind of Muslim guy that they're trying to push. Like, they're putting all their eggs in his basket.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, people have suggested it might come about. We'll see.
Yeah, and my second question is, like, the actual important question is when is the Pastor Randy Balls and Rhythm Church collaboration sermon?
Well, Pastor Randy Balls, I hear through the grapevine, when he gets out of jail, he's in Costa Rica in a jail for prostitution, soliciting prostitutes. He claims he was evangelizing them. We'll have to see, but the word is that he and Ruslan are working on a rap summit that will issue ecumenical condemnations against myself, FDA, and the Ortho Bros. Yeah, I heard that Orthodox Muslim did get cooked by. I've heard he loses every debate, actually. So, people are saying to watch GodLogic debating Hijab, but if I play a clip, Hijab will have an excuse to copyright my stream. So, if GodLogic gets the debate back on his channel, then yeah, I'll play a clip. But I'm not going to risk my channel over that goober, because there's no that dude has no scruples. David, what's up? Go ahead, man.
Hey, Jay, what's up?
Go ahead. What's up?
Hey, I just had a question. It's related to Protestantism.
Okay.
So I have believed in libertarian free will for a long time, but I just heard some interesting objections about it. I just wanted to see what you thought. Have you heard of Frankfurt cases, the thought experiments in regard to
I
free will
haven't.
discussion?
I haven't.
Okay, so basically the thought experiment is, let's say you win in its 2024 election, and you're going to choose between Biden and Trump. And little did you know, you're kidnapped the night before. This is just kind of the way the experiments go to illustrate the point. And there was a chip put in your brain that if you went to press the Donald Trump button, it would activate before you chose that, and you'd go and press the Joe Biden button. So, but before the chip activates, you just choose to, of your own will, to hit the Joe Biden button. Anyway, you vote for Joe Biden. Was that a free choice, is the question there?
FDA?
Even if you couldn't do otherwise. You couldn't do otherwise because the chip would activate.
I don't know.
But
FDA, are you there?
Is it a free... So you're just a mechanism that blocks your free choice?
Well, the question is it a free choice, I guess, is the question. Because you still chose, the chip didn't activate.
Yeah, of course it's a free choice. Think about all the things that you freely choose but you can't actualize it because something stops you or something like that. So free choice isn't defined in terms of, can I carry it out? Why? Because choice precedes the action of carrying it out. So simply because you create a scenario which the action is blocked, it has nothing to do with the will or choice.
But you couldn't have done otherwise in that moment.
The action. What I'm saying is your choice precedes action. So when you say you can't do otherwise, I'm saying you're mixing categories. Choice is not defined in terms of the action, whether you can do it or otherwise or not, but in terms, can you choose it? It's like you choose it, but I can't carry out the action. So will has to precede the actual doing. So yes, it's still free will. It's just
all right, I appreciate the question, David. Christopher, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, Jay?
Yo.
Hey, so this is on Protestantism, and I listened to a video of yours. I don't know if it was like a clip or something. Hold on, baby. Hold on, come here. And the clip is about Protestantism in the CIA. Are you familiar with someone called Amy Semple McPherson?
Yeah, we've covered her on several podcasts.
So I actually just heard something about how she went missing for 5 days or something like that, supposedly. And she came back. She went missing and was reportedly in Mexico, was kidnapped. That's theory. Mm-hmm. But there's also a theory that was all just a cover up for her, running away with a lover or something of hers.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's interesting because when you look into, and I was doing all of this deep dive when I was leaving the charismatic church to join the Orthodox church. Uh-huh. And supposedly she was a huge World War II proponent of she would donate her church and use her congregation to do things and
oh, interesting,
support the World War II efforts. So
yeah,
I don't know if you had heard anything about that, if there was any CIA.
I hadn't, but I wouldn't be surprised because we oftentimes find that when people get really prominent or they gain a large audience, all types of interests, special interests, come in and want to use these people for mouthpieces. And at that time, so many movies were being churned out to support the war effort. Jamie and I in the last few years have gone back as an example and watched a bunch of 1930s and 40s movies, and a lot of those noir films, all those Lauren Bacall, Humphrey Bogart, Joan Crawford movies. A lot of those films were actually written by British intelligence to get Americans to support the war effort. In fact, I even covered the woman who wrote a lot of those screenplays. It's in my third book. And I just got that from like public British intelligence history books. So it's not conspiracy books. So I would not be surprised if there wasn't, some type of connection, or that if she wasn't approached at that point. But interesting, yeah. Here's a thing talking about her famous disappearance, which this I don't think I knew about. So let's take a look at that and skip to the part where she supposedly, and again, this could just be some kind of scandal. You know what I mean? Like she's cheating, and then so she just comes up with an excuse that she was kidnapped or something. These people are like mega grifters, dude.
To do in her life, but was not able. Through her relationship with her mother, Danny, I think you can see how Minnie did not feel any
affection. She was kind of cold towards her husband. She would go out and do her thing. All right, so now let's talk about the most popular incident in the life of Aimee Semple McPherson, her kidnapping.
Yes. In 1926, Amy is exhausted. She goes to the Holy Land for a vacation and a tour.
Oh, interesting. Or did she go there to get told by handlers what to say to promote the war effort?
And she comes back very refreshed. In May of that same year, they're going to show a slideshow at the church one night. I think it was a Tuesday evening, and everyone gathers to see a slideshow about her Holy Land trip. They show the slideshow.
Dude, look at this boomer setup here. And he's even got up on the shelf, it says happy wife, happy life. Oh, this is such a sad boomer evangelical setup here.
And at the end of that, Minnie comes out and announces that Sister Amy is missing and presumed drowned. That day, she and her assistant had gone to the beach in Ocean Park.
Well, why would you presume drowned? I mean, so she went missing. Well, she's presumed drowned. Well, I mean, do most people that go to the beach, this is just weird presumptions, but maybe if you're at the beach, that's the most logical conclusion. I don't know.
She had gone in the water, and her assistant looked and could not find her. The next morning, 5,000 people gathered at the beach along with divers and boats to look for the body of Amy. And of course, no one could find it.
All right, skipping ahead.
A tryst with a man.
I can only do this serious boomer pod for so long.
There was no evidence on either side. There were stories that people had seen her and Ormiston in Carmel, California, but none of them could be verified. So there was this huge question mark.
They're either in Texas or Tennessee, because he's got a freaking, looks like a UT hat, or is that a Hook'em Horns hat? I can't tell.
And let's talk a little bit about Ormiston, because we do know that before the kidnapping, her and Ormiston had a real kind of a little bit too
very close
relationship, and they were overheard.
Yeah.
I don't care who this crazy woman's sleeping with. Let's get to this. Is funny. I didn't know that she had Broadway ambitions, so she just turned her church into Broadway. This is crazy.
Now,
she decides to go to Broadway.
I have come to Broadway, the Mecca of sin, the citadel of worldliness. Oh, I feel in answering this invitation as though I should like to stand in the midst of the Broadways of America and lift up my hands and cry, stop! You're drifting away from the faith of your fathers.
So notice the origins of evangelical charismatic churchianity are literally people who want to be performance artists. They want to be entertainers. Why are you surprised that it's business church? Of course, this is going to attract failed ass rappers like Ruslan, right? It's business church, dude.
You're drifting away from prayer, drifting away from the Bible reading, drifting away from the family altar, and only ruin and a heartbreak and a home break lay in the direction of backsliding. I am coming out to help bring you back, if I can, to the fold. Give me a burden for souls, Lord. Give me a...
Her church, again, is floundering financially, and she has preached against Broadway.
All right, so she just wanted to be a celebrity. Romanity, what's up? But she could have been, she could have been asked to be a part of a, war effort. Absolutely. I have no idea. That's not even conspiratorial. Like, they were asking everybody, all the A-list actors, actresses, they were entertainers, singers. They were recruiting everybody to be part of getting America behind the war effort. Romanity, what's up, man? By the way, she's also mega influence on female pastors, right? She's like one of the first famous superstar TV preachers and mega pastors. Okay, Romanity, I can't hear you. You can't connect. Cole, what's up, Cole? Cole Hearted, what's up? Cole Hearted. Snake.
Hey, Jay. Thanks for having me. Because of time, let me ask. So, with all this business church stuff going on, I'm just wondering. I'm recently or newly illumined. How does the church protect itself against like being like a business?
I mean, that's always a temptation. There's never going to be a perfect church. We're not Donatists, so we don't think there's going to be some perfect church where there's not, I mean, bishops, priests, they get in trouble for laundering money, stealing money in the Orthodox Church. There's countless cases you could look up where this has happened. So there's no church that's immune to this. But I mean, hopefully in the Orthodox world there's a little more accountability. Father Deacon, are there measures or canonical attempts at attempting to protect priests and bishops? I mean, I don't know how monasteries or bishops run the money. I have no idea. It's not an area I'm familiar with.
Protecting from outside influences getting into the parish's finances or episcopacy and stuff like that.
I think in general, but it could include Orthodoxy is susceptible to NGO think tank money. I mean, look at Fordham and Ariana. We talked about Ariana Huffington's foundation trying to get Orthodoxy to go Skittles.
Yeah, I mean, there's not any perfect kind of solution. I mean, the best thing is the financial stuff usually has to be published. For example, in parish councils.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
You have to the annual parish council meeting. You have the accountant put.
So there are some measures for accountability.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not uncommon that you hear there's some scandal with something comes out and you find out like they were embezzling money, or there was just something in Chicago. I think with some parish or something like that. So the stuff usually comes out actually, but we're not immune from. The best thing you can do is something like that. Be transparent, and in the parish councils and also the annual dice and stuff. All that stuff has to be listed. So you'll have an accountant, and it's really boring in parish councils. But they'll go through, it's like this much came in, this much was used for the new kitchen. This is going to, we vote to raise the priest's salary 3%, like all this kind of stuff. And they get audited too, oftentimes. So you want that stuff.
Yep.
But usually there's a whistleblower or something, or there's an audit, it's happened before that bishops, I mean, you had that whole kind of scandal, right? With GoArk, right? In New York or something, maybe about 8 years ago.
Yeah. Beloved Sojourner says for $5, thanks for all that you do. You big pimpin'. Is there an ETA on the Freemasonry debate upload? No, I don't know. Again, I told you guys that DJ said it would be by the end of the week or by the end of the month. Same with the Kiriakou interview. But it will be fun. And as soon as it comes out, I promise you guys I'll do it. So I hope that Ruslan nuts up and will actually debate. He did say he was BLM, and if you identify as black, your voice must be heard. Oh, I didn't even try that angle. Yeah, what if press Ruslan on identifying as black, and then he got to hear my voice. Excuse me, when a BIPOC person speaks, you learn to sit in silence. Tingu says, do we have anti-CCP? Is that, oh, he's talking about that ban from a couple days ago. The anti-CCP skillet. Yeah, Miles Guo, that Chinese propaganda guy. Flavia says $50. This is for the discernment. These are some of the ones I missed from the last time. I apologize if I missed you guys' super chats. I'm trying to catch up because I had to go do another podcast, and so some of the last few super chats I didn't get to. Tingu says, or Dayjire says, Jay's song is a top hit at Rhythm Church. Exactly. David says for $2, I got baptized into the Antiochian Cathedral. I converted from Protestantism 2 weeks ago before Pascha. People like you led me here. Thank you. That's many years to you, David. Leave it to Ethan. Ruslan's hero is Toby Mac. Yeah, he's definitely another version. He's like a rebranded Toby Mac. Ethel says for $5, if you want to do a video on the charismatic movement, it's going to be the tool for creating one world religion. Look at the Tudor Alexander documentary. That's right. Yeah, we looked that up the other day. I did look at that, but it's like a 9-hour documentary, so that's a little much. Thoughtful, $10. Check Twitter Space comments. This was 2 days ago, so that won't matter now. Will you cover more literature? Whip says. Cormac McCarthy, for example, it would be cool to hear you discuss it. I mean, I could talk about the ones that I've read. Like I've read Blood Meridian. I could do that with Tristan, but I'm not super well read on anything else. Tristan and John Adams have read a lot of, and BLA, they've all read a whole bunch of Cormac McCarthy, but I wrote a grad paper on Blood Meridian, so that's really the only one I could speak to. But that would be fun. The only problem is that like the lit streams take a long time and they're fun, but nobody will watch them because nobody reads books. So you guys are all addicted to TikTok brain, and then you don't read books, and then you don't want to watch my lit live stream. So what's up, Cleve? Shout out to Cleve to Antiquity. What's up, dog?
Hey, I was going to chime in on that safeguards against business church stuff going on in the Orthodox Church.
Mm-hmm.
So Canon 6 of the 85 Apostolic Canon says, let not a bishop, presbyter, or deacon undertake worldly business, otherwise let them be deposed. So we do have canons against
Good point.
Bishops, priests, deacons being like, their own like worldly businesses not related to, religion or the faith.
No, I'm glad you mentioned that, Cleve.
Like, having something on the side that's related to the faith, fine, but I don't know, they want to be like a real estate mogul or something.
Yeah, no, this is a great point because we have other canons in Chalcedon that forbid, for example, clerics from being in offices of civil state. So you can't be a judge and be Orthodox priest, or you can't be a Roman soldier and be an Orthodox priest at the same time. And the reason is that there are certain positions that just do not fit with and are not appropriate to the demands and the necessities and the spiritual requirements for clerical life. And this, by the way, is one of the classic proofs that the Roman Catholic Church began to deviate precisely when the papal states began to go to war, to have standing armies, and when the papacy explicitly, from Dictatus Papae onward, took on a specific civil state role. So the canon that Cleve mentioned, that would invalidate the Vatican Bank. That would invalidate all these giant, geopolitical world power moves that the papacy has been involved in for so long. And it's a easy, nobody ever talks about this angle. I don't understand. Nobody goes at them on the church state relationship. And I don't understand why that's not highlighted more, because it's such a strong line of argumentation to show not just deviation from the first 1,000 years, but the Vatican II has deviated and contradicted their last 1,000 years.
Yeah, I think it's because they all know this, and they probably agree that the geopolitical situation of the Vatican is just insane. So they don't want to debate it. They're just kind of like, we have to deal with it. I'd rather not talk about it.
Well, they're doing what you see Jack Posobiec doing here, and what Trent tried to do when we were negotiating the terms of we're trying to negotiate two debates. I won't say what they are, but the second one, obviously, I was arguing about, and we don't know if it's going to come to happen, but we're talking about the possibility of 2 debates. But he said, well, I'm not going to debate Vatican politics because it has nothing to do with dogma. Oh, yes, it does, because you have dogmas about the Vatican's role politically. So That's the very thing in question. So do you set to say that you're not going to debate it because there is no dogma on it is not true? That's the thing in question.
Right, exactly. Did you see that that Brian Davila video? I made a post about it recently, but I thought that was wild. He put out a video. He said he didn't know the difference between a Coptic priest and an Orthodox priest, and he got a bunch of backlash because he put out a video saying interview with an Orthodox priest or something. Then he goes ahead and he posts a video, I think it was like yesterday or the day before, and he says, Catholic priest talking with Orthodox priest with the same priest. So he's basically just being a grifter. He just exposed himself.
Yeah, well, Ubi said that when that guy came to church, he visited Ubi's church, and he said that guy was basically got a book and then on a podcast gave the book away like a few days later. So he didn't even read the book that Ubi gave him. So no, I don't take that dude very seriously. And he was trying to talk me into flying out there to do a 5-on-5. I'm like, I'm not going to LA to do a 5-on-5. I mean, I think that style of debate is retarded. So they just want to do like their own version of Jubilee, and Jubilee is dumb too because it's like you can't actually have a debate in 3 minutes. It's stupid.
I still can't figure out. It's an absolute shame. I've tried to reach out to clergy and warn them not to, but Orthodox clergy is still going on Roots of Orthodoxy.
Well, again, so Brian Davila is in the circles and friends with Roots, and I didn't know that until after I'd already agreed to go on the guy's podcast because the Sean Kelly guy, I was supposed to debate Captain Crackrock on Sean Kelly's podcast, and Captain Crackrock couldn't do it. So Sean Kelly was like, hey, will you go on my buddy Brian's podcast? He wants to ask you about Orthodoxy. I was like, yeah, sure. Well, Ubi tells me later on, oh, that guy's actually BFF with Roots of Orthodoxy and all that. So if I'd known all that ahead of time, and if I had not prior agreed to it, I probably wouldn't have done it.
Mm-hmm. Well, you saw that Bryce Crawford appearance with the Father Lazarus Coptic priest. That was set up by Roots too. So he's going around and he's telling these people. It seems like
they've been doing this for 2 years. They've been doing this for 2 years.
What's really crazy is that we've found. I'm going to publish some stuff about this, but the Southern Poverty Law Center is actually funding Roots.
He's joking. If you like, they're gonna clip that and say that that's slander. I'm being serious. Like, you have to specify that you're joking.
Keep these Southern Poverty Law Center jokes going, but like people are so autistic, they really be like, "Oh my gosh, really?" Yep.
Well, speaking of the grip,
autistic people can't pick up on satire.
Right. Yeah. Speaking of the grift, I missed this this zinger from Leo from a few months ago. Leo says hundreds of millions of people in the world are immersed in extreme poverty. There's disproportionate wealth in the hands of a few. This is unjust. The fact in the face of which we cannot fail to question ourselves and commit to change. There is no lack of resources at the root of these disparities, but the need to address solvable problems related to a more equitable distribution of the wealth to be achieved with moral sense and honesty. Now, you could say, yeah, Jesus tells us to give alms and warns against the love of money and all that. However, when the Vatican expresses its desire for the redistribution of wealth, that's socialism that was already for decades condemned prior to Vatican II. And Leo is just saying, as I've been telling you guys, this is not Leo's personal opinion. He's expressing what Gaudium et Spes, which is part of the Vatican II teaching, what it says about the redistribution of wealth, about socialism, about United Nations, UNESCO-style governance, world governance. They even say, and this goes back to John the 23rd's encyclical, the famous one called Pacem in Terris, which was so bad that it even scared the CIA at the time. They thought that they called him the Pink Pope, because Pacem in Terris was expressing that there needs to be centralized world governance models that are in charge of redistributing the wealth, the straight up socialism. Now, I'm not pro-monopoly capitalism. You guys know that. So I'm not arguing some basic bitch libertarian response. I'm arguing that neither of these positions, those are all predicated on materialism and Enlightenment values. So I'm critiquing it from a classical Orthodox Christian biblical perspective to say, no, it's not the job of international institutions to redistribute wealth. And it's crazy that the papacy is basically a mouthpiece of Fabian socialism. But here you have it once again. This was a zinger I missed from Leo. Cleve, you sounded suspicious. I feel like I have to justify and explain why I would go on Brian. I had no idea who Brian Davila was. Okay, so when Ubi told me, I had already promised.
on his show.
I had already. Well, he hasn't released it yet, and in fact, he might not even do it, right? Because if he asked me on the podcast, he goes, "How come you don't like Roots of Orthodoxy?" And I'm like, I think. I said, I think those. Yeah, I said.
Idea that you went on the show. I just saw that today. Somebody had sent it to me on Instagram DMs that he was like, "Oh, he did it again. Look at him. He put the same Coptic priest that he was crashing out. People were upset at him for calling him Orthodox and making the title Orthodox. And then he just did it again. I had no idea that you were going.
Well, there was a bunch of red flags that popped up even when I was on the podcast. Like, for example, he said at the beginning, I've gone to the liturgy every day this month. And Ubi's like, we don't have liturgy every day. So I don't know what he's talking about. So that was a red flag, which was like, I mean, is there perhaps a church in Vegas has a liturgy every day? I mean, I don't think so. Yeah. And
I think a lot of there's like a new genre of terminal fence sitters that are doing this whole like, oh, should I become Catholic? Should I become Orthodox? And they're just grifting money from people doing these kind of like mega ecumenist podcast interviews and things like this.
Right.
And they all seem to have links to the same people.
Yes.
Like they're all linked up
with Roots.
With Roots of Orthodoxy.
Yep.
And he's hosting debates with like Voice of Reason and this kind of stuff, but they're all a part of the same clique. So,
yep.
I think a good rule of thumb is any major podcast that has like Father Lazarus on it, it's probably set up by Roots because he seems to be acting as his agent.
Interesting. Yeah, exactly. That's what's going on. And also, so Brian Davila comes out of the real estate bro sphere. So he's a huge student of, Alex Hormozy is that big real estate podcaster guy. So basically, Hormozy is like the biggest like real estate podcaster dude who's like, multimillionaire guy. And he just gives a lot of like advice on, finance and stuff like that. And Alex was from that sphere and became I think he was an atheist for a long time. And then he became but he was in the real estate sphere. This is the Hormozy dude.
And then he became a devotee of Tai Lopez.
Well, he became a evangelical charismatic. So
he literally just became Tai Lopez.
Well, a lot of the podcast was him asking me, why does Orthodoxy reject charismatic miracles, divine revelation, and along we had about, I would say 30 minutes of the hour was about delusion and prelust. And he was like, I don't understand this prelust thing. Like, what do you mean? And explain that. And I'm not, he says, I had a charismatic, miraculous experience where I levitated. Are you telling me that didn't happen? And so like, we talked about that for like 30 minutes. So anyway, so he comes from the sphere of this guy, as a student of this guy. And then now these guys see the trend. This is my opinion. They see the trend of the rise of Orthodoxy, which I showed you in the Google Trends here. And let me go back to Orthodox Christianity as a term. They see this, right? They see this on YouTube. They see this on web search the last 5 years. And so they're looking at this from a marketing perspective, and they're saying, like Cleve said, well, all we got to do is be this like fake neutral, like, oh, we want to hear all the sides, and we want the Protestant bros and the Ortho bro and the this and the that. And the same thing that Ruslan's doing with his Bless God Summit, right? Have Gavin Ortland, have Trent Horn, have all the Protestants and the Roman Catholics and even the atheists. By the way, there was an atheist dude that made a video who went to Ruslan's thing and he talked about how corny it was. I was about to play that guy's video, but I don't want to over Ruslanize. I mean, I'm not going to talk about this guy every day, but yeah, you get the point, right?
Yeah, that's a good point that you bring up too. I think the reason that they're titling these videos Orthodox priest is because nobody's searching Coptic priest.
Right.
No one's searching, Monophysite priest. These are not search terms anybody's looking for. Everybody's looking at Orthodoxy. Even over, say, like Roman Catholicism. I was looking at a Google Trends thing. If you type in like Roman Catholicism and Orthodoxy, the searches for Orthodox are way higher, even from like an SEO perspective. Mm-hmm. So these guys are using the title, knowing that they're going to have people crash out in the comments. But the crash outs in the comments also help their algorithm.
It helps the
So
algorithm.
it's a big
Exactly.
grift circle.
It's a grift circle, exactly. And if they and if it wasn't that, they would immediately convert they would become catechumens, and they would follow the rule of not being public influencers for a while. They would take some time to learn the theology, but that's not what it's about. Anyway,
by the way, speaking of, you know how they're always so obsessed with numbers?
you mean marketing dudes or who?
The papists are.
Yes,
So,
the papists,
number
yes.
five. Now, of course, there's one number that the church has, the papist church, that they won't let you bring up, but I'm not going to mention that on air. However, if you go look per capita,
What are you referring to? Like, all these cryptic jokes. Like, what's your cryptic joke there? What's the number?
Roman Catholics have a really high number, another really high number.
Oh, PDF stuff?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
But no, that doesn't count. That's when the numbers don't count, right? All right. However, go do some research per capita. There are people converting to Roman Catholicism. It's roughly only 8%. Orthodoxy per capita is 24%. And numbers are probably higher because it's more difficult to get because of the decentral and the different jurisdictions to get. So basically, those are conservative numbers. They're probably higher than 24%. Anyways, they're so obsessed with numbers, but it's like you're losing. First of all, you're bleeding.
Well, according to Posobiec and all the influencers, they're exploding, and Candace is causing Catholicism to explode. Who believes
only
that?
8% per capita. Yeah. And we're at a low conservative number, 24. So yeah, we're beating them. It's just they have more people in terms of total numbers because they have more absolute. There's a larger number of Roman Catholics.
Okay, now Dantel says for $10, Clyde is a huge Islamic shill. Are you talking about this guy? He just converted to Orthodoxy, so that doesn't sound right. Are you talking about a different Clyde, or maybe you're saying this guy is not fully instructed yet on Orthodoxy, like he thinks that the two can be joined together? I'm not sure what you mean, Dantella, or are you talking about somebody else? You're talking about this guy, because this guy reached out to me. I think he knows Father Moses, right? So this guy is a Instagram guy who just went to Mount Athos and has been baptized, converted to the Orthodox Church. I see Cleve commented here on his video many years. So I was going to play a little bit of a clip of his video, but he's basically just describing his journey. And I think he had a period of atheism as well, but I haven't. All I've seen on his feed is Orthodox stuff. So I've not seen anything about Islam. So maybe you're saying that, like, he had a position on. Oh, he was talking to Myron. So he did an interview with Myron 5 months ago. Interesting.
Yeah, so you were telling me about how you got into this.
Yeah, so my upbringing was in a Protestant Reformed church, Republican, all that stuff. And like my church growing up, my circles growing up, my family, they were all like pro-Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he had this sort of a, what's the word I'm looking for? A lot of the sort of the Tucker attitude of like, oh, well, maybe we can be BFF with Islam because it's supposedly based. So his Instagram is filled with praising Islam. Interesting. So, I mean, I think if he's a genuine convert, that will eventually work itself out. I don't think he, but again, remember, time will reveal all this stuff to people, right? For people, right? So if people are fake converts, eventually they, I think, make a big mistake, or they go away or whatever. But I haven't seen, I mean, Father Moses, I think, is trying to move him in the right direction. I think Father Moses is good. Father Moses is not going to be pro-Islam at all. So, somebody says the super chatter is referring to his pro-Gaza approach. Well, that's not the same thing as being necessarily pro-Islam. So people are saying he's not pro-Islam, he's anti-Zionist. Okay. Clyde collabs with Muslims because he's pro-Gaza. Okay. Interesting. Well, we'd have to see exactly what his positions are. And I think Clyde reached out to me. He wants to do a conversation. So we have talked on DMs. So we'll try to flesh out exactly what's going on there, because I noticed there was an interesting conversation between John Kiriakou and what's his name? PBD. And they were arguing over this exact same issue of like, is PBD Zionist or not? And so they kind of had a little mini debate about that. American Nacho, what's up?
Hey, yeah, I just got a quick statement and a question, I guess. Did you see that Conor McGregor supposedly converted to Orthodoxy? And do you know if there's any truth?
Well, I don't know if he converted. I saw there was a picture where Tristan went and looked at all of his Instagram, and it's largely Catholic stuff. So he might have like visited Orthodox Church or had an interest, or maybe he is inquiring, but I don't think maybe he has, but people were also saying there's a lot of Roman Catholic stuff that's still going on. So, I hope he is, but he might also be thinking, they're the same. Orthodox and Catholics are the same.
Yeah, maybe. And then my other question was, have you ever done like a deep dive, like a video on like Buddhism and the history of it? And I know you've done some debates with some guys like that, but I didn't know if you'd done like an in-depth, like, because I know there's some weird stuff.
My wife is doing a deep dive into Tibetan Buddhism of late. They've been doing podcasts on her channel about that.
Okay, I'll have to go check that
But
out.
I've not done myself a very extensive dive into Buddhism. I've looked into and read some things on Tibetan Buddhism over the years, so I know a little bit more about that. But I don't know a lot about the overall, Buddhist traditions, other than sort of cursory overview. Perhaps in the future, though, I can dive more into that. Rachel, what's up?
Hey Jay, what's up?
Not much. What's on your mind?
I sent it to your inbox. It looks like James Lindsay wrote a giant wall of text about a clip of Andrew on Triggernometry, where Andrew is saying that Christianity is not a pacifist religion, and Lindsay is calling him a Marcionist or a Marcionite or something. Just wondering if you had seen it and if you had a take on what.
Well,
he's
yeah,
saying.
we were going to cover the Triggernometry discussion because Kai reached out to me and said that Andrew's discussion was one of the best that he's heard in terms of conveying to people in the political sphere how you can't really have a worldview, or you can't really do politics without having a worldview, and that every position kind of has an underlying paradigm or worldview. So we were going to play that clip, but I didn't know that Lindsay said that. But I'm not surprised, because James Lindsay is an absolute idiot when it comes to any of these topics, and we can see that if he's saying that Andrew's position of kind of if the position that the state has a duty to Christianity or to God, that's like the opposite of Marcionism.
Yeah, I don't even really understand like what he's trying to say. Like I skimmed through it
Okay,
because
I'm
he's
pulling
just
it up
so
here.
verbose and he's got me blocked, so it's not like I can reply. But I was just like, Marcionism, like how is this a Marcion?
This would be the opposite of Marcionism, which would show that he doesn't know what he's talking about. So let's see what he says. He says, it's mind-boggling. I'm not arguing that Christianity should be pacifist. Andrew Wilson gives the example of selling your cloak to buy a sword from the Gospel of Luke. Well, that's actually been used many times to show that Jesus isn't pacifist. I'm an agnostic. He exegetes this wrong. Like, why are we going to listen to some atheist dude exegeting scripture? The point of the story is that Jesus knows he's going to be taken by the Romans. It's not to fight. Well, it is self-defense, though. Jesus says in the next sentence that he's done speaking to his disciples. He's doing it so that he will be taken with the fulfillment of prophecy. Yeah, but none of that shows that it's not self-defense still. Jesus' disciples said they already had 2 swords, and they said it is enough. Fighting off Romans who are there to keep the law? No. For looking for an armed band of transgressors? Yes. It's just It's not just speculation. The swords are not for fighting or fighting back. Well, even still, like, this is just nitpicking because self-defense itself is biblical, and we have a long tradition of this. The Old Testament teaches that self-defense is biblical. You even have a duty to, as a man, defend your wife and kids, and you have to put your life on the line. In fact, when I was married in the church, we had, oaths that we say, will you give your life for her? Well, is that not talking about self-defense? I mean, that's crazy. So James Lindsay has no idea what he's talking about with just overall Christian ethics and moral and the history of the church, right? So he goes on to say, Peter draws the sword. Jesus rebukes him for it. His disciples weren't armed to fight back. I think the point, though, is that even though Jesus knew, and they knew they were not going to have an armed insurrection, the principle of having the swords shows us that Jesus is not opposed to self-defense. In other words, the state itself having the ability to execute those who are worthy of the death penalty, a la Romans 13, that itself is a form of self-defense, right? The state executing the death penalty is self-defense. And there's also individual self-defense. So it's the principle of being able to have weapons in self-defense, even though, of course, Jesus wasn't saying that take these swords, we're going to go overthrow the Romans. That's the zealot position. But it still shows the principle of self-defense.
Well, it sounds to me like, because James Lindsay thinks that Christian nationalism is like a Nazi movement.
Yeah, he thinks it's a psyop, which is ridiculous because it's his position that's actually the psyop.
Yeah, and what Andrew did brilliantly, I'm glad you're going to review the Triggernometry thing, because he argues for it. Christian nationalism from his view is not this idea that we're going to have an armed insurrection and take over the government. We're going to fight a new crusade. That's not what he's saying at all. He says what you were saying earlier, which is that as Christians, from our worldview, we are using our Christian worldview to determine morality, which is how you figure out what laws you're going to have and how you're going to govern your society, what is socially acceptable and not, and all those sorts of things. And he did a great job of breaking down Constantine's liberal presuppositions, which are the same ones that James Lindsay holds. So of course I knew that's why he's upset about it, but he's acting like Andrew is out here calling for an armed crusade or an armed insurrection to overthrow the U.S. government or something, which is
they're doing
not what he's saying.
No, but what's funny is that did you see earlier in the show? So Ruslan and Gavin Ortlund are implying similar types of things. They're saying that ortho bros are now dangerous and dark things are coming and they're going to be hyped up. And Ortlund said today, these people are extremists. Of course, he doesn't say who he's talking about. He's obviously talking about us. And they're dangerous and all this kind of stuff. When in reality, none of us are ever calling for violence. We're talking about the principle of self-defense and the Christian doctrine of the state. And these people are liars. And they repeat what sounds like an SPLC script. So I'm not surprised that James Lindsay repeats similar types of scripts. James Lindsay is in an open relationship with his wife and has been for a long time. He's a complete phony. And that's why he absolutely refused 4 different times an offer to do a public debate.
Yeah, I've offered to debate him on feminism multiple times because he gets a whole bunch of that wrong and insists that feminism is not the same thing as egalitarianism, and I've challenged him on that and his whole liberal ethos, and all he does is block me and say that I'm some kind of pick-me or whatever. He does that whole thing. So
yeah, I mean, and I tried, of course, again, here's another example where people say, oh, you're being mean. No, I tried being very, very friendly with James Lindsay for several years, actually. We went on 2 or 3 podcasts together. We had good conversations. In fact, I was even at an event where we had a 3-way debate between me, him, and whoever that fat Calvinist pastor is. I forget his name. Me and that fat Calvinist guy were just going at it like hardcore. And Lindsay was there just kind of laughing and kind of stayed out of it. But, we had a 3-way discussion on whether or not America and Americanism are what Christianity was actually trying to promote, right? Because you have these Calvinist guys who think that in this situation, they were saying, oh, Nick Fuentes is the face of the woke right that is going to take down America and change the Constitution. And then that led into a debate about where I was arguing I don't agree with Nick on everything, but I was arguing, well, actually Nick's not wrong in principle in saying that the church and the state have a role of helping to guide society together. And there's no such thing as this idea of a secular state or the Enlightenment Freemasonic idea of the separation of church and state like Roger Williams taught, right? And that just blows these people's minds, right? They absolutely lose it. And they will immediately call you, everything in the book. So let's play his response here.
This idea of like Christian pacifism and Christians being pussies, I don't know where that came from.
Britain, I think.
Boy, that was never.
So what about the teachings of Jesus Christ?
Now, this is so low tier, right? Like, obviously, if you're familiar with church history, we have so many warrior saints. You have countless kings that were saints. The Old Testament is full of people like David, heroes of the faith, or Samson even. If you read Hebrews 11, when Paul cites heroes of the faith, he also includes people who put to flight the wars and the foreigners and those of the enemy. So there's this idea that now that Jesus came, everything is now, quote, spiritual. That's actually the Marcionite position. The idea that God has nothing to do with the state, that's the Roger Williams position that we outlined last night and today, which is the Gavin Ortland. Again, Al Mohler, the president of the Southern Baptist Theological Seminary, invites on the CIA guys and the consultants and the counterintelligence people and pushes CIA lines that we've got to be doing espionage in other countries, and it's biblical because we got to fight Putin. So he just repeats the normie CIA stuff. And even if you think that's legitimate, that's night and day. Imagine Roger Williams, their spiritual forefather, saying that we got to have spies in other countries for the superstate, for the American empire. It's just retarded. It's the opposite of what the whole Baptist tradition was about, namely disestablishmentarianism. The idea there is no role that the state has to God. There's a separation, not just of church and state, but God from state. That's Roger Williams.
Which ones do you want to dive into?
Well, I was raised as Catholic, so I'm not as well versed in scripture as you. When he was on the cross, forgive.
He doesn't know his own Catholic teaching for the last 1,600 years in the West is the same position that the state has a duty to God. The state can execute criminals. You have a right to self. What Christian country has forbade the basic principles of self-defense? Now, you could say maybe the class system in Britain didn't allow people to have like swords and stuff like that at various times. But in general, the principle of Christian nations in the history of the church has allowed for self-defense. And the idea of having a Christian army that defends against invaders and foreigners, there's nothing, that's just taking the self-defense principle and applying it on a larger scale. And imagine actually arguing that, no, actually you have no right to self-defense. Remember Seraphim Aldea, that Marxist pacifist libtard that tries to argue against all the Orthodox converts in America, he says are satanic? That's what he said. He said, I went to all of the American parishes and churches and I didn't find one true convert. These were converts of the devil. Remember him saying that? Just outrageous, just total insane levels of prelest. The dude lives on an island under the protection of a state. Is he going to say that when the Muslims come into his little Scottish island or wherever he is? What's he going to say when the Muslims show up there? Is he going to appeal to pacifism? No, he's living under the benefits of a state that protects him, at least for this present time, against foreign invaders. Now, all of Europe is being invaded intentionally, by design, by oligarchs, bringing in zillions of infinity Muslims and others. So they're going to learn what their open borders pacifism, fake-ass Christianity is actually going to get them when the Muslims come in, as they are doing right now. So all of these libtards who push this absolute made-up pacifist idea, it doesn't exist in church history. And they'll pick out a monastic saint talking about vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. That's monastic life. That's not the state. And Nicaea already said in its canons, there's nothing antithetical to being a Christian and being a soldier. So that you understand we've already had this debate. This debate happened in the 2nd and 3rd century because you had some groups amongst the church saying, like Roger Williams and the Baptists think, you can't have anything to do with the state because the state is the beast and it's Satan. Okay, we had this low tier Baptist level debate in the 2nd and 3rd century. And Nicaea already ruled on this, that there's nothing antithetical to being a soldier and being a Christian. And one of the arguments they use is John the Baptist saying to the soldiers say, John, what must we do to be right with God? And he says, don't mistreat people and don't take people's tax money or tax them more than they deserve. That was Nicaea's proof text. Well, obviously, if God didn't believe in self-defense or armies, John the Baptist would have said, you need to leave the army. You must leave it. This is so low tier. Like, it's just so silly. I mean, imagine thinking in the Middle Ages that when you have basically a Christian society, whether it's Byzantium or whether it's, a French village in the 1100s, like imagine thinking that, oh, you're not supposed to have any kind of borders or walls or defense. It's just retarded. Like everyone would just think you're insane. Like, what are you talking about? We have a castle because we have freaking looters and invading armies that come through here. So we're not supposed to have it's just retarded. Like, people are so dumb and living in some fantasy world because we've grown up in this peaceful post-World War II environment where they just think that, oh, everybody's cool and liberal. No, the Somalians coming into your neighborhoods, the Muslims coming into your neighborhood, they don't have the same, they don't care about civic nationalism and the Constitution and all this bullshit. They don't care about that. And you're going to find out that they don't care about that. You're already finding out. All the people in Britain are begging us in our country to help and figure out how to not let that happen here. Why? Why would they be begging us? If the Muslims are all going to be cool, dude. Everybody's going to be cool, bro. We'll all team up together.
Them, Lord, for they know not what they do.
Of course. And you should forgive people. I absolutely agree with that. I may forgive a man who attempted to rape my wife, but I'm going to kill him in the attempt, right? Like,
that's actually correct. It is not murder to practice self-defense. This is so basic, and people should know this. Does anybody, do you guys not realize that? What do you think would happen if somebody tried to get into the Vatican and do something to Pope Leo? What do you think would happen? You think Pope Leo would just lay there and let the butt buddies do whatever they want with him? Actually, in the case of the Pope, they might, right? But in theory, no. In practice, probably not, right? I mean, imagine somebody breaking into the Moscow Patriarchate, right? Do you think they would try to, oh, yeah, cool, just let him be pacifist, be pacifist? They would immediately assassinate him. He would be immediately taken out. Somebody rushes the Pope Mobile, what do you think those 16 security guards are going to do? They're going to take him out immediately. Duh. The papacy practices self-defense. It has a giant Leonine wall around the papacy. It's a city-state. You can't just walk in there. You think you can just bust up in the Vatican bank, be like, yeah, I'm here. I want to take all the cash, and you got to let me do it because of pacifism. You're going to be immediately arrested. Yes, you have a duty to unalive a person who is trying to unalive your family members. And if you don't do that, you have failed. I took an oath when I got married to do that. I have to lay down my life should someone try to come at Jamie. That's why we carry implements of self-defense when I go places. I have that duty. If I don't do that, I fail at my duties as a husband, as a man. And it's so insane to me that I look over here at the Catechism of Trent, their own Roman Catholic teachings, and they said that of course the church teaches the death penalty. It's part of the sixth commandment. And now Roman Catholic weirdos on podcasts act like Christianity is pacifism. That's the Marcionite view.
Which thing's contradictory here? It's like, I can forgive my enemies, but that doesn't mean I need to let them crush me.
Drink too much milk theology.
Well, I mean, this guy sitting here looks like a total soy man, whoever this guy is. But yeah, it's like, there's nothing contradictory about saying that I have a duty to unalive. It's like the same with warfare, right? If I unalive people in warfare, I'm fulfilling the duty to defend my country. Let's say for the sake of argument that it's not some fake ass war or something that, we're fighting for Israel. If we're actually fighting for the defense of the country, like I have a duty to do that. And it's not ideal, but the church has for a long time said, yeah, we just talked about this with Pajot. Pajot came on and said, look, orthodoxy is not pacifist. We recognize the unfortunate nature of this world requires things like warfare. It requires things like, assassinations even, perhaps. I'm not advocating for an assassination of a political leader. I'm just saying, like, in the history of Israel, for example, you'll see that There are spies. There is espionage. There are military tactics and techniques. They're all throughout the Bible. And the history of the church understood that reality. And it's not condoning every single act of violence or something like that to say, yes, there is a kind of just war. I would argue, yeah, there is a just war. It might be more scholastic and technical in the way that like Tim Gordon formulates it from Thomas Aquinas. But I think Thomas Aquinas is not really explicating anything that different from the way that the Byzantine leaders and patriarchs and armies would have thought about it. For example, under Empress, I think it was Irene, one of the empresses, she actually named a bunch of the military divisions after various saints. And that was normal in Byzantium. Nothing weird or bizarre about that. So all of this stuff that we're dealing with nowadays, again, it's radical Reformation teaching. It's not the Protestant reformers. They all believe what I say. Luther, Calvin, Zwingli, they would agree. Well, maybe not Zwingli, but Luther and Calvin at least would agree with what I'm saying. The state has a right to execute people. You have a right to self-defense. Death penalty is true and right. They all taught that. But what ended up winning is the radical Reformation, which did stress in many cases pacifism and the idea that the state is of God, or not of God, it's of Satan. Just crazy stuff, right? Disestablishmentarianism. That's what most of these evangelicals and even normie Roman Catholics like this guy, they think that's what Christianity is. It's radical Reformation, George Fox, Testament of Ann Lee pacifism.
Me? I can forgive people who have done me wrong. Doesn't mean I need to let them do me more wrong.
This is correct. It is technically correct that you can unalive a person and also forgive them. That is our duty as a Christian. It's not required that I resent and hate a person even if they do me wrong and I have to, in a certain case, unalive them. Think about all the situations in the history of the church where people had to defend their family or their kids. Does that make everybody in that case a murderer? That's just crazy. Does it mean that you then have to hate the people? No, it doesn't. So this is absolutely correct.
I can forgive people for doing horrible acts against me. It doesn't mean I need to continue to let them do horrible acts against me.
This is exactly right. Like, who actually doesn't agree with that? People might have criticisms of Andrew, whatever, but that position is correct. There's nothing in theologically incorrect there.
Christian ethics has been widely bastardized by progressive leftists as being some kind of like hippie religion. It is definitely not.
That's absolutely correct.
Not. It never has been, and I don't know where that came from. Yes, it's true the teachings of Jesus Christ are very heavy on loving your neighbor and understanding forgiveness and understanding the mode of sin, and that most people are going to engage in sin, so we need the forgiveness of Jesus Christ for that. That's true. But it's not pacifistic religion. And it never has been Jesus told one of his disciples to sell a cloak and buy a sword. But these were not pacifists. Jesus ran money changers out of a temple with a braided cord that he made out of leather and whipped them out of the temple.
Yeah, so again, there are times for these types of actions, right? What does Ecclesiastes say? There's a time for war, a time for peace, a time for mourning, a time for joy. And a lot of people don't understand the nuances and what we call decorum or, propriety when it comes to these types of topics, right? For example, there's a time for celebration. Jesus attended the wedding at Cana and he drank wine. Does that mean that every day is a wine drinking wedding celebration? No, of course not. Go ahead. What?
I was joking.
What'd you say? You cut out. I didn't hear.
I was saying, wait, what?
You don't know that. Well, I'm just saying, you know how evangelicals will like take a verse and act like that's the verse for everything at all times, right? Like you should never, like there was a guy on Twitter today saying,
whatsoever.
There was a guy on Twitter saying today, it's ungodly if you ever make a joke, like this like mega piety signaling stuff. And it's like, I mean, you think there's no time for mirth? That's crazy. Like there's read Ecclesiastes. Like there's a time for all of these things. There's a season for these things. And the absurdity of evangelicalism, or the way these childish people interpret the scriptures, is like they take one verse and they think that that's over everything else, right? Like, well, God says, love your neighbor and not to judge. Okay, but he also says judge with righteous judgment. So you're picking out one verse to piety signal and ignoring the other places where you have to obviously make judgment calls. So if you're in an alley and your wife is, got her purse out and there's some, thug dude that's coming down the alley and he looks suspicious, are you not going to make a judgment call? It's just retarded. Everybody is. Of course it is. Of course you are. So, I think even if the selling of the sword might not have been the most pertinent example, you could have said Romans 13, that there are examples of self-defense. The principle of Jesus having his disciples have the sword still is a principle of self-defense. So I think Andrew is overall absolutely correct. I would have used Romans 13, but so what? It's not. This doesn't. I mean, James Lindsay is just capitalizing on this to say that we're all bad because the woke right is an op, and he's just mouthing what Netanyahu says. Right? The woke right. More like the woke Reich. 2 weeks, Iran has nuclear bomb. Come on, dude.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Is it a possibility?
Probably the best. Wonderful. Great. Go ahead, say it. Go ahead, grift away. Probably the best ever. Probably.
Wow, man, I totally just...
I like these two brown boys here. They're great. They're whatever. Probably the best two brown boys ever. Probably.
Anyway, that one popped up. I didn't know that was on here. But, all right. I wish James Lindsay would do a debate. Like, he presents himself as this, like, super savant, intellectual. It seems like he seems like he'd be able to debate somebody on all of his agnosticism, but he never wants to debate. Jeff, Jeff, you called in like 3 times, man. What's up?
Yo, speaking about James Lindsay, did you see that he reposted? I posted in the chat. Calling Father Josiah Trenum bad theology and like Russian propaganda, basically.
Oh, are you serious?
A lot of Protestants also been going.
Father Josiah's Russian propaganda. No, because I don't follow James Lindsay, but I'm not surprised. I mean, his whole thing is to just act like anything that's not Enlightenment, progressivism, or, Enlightenment, Masonic liberalism is the woke right op of Marxist woke right. It's so retarded. It's so gay, dude. Who's raising their hand? Somebody wants to come on. I see somebody raising their hand. If you disagree, you go to the headline. We're not looking for all the ortho bro catechumen questions. I'm not mad at you guys. Just looking for people who disagree or have, and keep it to the topics, right? Please don't ask me about tag for the 1,000th time. Jerry, what's up? Unmute, Jerry.
Yo, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
So related to like geopolitics and religious orgs, do you know anything about the history of the Jesuits in Japan in like the 1600s?
And that like Matteo Ricci, I think I know some of that history, but not extensively.
Yeah, so basically the Jesuits were set up in like the 1530s, and by the 1580s, they're already being used as essentially intelligence network to like gain favorable trades. And by the year 1600, they're basically controlling the entire silk trade between China and Japan. And it actually gets so bad that the Taiko leader of Japan tries to expel them. And they end up importing guns to fund a coup to try to get rid of him. And he finds out, and eventually they get expelled. But this is going on in the 16th century. They're like staging coups in Japan to gain favorable trades.
No, I never heard this. This sounds fascinating. So basically they're essentially operatives for global trade. Like,
yeah, they're working for Portugal specifically,
Oh,
but it was the
interesting.
Jesuits doing it.
All right, let's unblock this goofball for a second to see what he said about Father Josiah. So this is the classic like neocon evangelical stuff, which this dude is an atheist. Like, he has no relevance to the Christian evangelical sphere, except that they're all basically atheists. So I'm looking for what he says about Father Josiah. Is it a while back? Are you there?
Sorry, were you talking to me?
No, Jerry, where's the quote about Father Josiah? Or was that the other guy?
No, that wasn't me.
Oh, that was the previous guy. I'm sorry, that was the previous guy. I'm looking for it. So here he is. He's just pushing like the CIA's regime change in Iran. I mean, dude, this guy's just a mouthpiece for just neocon, everything neocon. Calling Alex Jones full of it. Here he is with his pro-Israeli propaganda that he always puts out. If you're a conservative who recently turned against Israel, you have fallen for propaganda. It was meant to trick illiterate peasants in Europe. Yeah, come on, dude. This guy's a joke. Look at what groomers do. Aren't you in an open relationship with your wife? What are you talking about? And this is why you have to have. Here we go. Okay, so he's sharing the fact that RT picked up a clip of Father Josiah, and he's saying that implying Father Josiah is a Russian agent. And what website is he pulling this from? A watch company? What is this? A Protestant watch company. So he's over here with some fake ass watch company putting out stuff it's a watch company trying to make viral content to sell their watches that he shares about Father Josiah. Let's watch this.
Christians read the Old Testament through the New Testament because everything in the Old Testament was about Jesus Christ. So for a Christian, we understand the Old Testament to be for an earlier, what St. Paul would call a childish age, an age in which the human being had not yet been redeemed. God had not yet become man. Sin had not yet been atoned for. And the Holy Spirit had not been given to believers until the day of Pentecost. Once that happens, a much higher way of life, the Christian way of life, is established as normative. So it would make no sense at all for us to follow the Old Testament.
Yeah, this is misquoted. He doesn't say we don't read it at all. We do read it. Never mind. They had the correct quote. It says, we do not follow Old Testament at all, meaning that we don't follow the Judaic understanding of it, right? So we read the Old Testament through the lens of the New. And James Lindsay is trying to give the impression, who, again, is an absolute heretic who won't debate anybody. He's an atheist. He's a leftist plant, just like Gavin or any of these other people in terms of their family, right? Gavin, maybe he really is at heart a conservative. I don't know. But his dad is a Kamala supporter, a mega ecumenist Kamala supporter, as we saw earlier. And that's why James Lindsay is not interested in actual debate. He's a propagandist. You understand that people who are mouthpieces and plants, they will not debate anybody. Remember he did all this, started all this nonsense with Pajot, going after Pajot last year and the year before, because Pajot talked to Jordan Peterson, and James Lindsay was trying to read into all the symbolism of stuff in some weird, literal, Alexander Hislop level stuff. Just an absolute idiot. Here's Leo again. Here, this just came out. Pope Leo reframes the migration debate that the wealthier nations of the global north need to address the conditions of the global south. So it's the fault of the north that you're successful. This is, and actually here, Jack Posobiec is correct. The framing of global north and global south are actually neo-Marxist constructs, right? And the idea is to give the impression that the only way that the global north is wealthy is because they've exploited the global south, right? Which is an oversimplification and exaggeration. And it does come out of Marxist socialist sort of constructs. And here's the Pope again stating exactly what this is. These people don't understand. This is not Leo's opinion. It's in Gaudium et Spes. It's the Vatican's stated political stance since Vatican II at Gaudium et Spes, that document, and Pacem in Terris from John the 23rd. So Leo is not deviating from the last 70 years of Vatican political teaching. Michael, what's up? Michael, you want to unmute?
Yeah, hey everybody. I was just gonna say I don't understand this whole self-defense debate. How all these Christians, all these Catholics, they're so outspoken about. Go ahead. Sorry.
I didn't say anything.
Okay. I don't understand how they're so outspoken about all these different things, like self-defense, and then you get to the trans issue. There's no one to speak up about it. I mean, you don't have the high, the Pope and the cardinals and everybody. Well, I mean, you have some cardinals, but you have a lot of folks that don't espouse any of that. And by the way, self-defense, that was a really nice claim that you could make a couple thousand years ago when the punishments were way harsher. You had a system of government that would treat criminals very harshly. So rapes, murders, I mean, even theft was dealt with very, very harshly. So the fact that self-defense nowadays is even looked at the way it is, it just doesn't make any sense. But
I don't understand your argument. What doesn't make sense? Whose position?
So I don't understand why there's folks that are against the argument that we pick up a sword and we harshly penalize criminals, thugs, gangsters, defending our home, any kind of self-defense. I don't care what kind of self-defense. I don't understand what the problem is with these atheists, these liberals, and trying to use God to justify going soft on crime.
Well, they are the mouthpiece of the establishment, and the establishment promotes pacifism as a technique and a strategy to destroy civilizations. That's why.
Right. So, I mean, that's my point. So, yeah, and I'm probably just tired and I'm not making a great point here, but, I mean, self-defense, you can debate that. You can't debate the whole trans sexual mutilation point. So my thing is, even for the Christians, the Catholics out there, is this the hill you want to die on? You want to be so devout that you're going to fight on that hill, and then you're going to be completely silent on people transing kids without parental consent even? That's destroying God's image. That's not for debate.
Well, there's a connection there between the pacifism of these fake Marcionite, modern, Roger Williams style, evangelical style pacifist so-called Christians, and allowing people to do that to their children. It's the same cowardice that would say you should not defend yourself, you should be a doormat, that would make you the ultimate doormat to allow people to do that to your offspring. So absolutely it's connected. Now, again, Exodus 22, great passage that's overlooked. People forget that Exodus 22 lays down the principles for self-defense, right? And this is only 2 chapters after the 10 Commandments. Now, the moral principle here is still applicable. I'm not saying that everything in the book of Exodus in terms of the ceremonial laws continues on for Christians, but the church has historically understood what does carry on is this type of a moral principle. If a man steals an ox or a sheep and slaughters it, he shall restore 5-fold. Jesus, for example, in the New Testament, he applauds Zacchaeus when Zacchaeus says, if I've wronged anyone, I restore 5-fold, right? Or 4-fold, whatever he says. He's doing what was the principle for theft in Exodus 22. So Jesus affirms the goodness of the principle of restitution. Why would Jesus do that if he's coming to establish some totally new pacifist religion that's not based on what came before? If a thief is found breaking in and he is struck so that he dies, there is no guilt for his bloodshed. So actually, I would argue, no, you can't actually debate self-defense. There is no debate. I mean, you could be a coward and say that you don't have to defend, people when they're, defend the weak. But, when Saint Cyril and Methodius, the famous story, the Muslims said, you Christians believe in love your neighbor, and you're inconsistent because you say turn the cheek, and yet you go to war. And I believe it's, if I'm going from memory, it's St. Cyril says, well, Jesus said there's no greater love that a man has than to lay down his life for his friend. And laying down your life doesn't have to mean, pacifistic sacrifice. It can also be in the case of defense. That's the context that St. Cyril and Methodius say that to the Saracen that they're speaking to. At least that's the story. And I think that illustrates the very point I'm making here. Now, I noticed, by the way, speaking of foundations, think tanks, NGOs, and whatnot, trying to change things, I noticed Fordham had a symposium the other day, and it was a bunch of these, Skittles, weirdo, liberal women, academics, so-called, and their whole symposium was about how Christianity has nothing to do with the state, and that Byzantine law, trying to have Christian law, was like the worst thing ever. And it was this patriarchal dominant. It's just it was so gay, dude. It was like unbelievable. But that's CIA Jesuit University, right? Fordham University. And their whole thing is Skittles, pacifism, ecumenism, you name it. Women deacons. Do you guys not see all these things go together? Of course they want the West deracinated and emasculated, because then it will be conquered. And what better way to do that than to promote Skittles, feminism, pacifism, ecumenism, all the stuff that we're talking about. And that's the level most people don't understand. It's not just a question of what theology nerds are debating. It's also a civilizational geopolitical war, right? To change society and to change the West, the liberal ethos is a giant social engineering tool. And people like James Lindsay are mouthpieces of that. They're fake conservatives. Nicholas, what's up? Unmute.
Hey, Jake, can you hear me?
Yo.
Great to be on here. Really big fan of yours. I recently became an Orthodox Christian, and I go over to a Rocor parish with Metropolitan Jonah, and actually, I think your friend Jim.
Jim Jatras is great guy.
Who's that?
Yes, Jim Jatras is a great guy. Absolutely.
Yeah. I just have a question because I kind of hopped in. I heard you guys talking about self-defense. I come from evangelical Christianity, but I'm kind of really confused on how to synergize. I guess it's called like pacifism, but I guess I was always under the understanding that, like, when I see Christ on the cross, like, I see him sacrificing his life, and I kind of understand that as like he has all the authority to kind of rain down vengeance in a way, or kind of return eye for eye.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause you right there, because this is a perfect example of what I was saying about 10 minutes ago. I'm not faulting you for not hearing what we talked about 10 minutes ago. You might have just got here, but there's a time and a place for everything, right? So, for example, I don't take one instance of the gospel and then say that, for example, the church must at all times, forever, universally only do that thing. If you read the book of Ecclesiastes, it's telling you there's a time for war, a time for peace, a time for mourning, and a time for mirth. There's a time for those things. And yes, Jesus is coming as the suffering servant at his first advent to die for us for sin. That doesn't mean that I'm supposed to be a doormat and always only be a sacrificial victim. So it takes wisdom to know when to apply the right thing to the right situation. And that's why if you read Hebrews 11, you'll notice that not everybody who's lauded and praised in the list there of the Hall of Faith, they're not all pacifists. There's situations where in some cases, like the woman in Maccabees, she accepted martyrdom to have a greater resurrection. But there were other situations where saints were put into a providential situation where they were called to go to battle. And they are lauded and praised for driving out the foreigner and defending their lands. Hebrews 11. The history of the church is replete with all kinds of saints, martyrs, and saint kings. It runs the gamut. So, and I'm not faulting you, but evangelicalism does this all the time, where they act like children when they read the Bible, and they take one verse and they think that that's the one moral thing that you must always do in every situation. They universalize it. don't judge, brother. Don't judge. Don't judge. Don't judge. Okay. Yeah, I'm not supposed to judge in the sense of being a hypocrite. If you have the same sin, you can't judge that person. But you're also called to judge. In other cases, John 7:24, judge with righteous judgment. Well, how can I judge with righteous judgment if I'm not supposed to judge? Okay, this is how you interpret books. And everybody
Don't you have to judge the verse?
Go ahead.
Don't you have to judge the verse? Don't you make a judgment about the verse? About judgment?
Yeah, or like when Solomon says in Proverbs, avoid the fool. Well, how can I avoid the fool if I don't judge someone to be a fool? Well, how can I judge someone to be a fool if I'm not judging? It's just silly. Like, people act like children.
What's so silly too is, like you said, they take it out of context, right? They're always quote mining. It explains right after there.
Yeah.
In as much as you judge, you'll be judged in the same standard. So if you judge righteously and correctly, you'll be judged by that same standard. So it actually shows that it's not an absolute. I mean, literally in the next line but like, of course, people read what they want to read into text.
Yeah, they don't have basic interpretive hermeneutic skills, right? To interpret a text according to the context, according to the totality of that book, and according to the totality of scriptures and the tradition of the church, right? All those things inform how we read the text.
That's why, I keep going with this argument lately when Protestants are like, let's go to the scripture. I'm like, why? You're retarded and you can't read. Why would we go to the one thing that you obviously can't? And you see, when you get in debates, it's just going to be like, oh, that's not what it means. It means this. It's like, well, you obviously can't read. How about that?
Saint Minos is the Roman army warrior saint, regarded as a martyr, wonder worker, and warrior saint. He's one of many, many, many examples. And I thank you for this in the chat there, because people bring this stuff up all the time, and it's like they don't even recognize that. I mean, Saint Stephen of Serbia, right? The King of Serbia.
Saint Stephen Chalmare is mixed my Romanian. Saint Stephen the Great from Romania, Moldova.
How could you have a king saint if kings and the state were satanic and not of God? It's so stupid. Like, it's just childish.
And you know what? He was known to. He literally destroyed Muslims, and every time he destroyed a group of Muslims, he built the church to God and thanked God for allowing him to destroy the Muslims.
This is exactly right. And this is another reason why the technocrats and the social engineers want us to be pacifists, is precisely because they want the West conquered by Islam, by design. So they know that Islam has that aggression, and they want the Christians and all these. Could you imagine evangelical Gavin Ortlund Christianity standing up against Islam? No, it's the very thing that lets the doors open in Byzantium to let him in. Gavin Ortlund's open borders type of softness, and he had that famous tweet about being soft on immigration. That's to let the people in, you idiots. So the fake Christians, and by the way, Ruslan too. Ruslan had the exact same soft-ass position on this stuff, because those are the mouthpieces to let you get conquered. And they're paid very well to do that, in my opinion. And this was the clip, or the image that everybody was seeing of Conor McGregor, where there looks like there's some Orthodox implements there, like he's next to Our Lady of Kazan. And then, let's see. It's hard to tell what, I mean, there is an icon there, but I can't tell if that's like a Roman Catholic missal or what those prayer books are. And looks like he's getting an Orthodox blessing. But this has led to everybody speculating about what's going on here. We don't know. Again, I mean, he could still just be Roman Catholic and being like, oh, we're all the same and it's all the same stuff. Yeah, I mean, I can't tell what that is, but I mean, yeah, I hope he becomes Orthodox. That'd be great. ADI, what's up?
Yo.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to this one guy, and he's a PhD in philosophy. He's more like Marxist leaning, and he recommended this book about Zen Buddhism. I got to listening to it, and it was presenting this dichotomy of monism and dualism. I just wanted to ask you, why does dualism necessarily collapse into monism?
Well, because it relativizes the two principles. And so if good and evil are dualist oppositions, then ultimately in the grand scheme, they need each other. And if good needs evil and if evil needs good, then it's relativized and they're both the same.
I see. What kind of firearm you carry? You said you carry some sort of Walther?
I carry a giant bazooka on me at all times. Epistemic, what's up? I got a bazooka in my pants at all times. What's up, Epistemic? Oh, you guys are saying the heliocentric video. Yeah, I watched half of that heliocentric video. I didn't realize he went into that. Let's see what he says. Interesting. Let's find that. Here we go. Go ahead, Epistemic.
Hey, I had some thoughts on the Mauler and JP Uncut stuff.
Speak up, man. I can't hear you. Can you
hear me now?
You have a garbage microphone.
Yeah, I'm in my phone in the car, so it might be. Is it picking up at all?
Barely. What's your comment?
Yeah, so I was digging into the whole. And I hopped on one of their streams to talk with them and just kind of hear the story. And if any of their people listen to this, I don't want them to think that I'm like two-faced or whatever, because they'll be able to recognize me. But they're some weird dudes. I gotta say, after taking some time to talk to them and then really think it over, they're weird.
I call them a weirdo because they're weird.
And they're also like, I had a Discord conversation with Mauler in his Discord channel, and the dude is so terminally online that he thinks that like some of the I think we can all agree there's some like very few whack job like terminally online ortho bro type people out there who are just like insane, right? And
sure, every group has that. Sure, every group has that.
And yeah, you're right. He spent so much time like terminally online interacting with them that he actually thinks that they represent, and I'm not joking, he told me this, he thinks that around 80% of all of the Orthodox conversions that are happening are actually those insane people.
Yeah, but I mean, these guys are like the lowest tier argumentation out there. They're not even worth interacting with or dealing with. They're just trying to make a big stink because they're Ruslan's butt buddies, so they're in that orbit. Chad, what's up? They just want attention. Red Ward says for $5, Lutherans are bound to the Book of Concord. It teaches the true understanding. We believe the Bible is the pre-Council of Trent view. There is no pre-Council of Trent view that, like, this is silly. The pre-Council of Trent view is what the Orthodox Church teaches. So these are people who are idiots.
Bind you if Luther said,
yeah,
it's never good to act against my conscience. Here I stand. I can do.
Yeah, this is the contradiction that we always point out. Exactly. We'll go to Chad and then ministry. Chad, what's up?
Hey, you can hear me? Thanks for taking my call. I've been a fan for a long time. I just wanted to ask, have you seen this John Fugelsang guy?
I've heard this name. Who is he?
He is like a pop culture liberal left Christian. You can see him on CNN and MSNBC all the time. And he has a book out. I mean, dude, you would...
Andrew debated him. It was ridiculous. He's like a super far left progressive that just does the hippie Jesus thing. But yeah, Andrew debated that guy and wrecked him.
So these are the actual Marcionites, people like this.
Yeah, I would, dude. I mean, I doubt he would ever do it, but I would love to see you debate him in a real debate.
Oh, this guy. I remember this debate now. This goofy looking guy here.
Yeah, not a Piers Morgan 2-minute clip cycle, but like a real sit down and get to like the meat and potatoes type of debate. You would buzzsaw this dude. He does the classic like, well, Jesus wouldn't like that because that's not very nice.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would definitely debate that guy. I'll try to reach out and see, but like you said, like you probably won't do a serious formal debate. David, what's up, man? Or ministry? You want to unmute?
Yo, what's up, Jay?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I forgot about this debate. This was a classic. I think we covered some of this on one of the live streams. Go ahead.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
How does orthodoxy? I'm trying to phrase this properly, but how does free will work in the Orthodox system? I'm agnostic. I'm trying to like become Orthodox, but I'm not sure about it yet, to be honest.
I mean, again, like we have a lot of videos on that. So, free will is essential to human nature. We think that you have to have free will because it's part of what makes us human, to have the ability to choose between multiple things or multiple goods. So it's a feature or a trait or a faculty of human nature. And that's why we confess, for example, that Christ had in his human nature a fully free will and energy. Does anybody know where in this video this atheist guy, people are saying that he went to Ruslan's conference and is making fun of it? I watched half of this for the first third of this video, and he said that he shows that Ruslan is pro-choice. Can you tell me where? Because this is a pretty long video. It's like 45-minute video. So if somebody can put in the chat where this atheist dude, I'm only playing it because he went to Ruslan's video and people are saying that, or to his conference, and people are saying that he showed that Ruslan is actually still pro-life. I mean, pro-choice, excuse me. But, let's see. Maybe we can ask the AI, they have that like, let's see, where does this video... Where does this video discuss abortion? Maybe that'll work. The video briefly discusses abortion from 2548. Is that it? That doesn't sound like it. That sounds like it's... Let's see.
All around. Also about this time, this was said from stage. This is an exact quote. Modern feminism is men suck, kill all the babies, and be trans.
This dude is like garbage, but where is this thing you're talking about? I'm looking in the chat to see where you guys are saying to go to. He does it twice. Can you just tell me a timestamp, bro? I can't watch a 45-minute video all the way through. This guy's like the epitome of a Reddit person trying to be funny, and it's not funny. It's like they think the only thing that's funny is just like smug condescension. That's the only thing that they think is funny.
I am about to take the Lord's name in vain so hard right now. You know what really...
Oh, that's so edgy, dude. It's so funny.
It makes me want to be a traditional man. When somebody depicts feminism as being the most knuckle-dragging, glue-huffing ideology out there. Man, can you...
Yeah, but it is. Like, there's nothing sophisticated or academic about it, because it's an absolute brainwashing program.
Imagine depicting someone's ideology accurately and in good faith? Of course not. That'd be stupid, idiot, dumb fuck. And like, it's an evangelical conference, right? And so there were several things like that. I don't know, man. It's like my skin is thicker than most. I can kind of deal with, most of the crap.
Oh, he's a gay guy. 33 minutes in, you're saying? Let's see if that's it.
To be the person to like need to point this out, that was like here.
Oh,
it was like 10 minutes ago here. There's
33:12.
The significance of Jainism on our modern practices of nonviolence and non-retaliation. You don't get to retroactively claim credit for Aristotelian philosophy's contributions to human ethics. And like the
Jainism. We're supposed to be like Christianity is taking credit for stealing Jainism's pacifism. Who teaches pacifism? We've been wait, what this is this dude I don't know why did he leave if he's gay? Why did he leave evangelicalism? Because they're all gay. Like he'd be right at home.
It's passed around a lot, which is basically that all of modern ethics derives its core foundational values from Christianity. And it's so frustrating, right? Because it overstates its case just enough that I feel the need to correct it. Like,
okay, people are saying 2 different time places, 617 and 33. Okay, we'll try 617 first. Let's try that.
Who were ardent Zionists, and then some who were ardently pro-Palestine. I even met a few people who were like quietly pro-choice.
Yeah, but who's he talking about? He doesn't say who. I saw this part of the video. And then you're saying 3312. Let's see.
Hey, did you know that we get to take credit for that? I'm not any more interested in converting to Christianity, especially if it's like just straight up not true. And then confusingly, Ruslan mentioned, you know, how in the Middle East, gay people are treated notoriously badly. And I shouldn't have to be the person to like need to point this out, that was like here. It was like 10 minutes ago here.
Their son Matthew Shepard was robbed, beaten, tied to a fence, and left to die. The anti-gay hate crime became a
Ruslan argued that Middle Eastern gays are not treated well. That was an actual Ruslan argument.
rallying cry for activists.
There's no such thing as gay rights. People use that as a buzzword, as a flash word. It's equal rights.
That it was illegal to be gay and practicing. Like sodomy laws are very recent. And this is just the most confusing thing in the world to me, that like credit wants to be taken for nations like Sweden and Norway and how well they treat gay people, while at the same time Christians in America are fighting to repeal safeguards against my queer friends. Like it's...
No, safeguards against your queer friends getting children, you goober.
Very bizarre to me to want to like claim credit for how well the LGBTQ crowd in Norway and Sweden are treated, and then at the same time actively disagree with those policies that make them treated so well. But then again, I'm like not interested in having this conversation. Like this isn't my shtick.
So where I'm not finding what you guys are talking about with him saying that Ruslan was pro-abortion or pro-gay. That doesn't. I mean, if you mean that he says that they're not treated fair in the Middle East, is that what you're talking about? Muta with the Shia. Muta with the Shia tonight. All right, if you guys find the actual timestamp, let me know, because I haven't seen it yet, but we'll move on to the next call. Audic, what's up? Unmute. Audic, whatever. Unmute, man. Do you want to talk or not? All right. We've had almost 2,000 the entire night, so that's good. I appreciate you guys joining me. Fun crowd. Julian, what's up? Guys, would hit like and share. You can support stream through Super Chats as well. Super Chats are done through Streamlabs right there. Well, no, that's actually this video. Let me give you the link. What's up? Unmute. Julian. Julian, do you want to talk or no? What's up?
Can you hear me? I'm here, Jay.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? I'm trying on my laptop. I tried a few times on the phone. It didn't work out.
Dude, is everybody calling from the frickin' from the Pakistan side of the moon? Like, what's going on, dude?
I'm sorry. It's
You're better now. What's up?
Is it better now?
Good. A little bit.
I just got a quick question. I noticed there's been kind of this trend online lately that I don't notice in the real world about. I noticed you've spoken out a lot about how Orthodox don't believe in infant damnation and stuff. I've been seeing a lot of people really coming out hard in favor of the Confession of Dositheus being dogmatic.
Yeah, it doesn't say infants are damned. So again, go read.
They're also paid by the Southern Poverty Law.
Go watch Alex Soren's giant video on this. They just did a giant video with Father Stephen Dion. So go watch that.
Actually, Jay and I make kind of a joke about that, but we're starting to think these are paid subversives.
Well, again, yeah, they're going to attempt the same strategy of division that they did in Orthodox world in Ukraine. They're going to do the exact same thing in America and Orthodoxy, and so they're going to utilize mentally unstable creeps, weirdos,
keep in mind,
unhinged people
are either closet homosexuals or furries, on SSRIs.
Yeah, mentally unstable SSRI people are
every one of them. But that's what's hilarious about people's discernment. Like for like a large percent of Orthodox, that's where they go. You know where we should go get our theology from? Not from clergy, not living clergy, but from furries and closet homo on SSRIs that are 17 years old. Like God help you if like you think that's the way forward in life. Why people listen to it's amazing too that you like
many people.
As one monk said, you don't touch poop because if you touch poop, you get poop on your hand. But people like to follow these people. I don't get it. So. But the more you people interact with them, I'm not saying you in person, but the more people out there interact or even follow them, you're complicit at some level. Because if everybody just ignored these wackos, like, there would be nothing.
Exactly. Everybody's just making the 6-7 joke. They're not giving an actual time frame. They're just doing 6-7. Jay, it's the last third of the video. He makes a case about evangelicalism being cheese, which was funny. By the way, I thought it was funny that Ruslan was taking shots at me about having Zen packs. I don't have Zen packs, but I have Alps. And then there was somebody put this clip up of Ruslan with his cigars. So I'm going to re-smoke this cigar in honor of Ruslan smoking a cigar.
On cigar. I don't need to smoke Black & Milds. I don't need to smoke hookah. I don't need to smoke nicotine. I don't have a desire to smoke anything.
I'll never slow up. No, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up.
I'm not putting any smoke in my lungs. Like at all. Like I don't see the value of that. Like why put smoke in your lungs? That's just gross. Like that's, to me, that's just disgusting. I'm not putting smoke in my lungs. I don't care what it is. Like I'm not smoking cigars regularly. I don't think you guys understand. Nor am I drinking. I despise alcohol.
Mm-hmm. And even if he isn't inhaling, it's just another example of being willing to break his own rules for the right reasons. Anyhow, I hope this will be the
But I'm in Oceanside, California, and the church that I was going to was Rhythm Church. So I have a little bit of insight about like what's going on and whatnot.
Please tell us about what exactly is this? Is this a rap church? What is Ruslan's Rhythm Church?
But yeah, it was. I mean, it wasn't too bad, but it was interesting a few times. What's weird is they do the 5-minute spiel about how you got to donate all your money at the end. They put up the QR code and everything, and then I've listened to Ruslan speak once or twice, and a lot of the times he was just pushing his book. So it is definitely a weird thing, but I'm glad that all this stuff came out. And
is it business church?
Doing this because it really brought to light all the business church bullcrap that goes on.
So it is business church.
Almost 100%. I think I was kind of blind to it because there was another church not that far from Rhythm Church called Coast City. And Coast City, one service was dedicated to a coffee shop that they were opening up. They maybe read a Bible verse, and then the rest of it was just about their coffee shop, which was even worse. But
yeah.
Rhythm Church, I'm definitely glad that I started inquiring, and then all this stuff came out because it really brought to light all this bullshit.
Because it's the rhythm of the night, my life, oh yeah. Rhythm is gonna get you. Rhythm is gonna get you. Ruslan is gonna get you tonight. Do, 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 do. how many rhythm songs? Rhythm is a dancer. It's a soul's companion. You can feel it in the air. Who's next? Chasmo. My Chasmo. So people are saying in breaking news right now, there's another apparent attempt on Trumpadunk. There's an assassination attempt on Trump allegedly in the news. Are y'all trolling me? You can never know when people are trolling or whether that's really happening. Chasmo, you want to mute? Ruse on talking about black and mild. He talking about me.
How you doing, Jay?
I'm black and mild right now. What's up?
I've got a comment and then a question.
Okay.
One is, I grew up Baptist, and me and my wife started going to a local Catholic church, and I didn't really believe you when you said they were trying to make a one-world religion until a couple prayers that popped up. So one was, we pray for our Muslim brothers and sisters as they go into Ramadan.
Mm-hmm.
And we left, and I was like, what was that? You know what I mean? Because if I was going to steelman it, I don't think there's anything wrong for praying.
They're not praying for them to be converted. They're not
come to the faith.
They're not. They're not praying for conversion.
Exactly. And I was like, it feels like you just co-signed Ramadan.
Absolutely, that's crazy.
And then the second one was that we pray that the Jews have a meaningful Passover.
Wow.
And that was another one, because I was like, if we're praying for people outside of the faith, it should be to bring them into the faith.
Yeah, the only meaningful Passover is Pascha, which is the liturgy and which is the Eucharist. So that shows you that they don't believe in the fulfillment of the church being the fulfillment of Passover, which is the Eucharist.
Right, exactly. So then I went to my first Russian Orthodox liturgy last week, which was unreal. And then we're going to a Greek Orthodox church tomorrow. But my question is, why did you go to Russian Orthodox? Was it just that you found the best church in your area that kind of like spoke to you, or was it something specific about the Russian Orthodox church? Or
well, I went to all the Orthodox churches in Florida around me, and that one ended up being the best fit because I had a really good synergy with the priest there, Father Vladimir. But also, there's aspects of ROCOR that I really appreciate. For example, they still have the early 1980s decree against ecumenism, so the official stance of ROCOR is anti-ecumenist. But also, Orthodox person can go to any liturgy. So I think tomorrow we will probably go to the Antiochian liturgy tomorrow. So it's not that you have to do that. It's just, most people, unless they live in a giant city, like they're kind of limited in their options. And yeah, that's why. Or you could just say it's because I work for the KGB, if you want to say that.
True, which might be correct, right? Mm-hmm. So, last thing, something that's interesting to me about Ruslan is the first time I heard him talk growing up, in a Baptist church, it really reminded me of, which I'm sure you're familiar with, like the guys that try and be cool within the church, and you're kind of appealing to people that wouldn't be cool.
Yeah, everyone is a youth minister. They're all basically the way youth ministers are.
Yes, exactly. And the first time I listened to him, I was like, oh, I've seen like 100 of these.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, thank you for that call there, Chaz. I appreciate that. Here is the Abu Dhabi Faith Center that they built, showing you that it's an attempted one world religion. Watch this. I mean, imagine debating with these people that Nostra Aetate and Lumen Gentium don't mean that we all worship the same God, and it's actually they're trying to convert the Muslims in a covert, trust the plan way. It's a QAnon, Vatican. No, they're making giant temples to the monotheistic, tri-religious deity. Literally, the Abrahamic Faith Center. Like, what are you talking about? Is the Vatican? It's like, this is what Alex Horn always says, right? Notice how the way the Vatican talks and operates, it's night and day from their Cope apologists in America. JR, what's up?
I am called in to point out the obvious. It was rhythm is a pastor.
Rhythm is a pastor. It's a Ruslan. You can feel him in the air. Thank you.
Yes. The rhythm of the tithe.
Rhythm of the tie.
No, you know what's hilarious? Do you know what the biggest church is in Helena, Montana?
A mega church.
Well, yeah.
What?
What the name of it is?
Blessed Harvest Seed Chapel. What? I don't know.
It's called Buffalo.
Blessed Dream Harvest.
It's literally called Buffalo Church, dude.
Buffalo Church.
Oh yeah, there's cowboy.
There's no even biblical names in the where.
Yeah, well,
where is Buffalo in the Bible?
Exactly. Well, all throughout the Bible Belt, we have motorcycle, biker church, cowboy church. There's all that in the Bible Belt.
But they're literally named that, like.
Yeah, cowboy church is a big thing.
Actually, cowboy church is named that. Yeah, they actually are named that. I think.
Here we in Buffalo Church, we don't worship the cross or Christ. We worship the beast.
You know what the motto for cowboy church is? They don't realize that they're actually grungers. It says "Come as you are."
Yeah, I've got it. I mean, John's right. I've seen them all throughout Texas, and I don't know if we have any in Tennessee because there's not a lot of cowboys in Tennessee, but like we have like biker church in Tennessee. I think actually in Paducah I saw a cowboy church or something.
Well, John, remember Set Free Ministries came out of the Vineyard.
Yes.
And Vineyard came out of
Calvary Chapel.
Yeah. So, and Set Free
used to have skateboard ramps. I used to go skate there.
Look right here, Jackson, Tennessee. Boneyard Biker Church. It's called the Boneyard. Boner Biker Church.
No, remember FDA Set Free used to have skateboard ramps at church.
Yeah, I remember that. Actually, do you remember that?
Yeah.
So, Jay, remember when you were making that video of, like, church?
Yeah.
And they had, like, the filth pool.
Yeah, Randy Balls.
Slide and stuff like that. Yeah, they actually had that. They had the filth board ramp.
No, people don't realize, like, all over the Bible Belt, dude, there's, like, biker churches everywhere. Like, here's one in Maine. So they're all over Texas. Here's Harley Davidson Biker Church. I'm just waiting for the Spirit Halloween Church. When are we gonna go to Spirit Halloween Church?
You know, Christian Hosoi is a pastor, right? FDA.
Who?
Christian Hosoi, the pro skater.
Oh, funny. Hey, Dave,
he's got skateboard church.
Pull up the Vato dude that's like does the popping and breaking.
There's Cholo Church. I'm serious.
Cholo Church.
Yeah. And there's
Victory Outreach.
Yeah, John said, and if you go to Florida, there's a surfer church too. In Florida. Dang, dude, they're actually having cowboy church in a barn, dude. Look at that. I guess it makes sense that cowboy church would be in a barn, right? Like, what other building would it be in?
What group do they not have yet? What kind of group?
This is so bizarre, dude. It's so American too. You know, this doesn't exist, and it's really in Europe, right? They don't have cowboy church in Europe. There's no cowboys, but it's such an American thing to like create a religion around like your hobby, right? Like what's a weird basket weaving church?
If you wanted to be a grifter, you could go and set up cowboy church in the UK. I bet they would.
Yeah, they would love that because they have a fascination with cowboys and all. They think America is like, you know, cowboys, and like everybody like people ride their horses to. Somebody was talking about coming to America from Europe or from the UK because they'd never been here. They thought it'd be funny, and they actually thought that like people in Texas they think that we don't have bathrooms and we ride horses everywhere. Like they actually thought this.
Do they have any rave churches?
Yeah. Didn't you see that a bunch of Roman Catholic churches are turning into that?
It's called Roman Catholicism.
Yeah, exactly. Have you not seen the Roman Catholic priest as a big DJ?
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
But I don't know if there's this.
Very sad for me to see Roman Catholic nuns dancing at a rave at the Vatican.
Yeah, it's a stain on raves. I can agree. And all EDM.
Oh, here's the Roman Catholic priest that does it in Slovakia. All right, well, the video doesn't want to play. Here we go.
Oh, they should have a church, dude, where everybody dresses up in like lab coats.
Look, hold on. Look at this.
Come upon you and remain with you always. Amen.
This is Roman Catholic rave church with who's this priest?
Father Paul Oakenfold.
Father Paul Oakenfold.
Big groomer.
That was good. Yeah, I was trying to think of like big DJs, and my mind went blank. But yeah, Paul Oakenfold's like a classic 2000s era DJ for sure. Somebody made this good. Speaking of the Ecumenism, the guy that just called in about Ecumenism, this was a great video that I think it might be AI. I can't tell with the voice or whatever. But Golden, do you want to talk? And then we'll watch a little bit of this video about Hinduism and charismaticism and yoga and the ecumenist movement. What's up, man? Golden.
Oh, hey, can you hear me? Hey, so I was calling, I'm kind of in a place, I come from a Reformed Baptist background, and I visited a Antiochian Orthodox church once. I'm kind of getting into the Inquisitor process. I was just going to comment, the thing that kind of drove me away from Protestantism, or at least the evangelical church, was kind of something that you've hit on before, is I started out when I was about 19. I'm sorry.
I'm laughing at the chats coming up with names for Christian DJs, and they're cracking me up because it's like somebody said Pope Diplo, somebody said Moby the 23rd. Go ahead.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, sorry. So when I was about 19 to 21, I was an associate pastor for a Reformed Baptist church. Really, associate pastor is not even the right word. I was just in training. And so that meant the head pastor would let me sometimes preach on Sundays as I was doing that. And which was my first issue, was how easy it is to get into that and start teaching people, because I had no clue what I was talking about. I thought that I did, but I didn't. It was also kind of something you hit on a couple of days ago, which was, for me at that age, it was like the edgy choice to say of like, oh yeah, of course God creates people just to destroy them, because it was almost like the edgy or different than the other Protestants thing to say. It wasn't actually a real deep theology.
Right.
But when I got older, the issue I started to have is, it's kind of an emotional reason, but it pushed me to look into the history, which is that the worship services became the thing that we always get criticized for, which is the rock concert. It's the fake bullshit, like monologue prayers that's all about me, and you know what I'm talking about, like we got to play the guitar with some sad notes in the
it's performative praying.
God, I just want you to feel what I'm saying, like that type of horse shit that's so put on, it's so fake.
It's performative
And, like,
praying.
Yes, extremely performative. The altar calls, where we're going to, again, have the music playing kind of soft and sad in the background to, like, try and manufacture an emotional response in people to, like, I guess, force them to come and confess in front of everybody at the altar so that it looks like we're getting some fucking movement in the church, I guess. It pissed me off so bad, because I was looking for, like, can we not take this serious? Like, can this not be a serious thing that, you know, we're here to worship God? It shouldn't be a show about me. I mean, for God's sake, the church that I was at actually would do, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but they would do special songs, right? So they'd have, does someone from the congregation want to come up and do a special song presentation at like the end of the worship service? You know, it was so self-centered, so Americanized. All that's leading to, that's what pushed me away from Protestantism at an emotional level, was just that I wasn't finding the seriousness that I was looking for. I can't think of the word now, but the reverence for the subject matter. So that was when I visited the Antiochian Orthodox church that's near me for the first time, it was exactly what I had been looking for. It was like, this is not about the individuals that are here. It's about, we're all here for the purpose of participating in the liturgy, which is reverential, and it feels kind of ancient and serious. So that emotionally resonated with me, but that did ironically kind of push me, because the Reform background that I came from was so, well, we actually believe what the original Reformers believed. It was that type of stuff. Like, we actually read history, but that actually ironically was the second half of that pushed me into, well, I want to read the history. And so that kind of mind breaking realization that all these, we repeat the Nicene Creed and we repeat all of these things, but we don't actually believe 90% of what they taught. And so that cherry picking element that you've hit on before. So I didn't really have a question. It was just kind of, I hear some of these things that you've talked about before that just seem to one for one exactly describe my current kind of trying to break away from the Protestant church.
Yeah, well, that's good,
anyway,
man.
I appreciate what you do, man.
Well, thank you, Golden. Appreciate that. And yeah, I think a lot of people do find, Antiochian churches usually are a pretty good transition from Protestant. That's all out of Nashville, actually, the giant Antiochian church. And Franklin is kind of the hub of the evangelicals that converted. And we have a lot of friends that go to that church, but it's pretty far from us. So, and also we have, really close friends at the Rocor Parish in Nashville. But David says for $10, Jay, it's your favorite Israeli. I wanted to talk to you about the real presence. Why is it not cannibalism? Well, we say in the liturgy that it's the rational noetic sacrifice. So it's not a human sacrifice. We're not consuming the limbs in a cannibalistic sense. We're partaking of the mystical supper of the deified flesh of the God-man. So we're partaking of the uncreated energies. So that would be my answer. Chris says for $10, I want to go to Orthodox liturgy. Should I go to OCA or Greek Orthodox or what's close? Check them all out. In the Fell says, Sam Shamoon was trying to defend Vatican II tonight. Well, good luck with that. It says the opposite of what he's spent 20 years arguing, that Allah is a demon, and now he's got to accept that it's not a demon, it's actually the one true God. Nifs, $5. Thank you for this free concert. 40 Crush, $5. Capcom made the Resident Evil game with mother-daughter and Pragmata, a father-daughter. Is that pro-natalist propaganda? I don't understand the question. I don't know what a mother-daughter simulator Pragmata is. You would have to enlighten me on what that means, 40 Crush. I'm not sure. Economat, what's up? I was a diorite before it was cool. I know a lot of people use that term joking, but I wouldn't use it just because the people are going to capitalize on it and say it's a cult. Copala says for $10 twice. Jay, I texted you an email on partnership with a brand. We are a new snack on the market, setting a new standard in the U.S. KapalaOriginals.com. Godspeed. I'll check that out. Right now I have Chalk as our sponsor, but there's nothing necessarily antithetical to Chalk and perhaps something like that, but I'll take a look and see. And you sent that super chat twice. Appreciate that. Terry, $10. Jay, I'm a recovering Thomist. The other night you said the modern world requires a modern response in terms of epistemology or metaphysics. Could you talk about that? Yeah, I just meant that Thomism is a medieval system that operated in the ancient medieval worldview, which was to tend to put metaphysics as a given and put that before epistemology. By the time of Descartes and Kant and Hume, everything shifts, to where people say you can't put your metaphysical cart before your epistemic horse. And the shift occurs in terms of questioning anything in terms of skepticism, right? So Humean skepticism, Kant following Hume, we need to answer those challenges because the assumptions were questioned of neutrality, brute facts, givens, right? So most modern philosophy is premised on the idea that you just can't assume a giant metaphysical system. Doesn't mean metaphysics aren't true. It means that, well, how do we know that all these metaphysical claims just are the case? And so Thomism is thus a classical foundationalist system overall in terms of its approach to givens. For example, the peripatetic axiom, there's nothing in the intellect that's not first in the senses. And a modern philosopher would say, well, is that truth itself also in the senses, right? So that's what I was talking about. We need a better response than to just reassert Thomism as a dogmatic system or a dogmatic philosophy. That's why it's hard to convey this to Thomists, is because they don't think in that way. They think, usually their responses are very low tier. Like if you say, oh, I guess you're a skeptic. Well, if I use an argument from David Hume, it doesn't make me a skeptic, right? We're just pointing out the inconsistencies at a systemic level. Another dumb meme bro. Jesse Lee Peterson is the Paris Hilton of black folks. He's memeing Assatard. Rachel, $10. I'm a former PCA Presbyterian. I live in Memphis. I'm a catechumen at St. John's Orthodox in Midtown. Do you go there? Aren't you from Memphis? No, not from Memphis. I've been to Memphis many times, but Memphis is about as far away as Nashville, so I don't really spend a lot of time in Memphis. And I think I've only visited one Orthodox church ever in Memphis, and I think it was the Greek church many years ago. I think before I was Orthodox. I think it was Roman Catholic, and I visited the Greek Orthodox church in Memphis one time, but I've not been to any other ones. I know there's an Antiochian one. I don't know if there is a Rocor one in Memphis. There could be. Sergius, these pearl clutchers are fag maxing. Gedwu, $10. Explain the difference between ex cathedra and universal magisterium. Right, so Roman Catholic theology from Vatican II and in other places, this is not very controversial. I have multiple Catholic dogmatic manuals that will say the same thing. There's basically three types of teaching in the Catholic Church. There's extraordinary magisterium, universal ordinary magisterium, and ordinary teaching. So the first two would be things like ecumenical council. The first one, the extraordinary magisterium, will be things that are infallible, binding, not questionable, and are either ex cathedra or ecumenical councils, right? So that's that first criteria of extraordinary magisterium, and that means that they're just typically not the norm, right? An ex cathedra statement is rare. An ecumenical council is rare. So they're extraordinary, but they're magisterium. Universal ordinary magisterium is also infallible, binding, cannot be questioned, and in their definition it is, quote, anything that the church has always taught at all times and in all places on faith and morals. So you see that it's very broad, right? Ex cathedra statements, they're not broad. We know that there's a handful of those. Ecumenical councils, they're a little more specific in terms of counting them, but Roman Catholics are actually inconsistent about how they name them and list them. But regardless, that's the top category, right? Councils and ex cathedra is the first one. Universal ordinary teaching is very broad, and this is one of the problems in the system. And even the Roman Catholic dogmatic manual that I have over there, one of them says, this is actually kind of a challenge because we don't know what fits in this broad category of universal ordinary magisterium, because how do you define what the church has always taught at all times in every place? I mean, it's a very broad category. So, for example, is the death penalty part of that? Well, it seems like it's pretty much taught at all times in all places pretty consistently for the most part until Vatican II, or at least the popes post-Vatican II. So you see the ambiguity in that second layer of universal ordinary magisterium, right? But remember, the first two are under the classification of binding, infallible, you can't question them, they're not wrong. The third lower category is called ordinary teaching, and this would be like the Pope's homilies, or this would be like your bishop's homilies, or your United States Conference of Catholic Bishop, right? Those would be ordinary teachings. When they teach on any matter, you're typically supposed to defer to those, right? So even though the ordinary teaching could be wrong, your local Roman Catholic bishop in their system could make theological mistakes. He could say something heterodox or whatever. And in their system, even though it's technically wrong, or the Pope could say something theologically wrong, you're supposed to submit with docility to the ordinary normative teaching of the Roman Catholic Church. You don't get in their canon law or in their system or in their moral theologies the freedom to accept and reject what ye list. And this is the number one mistake and error and even lie that 95% of the pop Roman Catholic apologists promote, the idea that you have a position within Rome that allows you to pick and choose what you want and what you accept, mainly from Rome, right? We'll set aside the issue of the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops or your local Roman Catholic bishop, because literally no Roman Catholics care what their local bishop says. Like none of them. None of them care. It's only about what Rome says. So let's say, for the sake of argument, can a Roman Catholic, if Francis says the gospel is contrary to the death penalty, and that's his normative teaching for, as far as I can tell, almost all of his papacy, do you have the right as a Roman Catholic to reject that because you think Francis is wrong? The answer is no. Even if it's not magisterial, even if Francis doesn't say, I pronounce this as ex cathedra dogma for the entire church, you don't have the right to reject it, because their canon law says, even in non-magisterial teachings, you must submit with docility. JM says, for the last 4 years, my sister has been looking into orthodoxy. She tells me she's having trouble because the service is too adult. It's too serious. Well, I don't even know what to say to that. Like, we are adults. Religion is serious. Like, what is she? Does she want clown church? I mean, if she wants clown church, she can go to the Roman Catholic Church. They have clown masses. Dog fart, $2. Thank you. David Desi, $33. Jay, can you just tell us, why is the real presence not cannibalism? I like your videos. Thank you. So again, as I said a minute ago, cannibalism is a crass idea that you can consume a dead man. We don't believe that Jesus is dead. Jesus is not dead. He is the resurrected Son of God. And so partaking of his deified flesh is, in the Orthodox liturgy, called our rational and noetic sacrifice or offering. So it is a spiritual partaking that does include his deified flesh. And we believe that that's a mystery. But no, cannibalism is eating a dead man, and Jesus is not dead. Josh Clegg, $10. What do you say to those who argue that religions all have truth, and you don't have to be Orthodox to know the truth? Well, all religions and all people have some degree of truth, but that doesn't mean that they have saving truth. So there's a big difference there. And Jesus says, I'm the way, the truth, and life. No one comes to the Father but through me. 29 System, $14. Never stop being honest and direct, which is what these people call mean. It shows that you actually care about things and your audience. Please forgive us for dumb mistakes. I forgive you. Fredo, $5. Wasson Watch famously crashed out over the meme, I will not die for Israel, that came out last year. He's a Zionist who sells tacky $800 watches. Oh, that's the thing that James Lindsay was sharing. So yeah, this guy sells tacky $800 watches and is probably some kind of dumb evangelical. Terry, $5. Jay, look up Shepherds for Sale. It's a wild read. Okay, I'll check that out. That sounds like fake evangelical pastors. Edward Longshanks, $20. Great stream. I noticed that people have been programmed to clutch pearls if you say something like, for example, discrimination can be good. This is very similar to the Bible saying to judge in certain situations, and you shouldn't oversimplify. Yeah, that's a great point. Like, it's I don't even know where this comes from. Right? I think it's more, maybe some people imbibe this through pop culture, right? They hear something like, you shouldn't judge people, and that's what Christianity teaches, right? And then they just sort of think that the whole religion is like some sort of pacifist hippie, don't judge, man. You could never make a judgment call, dude. And it's like, I don't know, like Andrew said in that questioning, I don't know exactly where that, just pop culture, I guess. People just assume that that's the whole religion is just don't judge. Ben Garrity, what's up? By the way, I saw a clip that looked funny of Paula White walking around like a dog. She was on all fours, like crawling like a dog. What in the world? Like these clowns, dude. That this woman is Trump's spiritual advisor. And now I've lost that clip of her crawling around like a dog. Let's see if we can find it.
By the way, Pastor Turnus says that the apostolixy is not subject to revision by anyone, nor may anyone lawfully pass judgment thereupon.
Yes, Pastor Turnus says you may not judge the first seed. Correct.
Yeah, that means you, the laity, you're not allowed to judge the apostolixy.
Ben, you want to talk? Man, I wish I'd saved that clip of her crawling around like a dog. It was crazy.
Dance.
Is this it?
When we start going into this, like, doing it, the amount of food.
This one looks pretty good, though. Let's see what this is. Yeah, these are the people who are calling for war. These people and James Lindsay are the retards that dupe all these dummies.
The leader of the bee family is always a female known as a queen bee. She's the only female that is fertile. Deborah, you're a queen bee. Come on. But here's what's so important.
What is
she
she
is
talking about?
known for her dance. She is known for her dance. And it's not like some cute little, this kind of dance. It's not that. This kind.
She seems drunk as hell or on pills. This woman is like on pills or drunk up here preaching about queen bees that do the dance.
Known for her dance. She is known
She out here talking about Beyonce. This girl talking about Beyonce up here dancing. She is.
for her dance. And it's not like some cute little, this kind of dance. It's not that, this kind of dance. She's known for her dance because when she gets ready to notify in the hive of a new source of food, she will perform a dance by vibrating her wings. Her wings start going into this like almost uncontrollable vibration and the moving of her body around. And the dance starts to communicate how far and in what direction the food is. She's the queen bee.
Shit, this bitch drunk as hell, dude.
And it's uphill against the wind. It will require more energy. So what she starts doing at the amount of food, there is great dance. The dance will last longer and it'll be more enthusiastic. So what she starts doing, the longer the dance, the more...
Dude, these people are absolutely batshit crazy, dude. Where's the clip of her crawling like a dog? That was cracking me up, dude.
When I walk on White House grounds, God walks on White House grounds. I had every right and authority to declare the White House as holy ground because I was standing there, and where I stand is holy.
Wow. Dang, dude. These bitches is just blaspheme maxing. She over here blasphemy maxing. Did anybody know? Has anybody seen that clip of her crawling like a dog? That one, I want to see that. That looks crazy. Crawl. Let's see, Paula White doing that dog crawl. Do the Paula White crawl. Oh, maybe this is it. I think this is it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Watch this.
Don't you let these nails fool you. Baby, if I gotta get down and crawl. And when you get ready to move in the fullness of God's anointing, you've got to conquer positionally anything.
Look, she got the same type of dress as Amy Simple McPherson too. She's Amy Simple McPherson maxing.
That would be over you. If you don't pull down the stronghold, it doesn't have to be everything, but the devil can have one area of your life. And if you don't get victory in that one area, he will hold you back because
she's talking and doing the whole rhythm of a black preacher. So we got a white woman doing the whole breathy, the whole black church rhythm, and people are loving it, dude.
Positionally, you have to conquer. That's what a stronghold is. The devil has a strong hold on you, and you can prophesy, and you can have money, and you can be good looking.
Woo!
And you can have favor, but if you've got one area that the devil's got you, you won't be able to move into the fullness of the anointing. And until you get
This is Trump's spiritual advisor, dude.
you won't be able to have that anointing released because you'll be too sensitive to go in the gutter to get the glory of God. But God said he's raising.
Somebody said she got a Reba haircut. She does. She's full Reba, dude. She went full McIntyre. What's up? Who's next? This dude's been waiting. Kostia. What's up, dog? Unmute, man. Kostia, unmute.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yo.
Is FDA still on?
I think he dropped off. Sorry.
Okay, well, maybe you could answer.
Oh my gosh, please don't ask me a tag question, dude.
Like Kantian Noumena?
Oh no, please, not doing that, dude. Good God, man. What's the topics listed, dude? Come on. That's probably one of them annoying ass atheists that calls in about. Lori, what's up? Lori. Your girl Lori over here. Lori. We gotta have a wine mom at the end of the night. What's up? Wine mom to cap it off. Lori. Unmute. Lori, unmute.
Oh, can you hear me now, Jay?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I want to ask you a question. I just started Orthodox, and I've been around some people for a while within the Protestant movement, and they kind of bully me around about being Orthodox.
Yeah, they'll do that. They'll do that.
Will they do that?
Yes, they will. They will do that.
Okay, well, I've been, considerate and everything of that, and I've tried to, just kind of get along, and, we're to lover and all that.
Mm-hmm.
They said, well, I was being too judgmental, and then they start to provoke me.
Mm-hmm.
But I was listening to Rachel Wilson the other night or something. I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if her book would help me on dealing with women that do that, because they consistently do it, and then I don't give them a lot of attention, but then they say I'm too mean.
Is this people in your life or online?
Well, it's people that I live around.
Oh. Rachel, are you there?
Yeah,
I'm here.
Yeah, these people I do around, and I have been I found something really terrible in my trash. It was a dead cat with a note on it.
What?
Yeah.
They put a dead cat with a note on it in your trash?
I believe they did, Jay.
What did the note say?
Well, it didn't have a clear language on it.
Mm.
Well, it was just, it had something said on it, and then it didn't even, I don't know. It was weird, you guys.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, I think you could probably find some value for sure in Rachel's book in regard to how to deal with the mindset of the leftist feminists, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. Now, I've got energy. I'd like to keep going if you guys want to keep going. I may have to go to the little girl's room here. H. Brazzy, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me, Jay?
I can hear you. What's up?
Hey, man, that wasn't no wine, Mom. She was on some damn Henny. She was gone, man. What the hell? I did have a question for you real quick. And, yeah, I mean, I've heard Rachel, answer this question a million times with all the time she's had to deal with, I call it the prot-ho ladies on Twitter. But I don't think I've ever heard your answer for this. What's your position on, and this is mostly a Protestant.
On being a prot-ho?
I've definitely seen a lot of.
I'm still a prot-ho. That's my position. I am, yeah.
I'm a ortho-ho. How about that?
All right.
We both thought it up. Oh yeah, all right. So what's your position with like the longhousing? Whether like I guess there could be some. I've definitely seen it from some Orthodox women online, but it's mostly just Protestant and Catholic. What's your position on the longhousing of them with how we men specifically engage with like feminists or just women that are detractors from whether it be orthodoxy or whatever else, feminism in particular.
What is longhouse? I don't even know what that means. What does that mean?
It's basically the like to put it simplest, it's the feminization of every aspect of society, and with it, and just for this specifically, like speech, like how you see like all the women, like I said, mostly Protestant, sewing circle Christians, as Andrew calls them, how they constantly criticize how he talks, never has anything to do with the substance of his arguments. It's just how he talks. Like, you can't say this, you shouldn't say this to women, blah blah blah. They never criticize, what's levied back at him. But
I mean,
tone policing.
I'm just keep making fun of it. So like, I keep challenging and trolling these people. Like, I got Gavin Orland to block me today, trolling him. I got Wes Huff to block me, just asking him to debate and trolling him. So I mean, I think to just keep making fun of these people because they're on the run. So that's my strategy. Rachel, what's your strategy for the tone policers and these people?
Basically the same thing. From my perspective, I just always ask them. I had one last night. Andrew was debating one of my haters who's supposed to be like a right winger, and her criticism was I don't Jakesburg enough, and I'll say certain things, but then I won't go far enough. But she couldn't tell me what it was that I need to say that would go far enough. Totally ridiculous. But I usually just say, what exactly is it that you're doing to help? Because these people that do the tone policing, the Christian tone policing, are they speaking up against female bishops saying the New Testament is problematic, like that black lady that went viral earlier in the week? No.
Exactly.
So they're not going to say anything to her. They're not going to say anything to the gay preachers who are saying, actually, Jesus loves homosexuals and thinks they're better. They're not going to say anything to them. They're not going to say anything to all of the majority of Christians who still support abortion rights. So I always just say, look, once you're willing to tackle those issues and deal with the people who are putting this nonsense out there, and you can show me how to do it better in a nicer tone and be as effective as me, then I'll listen to you. But
Yeah,
you don't do that.
yeah,
You're
I
not
think
doing anything.
Yeah, that's a great retort because I think in the case of like Trent Horn, and I know Tim Gordon was kind of messaging him in the background, I think that criticism kind of hit home. It's like, you'll go and debate Destiny on stage, and you'll go on whatever podcast, and you'll debate some, feminist, OnlyFans woman, but those people are not too toxic. But the ortho bros are, because they use a 4-letter word. Like, people are figuring out that like the hypocrisy doesn't make any sense, and it's just convenient excuses. So absolutely, I think just kind of highlighting that and making fun of them is a killer approach. Casper, what's up, man? Casper, you want to unmute?
Hey, what's going on?
What's on your mind?
Yeah, so, I mean, don't Protestants just kind of fall into the Muslim dilemma with their rejection of the tradition, and they get their book from that? So it's basically like they reject the prior revelation.
Yeah, it is kind of a similar version of that. Yeah, I think that's actually pretty perceptive. It's like a Protestant version of it. Absolutely.
And that got me thinking a little deeper on something else, is like, if there's one God and you're not worshiping or following him in the objective nature that he intends, aren't you just functionally an atheist?
I think you could make a comparison there. I mean, I think the way I would frame that, and I usually say, is it's like worshiping an idea rather than God himself. So it's like, if you're gonna, it's like what Nadab and Abihu did, right? Like, they worship God the way they wanted to. They kind of made up a new way to do it, and it wasn't accepted. And so what you end up doing is worshiping the deity that you've invented in your head. So I think that's along the same lines. President Lloyd, what's up, man?
Yes, sir. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just want to thank you, Jay, and Rachel and Andrew for your truth. Truth is a rare thing in the modern society, and you all handle it with respect and carry it with a certain virtue that's hard to be found. And so I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you, man. Appreciate that. And I'm sure Rachel and Andrew appreciate it as well. If they want to, feel free to speak if you want to. Anthony, what's up? Guys, remember you can get signed copies of Esoteric Hollywood 1, 2, and 3 in the shop right there. If you go to jaysanalysis.com in the shop. And all the copies from my website, of course, are signed. You can also get Jamie's 2 books there. She's got Hollywood Mind Control and her book on culture creation. There's also my red book. I am low on red books, so I'm going to have to order more stock there. You can get my lectures on tragedy and hope. You can get the meta-narratives text as well. All of those are available in the shop at Jay's Analysis. And we also have a show sponsor, which is chalk.com, the best in supplementation on the internet, choq.com. Head on over there and get access to that male vitality stack. These are not PP pills. They're workout adjacent pills. Anthony, what's on your mind? I'm mute.
Hey, Jay, can you hear me okay?
Uh-huh.
Hello, is it coming through okay?
Yeah, man, what's up? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, cool. I just want to make a comment earlier. I thought it was rich when JLP said that Orthodox churches are dark. Have you ever seen his Sunday streams?
No, but I was in his studio church, so I've seen in his building.
Well, if you... I'm obviously not like trying to shout it out, but if you watch his Sunday stream, just look at the screenshot of it. His background, I don't know if he has a green screen set on like pitch black or something like that. Or
Is it dark?
Actually that dark behind him.
That's funny.
Yeah, no, it's actually insane. I didn't know if he was projecting or not. The other thing I want to mention was that Jay and Doc that you were mentioning earlier. I think that video was taken down. It was on their old channel.
The one about his background.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. His dad literally owns a degree mill. It's called Cambridge Training College. Britain. And if you look it up, like it's like 1 star on Yelp, 2 stars on Yelp. It's just a total joke. And so I thought it was interesting. You said, you've been saying he's a total fraud, but
I think he's a grifter. That's
it's just crazy.
Yeah, that's my opinion. I mean, he does like to try to sue people too. So I wonder if he got it taken down or something. Jank says, Jay, do you think that special operations are tied to the CFR and Trilateral Commission? I think at the high level. I mean, I don't think the CFR directly tells special operations what to do. That would be run out of the military. But the CFR and the Trilateral Commission will tell the bureaucrats and the people underneath them, which that will filter down to the military. For example, many CFR trilateral people have been heads of the CIA. So in that way, and they probably have quite a bit of influence on generals and what the military generals decide. Mark, $20. Jay, you help me depart from Protestantism. I embrace orthodoxy. I hope to meet you one day. Well, thank you, Mark. Or Marco, excuse me. Appreciate that. Many years to you, dog. ET, $5. Jay, what do you know about the Hold 'em on Mennonites? Not much. They're a small group of Mennonites who claim that they are the one true church. Okay, well, I mean, I'm going to say that's dumb and retarded. They are the only church that teach the whole Bible. Every cult believes that they're the church that preserve the Bible. Cole, what's on your mind?
Hey, Jay.
Yeah.
I was wondering when the talk with Gerald was going to come out.
I don't know. A lot of large channels, they tend to post material many weeks later because they have kind of a content schedule. So I don't know. I think the last time it took Gerald probably 4, maybe even 5 weeks before it went through their process. Same with Kiriakou. Same with it took Jesse Lee Peterson a good while too. So I think Kiriakou comes out in the next few days. I don't know when DJ is going to post the Chase Guys or Mason debate, but probably in the next few days. But I will have John Kiriakou on my channel next week. So he'll be on Wednesday, I think, next week. And then I got some other big channels I'll be going on next week. You guys, I think, will enjoy those. But I have no idea what people's content schedules are. I always get asked. I'm not mad at you for asking me, but people don't typically tell you when they're putting this stuff out. For example, I did a lengthy interview with, it wasn't that long, actually, maybe an hour, with Daniel Esselin. We did another big geopolitical chat. And his channel has kind of popped off, and I just messaged him today because I actually forgot we even did it. And he said it will be going up soon. So, go ahead.
Dude who was asking about the CFR and special operations.
Go ahead.
So here's something that came to mind was that the Economist magazine ran a cover article on the fall of Hosni Mubarak before he even was deposed.
Really?
Yeah, this is back in the day when that happened with the Egypt color revolution.
Okay.
That's how that happens. You see?
So that, yeah, I mean, the CFR, the Foreign Affairs, and all those magazines, like they have a tendency to kind of put into the literature what the overall plan and sometimes the specifics are, right?
Exactly.
So you're saying Mubarak was it Foreign Affairs?
No, it's The Economist.
Oh, excuse me, The Economist. That's the Rothschilds magazine.
Yeah, that's the Chatham House. Chatham House is basically the foreign affairs of England.
Oh, interesting. Do you think it was called the Autumn of the Patriarchs? Because this is.
That's the article.
Oh, yeah, this is calling for a regime change.
Yep.
It's behind a paywall, but I think this is the article that John's talking about. So you can see here, this came out. Let's see when this one came out. It says 20.
Like a picture, it's like a picture of like a statue of him being like pulled down.
I don't see the statue, but I'm looking to see here. So this is just this might be pulling up the post-fall articles, but I would like to see. I'm not doubting you, John. I'd just like to see it.
I'll tell you this just because, like, you'll know what I'm talking about. And I don't know how many people in the audience would, but that very thing, I actually sent it to Alan Watt back in the day, and then he read it on the air.
Well, hold on. This article is February 2011, and it says Mubarak fell, or he resigned. That's right around the time he resigned.
Yeah, but he didn't really resign, though.
Okay.
It was basically he was forced out, and then
Right.
they had the color revolution.
Yeah.
But all of the magazines will announce ahead of time, and they're all the academic magazines. It's not something like just alluding to what the previous caller said. That's how it kind of goes down through the pike, you know?
Absolutely. Oh, I know. I could try this. Let's search at 2010. Let's see if there was anything. Oh, wow. Okay, here's a bunch of Economist articles in 2010 calling for that he would have a downfall. Here's one. Here's one called After Mubarak. And this is the year before the regime change. You hear me? Oh, this is it, John. Here's a giant statue of him in the desert. Is that it? Are you there? John?
Yeah, it's like a statue of him being pulled down.
Well, there's a statue of him in the desert, and this is before the February regime change in 2011. This is a year before almost. And it says that the regime change is coming soon.
Yep. Yeah, it was something like where I had gotten a stack of Economist magazines from a library, and they were old ones. And then after the fact, I was like reading through them, and then I saw the one. I'm like, oh my gosh, this magazine came out before the regime change. That's crazy. But,
yeah, it actually looks like in 2010 there were several Economist articles calling that out and predicting. Here's one in 2010 from The Economist saying that in May 2010 there was a prediction that Mubarak would fall in a year, and he did. Bruce Bueno, an academic at NYU, made impressively accurate political forecasts. In 2010 he said that Mubarak would fall. 9 months later he did. Okay, here we go. The AI overview says, The Economist correctly anticipated Mubarak's fall in 2010. They published several special reports, including the cover image of 2010 after Mubarak, showing a sphinx-like image of him in the sand collapsing. Yep, there we go. So there's your CFR Trilateral Chatham House mouthpiece saying that there would be a regime change 1 year beforehand, even publicly saying it. Lasha, what's up? Lash, you want to unmute?
Hey, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jay. I have a question about you. How are you? Are you guys staying on like a specific topic today, or how open is the conversation tonight?
The topics are typically Protestantism, nobody called about aliens, feminism, theology-related stuff, but also geopolitical stuff. So what's your question?
Okay. Yeah, no, that works for what I want to ask. So, I don't know what your experience was in grade school, but looking back on grade school and specifically history classes, I feel like everyone talks about how obviously there's like the curriculum for history is obviously not perfect, but like one specific thing that seems weird to me, just like obviously the Byzantine Empire, or the Eastern Roman Empire, is obviously like one of the most major empires, like culturally, theologically, historically, and yet I feel like I didn't learn about it like at all. Like I feel like I learned about it on my own like a year ago or so, and it kind of makes sense like why they wouldn't teach that for multiple reasons. You can go different angles, like who made the textbooks. You can go that route, or also like when you talk about Protestantism, I guess I feel like it serves like Protestant churches to not teach something that would basically go hand in hand with church history, right? Because obviously the Eastern Roman Empire is a huge part of that. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? And like,
yeah, I think that they do intentionally leave out vast swaths of history. I think that is probably intentional in many cases at a high level with the university boards that decide what the curriculum is. That's all kind of coming out of centralized planning and board members and donors, usually who are wealthy leftists, so they will kind of steer the curriculum in that direction. Robert Maxwell, history lessons, yeah, exactly as somebody says. So yeah, I think that's intentional. It's hard to say in every specific case how intentional it is, because most people aren't high level engineering control freak people like Kissinger or Brzezinski. Most people are leftoids that are brainwashed, that are thinking they're serving humanity by being, pushing the leftist agenda in education. So they're just brainwashed. But it definitely occurs. I mean, the whole education system is a giant fraud. Guys, I do have to go to the little girls' room. I'll go TT, and I'm going to play a little bit of this video that came out that gets into the history of the importation of Hindu ideas into the West. Through the character of Swami Vivekananda, and he's important because he attended the World Parliament of Religions, which is really the birth of modern ecumenism, and he wowed everybody there as if he was some sort of deep mystic, and this video kind of gets into this pretty well. I'll be right back.
Unknown Hindu monk arrived at the Parliament of Religions in Chicago. He was Swami Vivekananda. He made a stunning impression on those who heard him, both by his appearance, beturbaned and robed in orange and crimson, and by what he said. He was immediately lionized by high society in Boston and New York. Philosophers at Harvard were mightily impressed. I say. And it wasn't long until he had gathered a hard core of disciples who supported him and his grandiose dream, the evangelizing of the Western world by Hinduism, and more particularly by Vedantic or monistic Hinduism. Vedanta societies were established in the large cities of the United States and Europe.
Hey there friends, today we are infecting humanity.
But these centers were only a part of his work. More important was introducing Vedantic ideas into the bloodstream of academic thinking. Dissemination was the goal. It mattered little to Vivekananda whether credit was given to Hinduism or not, so long as the message of Vedanta reached everyone. On many occasions he said, "Knock on every door. Tell everyone he is divine." Vedanta, the philosophical backbone of what Vivekananda was selling.
Now, I want to remind you guys too that this video doesn't mention it, but one of the figures that was at that Parliament of Religions was Granddaddy Rockefeller, who was very impressed with Swami Vivekananda, such that he wanted to fund this guy and promote this guy in the West. So it was actually the Granddaddy Rockefeller, the original Standard Oil Rockefeller guy, who was really just enamored with Swami Vivekananda and thought, hey, this message of all the religions being the same could actually be a great tool for us to promote, and this is where you actually get the birth of ecumenism.
Rests on one central claim, that the individual self is not distinct from the divine. It is the divine. You are God. Everyone is God. Everything is God.
Brother, you are gods. Did you not know that even Vivek Swami's bunions on his feet are also gods? Did you not know the bunions on the feet are also the god?
The apparent separateness of things is an illusion.
Sorcery.
And the entire purpose of spiritual practice is to realize this, to dissolve the boundaries of the individual self back into the universal consciousness. There is no personal God who created you and loves you and calls you to account. There is no fall.
Sir, you are a god. Do not redeem. Sirs, you are a god. Please, you will also have to give me 1 Bitcoin or else we will come and arrest you. Sirs, you are a god. Could I interest you in a new home finance loan? Sir, you are a god. I'm calling about your car's registry have expired. You are a god.
No resurrection. There is only the cosmic oneness that all religions are, at varying levels of sophistication, groping toward. This makes Vedanta very strategically flexible and made Vivekananda very effective. He could affirm every religious tradition simultaneously. Yes, the Muslims' Allah is real. Yes, his own Shiva is real. And yes, your Jesus Christ is real. Because none of them are the final word. They're all just fingers pointing at the same thing. Christianity becomes just one more lower level teaching that the spiritually mature will eventually supersede, like a child outgrows his training wheels, which is, of course, one of the most thorough rejections of Christianity imaginable, dressed up as a tolerant affirmation of it. Vivekananda just needed to get it into the bloodstream of the West, and get in it did. The same way Marxism, transgender ideology, and every other pathetic contrivance does. Slowly and patiently, over decades, starting in our
Whoever made this video, these images are hilarious. This little kitten, like sneaking in, like as a predator. This is a funny video.
Universities, where upstart professors and shining intellectuals corrupt our youth with their hubris and atheistic self-emancipation from God and all authority, and help prepare the ground for the general public to receive Vedanta, using a neat, harmless little package.
And by the way, wasn't Father Seraphim Rose so prophetic in Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future back in late 70s when he wrote that, early 80s, whenever it was. And he said that you will find the rise of Hinduism in America. Well, lo and behold, we have now Hindu temples everywhere, all over even the Bible Belt. We got a giant Hindu temple in Nashville that's brand new. Lots of new Infinity Indian friends in Nashville.
Thank you, brother. Glad to be to the Bible Belt. We have 1 billion people now in Bible Belt.
Because of that beautiful diversity and enrichment.
Called yoga.
Yoga Moves, a new kind of workout. Take part in yoga, the most ancient system of healing, toning, and rejuvenating your body.
But I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because everybody knows that we're not into yoga. But so basically it just says yoga is intending on interacting with and contacting the deities. Of course, Jamie is doing a deep dive on that right now with Tibetan practices. She's been going into that classic book that's been online for many years by Victor Tamandi, which is deep diving into the practices of Tantra, the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, the Dalai Lama, and all that nonsense.
The late, great Father Seraphim Rose quotes a Benedictine monk named Jean-Marie Deschanel, who wrote an entire book called, and I promise I'm not making this up, Christian Yoga. And his experience is worth thinking over, because it is a very precise illustration of exactly how this demonic influence works on someone who may even have genuinely good intentions. Deschanel describes the postures as producing an extraordinary sense of calm, a feeling of general well-being, a euphoria that lasts. His nerves settle, his fatigue disappears. His whole personality, he says, has been altered. He is gentler, more content. And then, and this is where it gets interesting, his prayer life transforms overnight. He becomes contemplative in a matter of weeks. He feels more receptive, more open, more ready to be, in his words, seized by the Spirit. Father Seraphim identifies this immediately for what it is. Anyone who understands the orthodox concept of prelest, spiritual deception, will recognize in that description exactly the characteristics of someone who has gone spiritually astray. The striving for holy feelings, the willingness to be absorbed by anything spiritual.
This is, again, exactly what you find in charismaticism. Remember Osho's cult? Osho's cult was like doing the exact same thing that Ann Lee they were doing in her cult. Same thing that the charismatic. It's the same sort of bizarre, almost animistic voodoo practices of trying to get this sort of heightened state, an altered state of consciousness, and then sort of like you're no longer in control driving the body, right?
Spiritual with no regard for discernment, the seeking not for God but for spiritual consolations. We notice the incredible ease with which this monk becomes mystical, contemplative, elevated, because genuine orthodox spirituality does not work like that. The prayer of the heart, the real deal, is acquired by very few people after many years of ascetic struggle under the guidance of a God-bearing elder.
By the way, in the Orthodox tradition too, you'll notice that Father Seraphim Rose is critiquing and opposing yoga, which undermines all the idiot Roman Catholics who say that, oh, you're Palamites, you're all into yoga.
Not by doing pagan poses and breath work for 3 weeks. We can see that demons don't need to try
Guys, the video, I've put it in the chat like 10 times. You keep asking me what video is this. It's literally in the chat like 10 times.
Particularly hard when we just open the door. And this is Father Seraphim's larger point, the one that connects back to Vivekananda's mission directly. The goal of all this was never to make Westerners Hindu. It was to prepare the ground for what Vivekananda called the religion of the future, a universal spirituality with no doctrine, no exclusive claims, no Christ. Just experience and feeling, getting people to say, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual.
Yeah, we're not particularly religious, I suppose, but I think we'd both say we were spiritual people, wouldn't we, Tom?
Not particularly religious, interested, spiritual. Are you testing me, Satan?
Here's the thing that gets forgotten in these conversations. Christianity is not suspicious of the body. It does not think the body is a distraction or a prison or an embarrassing biological inconvenience that the soul has to drag around until death when the real stuff starts.
Anyway, you can go watch the rest of this video. The overall video is pretty good. It's right here. Yes, it's called Yoga is Literally Demonic, and it's on this channel called Ascetic Aesthetic. I'm not familiar with that channel, but this video popped up and I thought it was a good video. I don't see anything that I was immediately wanting to get to right now, and I am getting kind of hungry and tired. So guys, let's finish up these super chats, and then we'll go to the last couple calls that we've got here, and maybe call it a night. Brennan says, White House dinner news, there was an attempted event. Oh, really? Somebody mentioned that earlier, and I didn't get to it. Let's see what's going on. Trump safely evacuated from White House Correspondents' Dinner after shots fired. Incident happened around 8:40. Let's see. All right, what that video doesn't, it shows them kind of moving Trump away, but it doesn't, I don't hear any shots. Let's see.
Our team on the ground that the person, the suspect, has been detained by Secret Service, and that the President of the United States, Kevin, will return. The event will go on, is what we're hearing from our team on the ground. He will return to the podium, and sounds like after they've swept the property where this is taking place, that to me, I don't know about you, Kevin, indicates that this threat has been neutralized. They have this person in custody. They feel that it's safe enough for people to return, for the president to return and continue this dinner. What are your thoughts?
Stay down,
I see a lot of people jumping and hiding. I'm not saying there wasn't a shot. I'm just saying there's not any footage or imagery that really shows anything other than just people kind of protecting other people. Well, isn't this an interesting providential thing? I'm not saying that this is, it's interesting providentially that we're talking about self-defense, right? I mean, imagine being like a president, a king, a world leader, and then having people say that, you know, we need to be pacifists. It's just so retarded. Like everybody has self-defense. Even prominent clergy have self-defense. In fact, I was just reading the other day about the Vatican has its own secret service. And I never remember, I'm not talking about the Swiss Guard. There's this other group that has a weird name, starts with a V. Well, they have a group called the Entity, which is the Special Intelligence Service of the Holy See. That's the Vatican City States Intelligence Network. Supposedly it doesn't exist. Yeah, right. Give me a break. I mean, you can see pictures of, was it Pope Francis? Surrounded by like 16 dudes of Secret Service. here's a papal visit. And I mean, you think that these guys are all unarmed? So here's is this Leo or here's Francis and his Pope mobile with, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, at least 20 Secret Service operatives around him. But remember, the death penalty is bad and we should be pacifists. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here's another 20 people around Francis. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Like, this guy has an army of dudes around him. He's got as many people around him as Trump would have, right? And he's talking about pacifism, and we have to not have the. So let me get this straight. This is how stupid this is. Every one of these Secret Service people would immediately pull a gun out on anybody trying to step to the Pope or Francis, right? But the death penalty is bad. Dude, your Secret Service would execute the death penalty on anyone around you. This is so freaking fucking gay, dude. You understand that the Secret Service doing self-defense is the death penalty? Do you recognize that? All right, in that video, you do hear what sounds like shots, right? You hear do, 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 do. Sounds like 3 or 4. Sound like 4 shots, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe 5. Anyway. So, doesn't seem that there's any details on what exactly happened. It just says no injuries, suspect detained, and that's about it. We should pray for our leaders, even if we disagree with their policies. Yeah, it is the Orthodox position to pray for our leaders for sure. CMB, what's up, man? It sounds like the whole clip was emptied. Exactly. What's up, man? CMB.
Hey, I was wondering about the cannibalism question from earlier. Is there a different defense that you might employ to avoid an accusation of the Eucharist being cannibalistic, rather than like relying on a non-standard definition of cannibalism?
I mean, what do you mean?
Like, when I look at definitions of cannibalism, they're overwhelmingly unconcerned with whether or not that which is eaten is alive or dead.
Well, again, it's a rational noetic sacrifice, as I said. It's not a human sacrifice.
But you're still eating human flesh, right?
No, we're eating deified the flesh of the God-man, not mere human flesh. That would be cannibalism.
But so wouldn't that entail that Christ is not human?
No, he's no longer merely human. He is a deified human.
But you would still say he is still human, right?
Yeah, but it's not eating the flesh of some man. This is a dispute that Nestorius has with St. Cyril. They have this exact debate, and St. Cyril's argument is that, no, this is transformed, deified flesh. He's now deified by the Holy Spirit. So that's why it's not just eating some man. And he says to Nestorius that if it wasn't the God-man, it would be cannibalism, and we would be eating some man. So the whole debate with Nestorius and St. Cyril actually ends up being about cannibalism.
Okay, I'll have to look into that. That sounds pretty interesting. Personally, it doesn't sound very convincing, though, because you're still you're saying he's a God man, but he's still a deified human being. And so if you think,
yeah, but what deification means is that that flesh has now become energized by the Holy Spirit. So it's no longer mere human flesh, and it's transformed flesh. For example, he walks through walls at the end of the Gospel of John, so he's able to be and do things outside of time and space. It's not mere flesh.
I mean, do you think that that would be the case for like everyone who's raised into eternal life, that they could do similar type of things that seem supernatural? Or is that just speculative?
I think John says that when we're resurrected, the rest of the saints' bodies will be like Christ's body. So in that sense, yeah, we probably will have some of the same abilities or properties of his resurrected body.
And about the energized part, I mean, you would say that even Christians today are in part like participating in the energies of God, right?
Well, we do that through the Eucharist. So what we're partaking of is the deified flesh, which means we're partaking of the uncreated energies. That's the meaning of that for orthodoxy.
But you would still say that there is the divine energies in this being diffused, or whatever verb you prefer, into people who are still mortal human beings that have not been raised into a deification, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, well then, but we're still human beings fully, right?
Sure.
Okay. All right, that's about the extent to where I want to take this right now, but I appreciate it, man. You have a good one.
Are you Orthodox or have a religious view, or are you agnostic?
I've been, I was previously a catechumen, but this issue kind of put that on pause for a while. So I'm currently Protestant by default, and vaguely, I'm rather open-minded in general.
Do you think that the church in the first 1,000 years was Protestant or symbolic in their view of the Eucharist?
I mean, there were certain individuals. I'm aware that the dominant viewpoint for the majority of church history was that of what seems like a physicalist interpretation.
Mm-hmm. Well, when the Orthodox liturgy says our rational noetic sacrifice, what's the problem with that?
A rational noetic sacrifice. I don't fully understand what that means, to be honest.
Well, you were a catechumen and you never heard that, or you're not familiar with that? It's in the liturgy.
It was never in my catechumen classes.
It's in every liturgy.
Once, sorry?
It's in every liturgy.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I read or that I hear that I forget. I'm sure that's been the same.
How many times did you go to liturgy?
Sorry?
How many times did you go to liturgy?
I don't have like a specific number. It was a lot.
And you never heard our rational noetic sacrifice?
I mean, if you're saying it's just, every single Sunday and every single service.
You didn't notice that?
I must have, right?
Okay. Yeah. I don't believe that guy. Yeah, it's in every liturgy, and you're a catechumen, you're learning it, but you never heard that, never heard of that. It's literally every liturgy. The rational noetic sacrifice in divine liturgy is, I'm trying to find the exact point when in the liturgy says that. I'm getting a bunch of Coptic sites. I don't want that. I don't usually like going to ancient faith, but what is the meaning of the mystical rational noetic sacrifice? The word noetic translates the Greek word noeros, found in the post-New Testament Greek, not the New Testament itself, is derived from the verb noeo, which means to grasp, to apprehend, to perceive, and to intuit, have insight into. In the ancient Christian commentary of the liturgy by St. Nicholas Cabasilas, why did this priest not put saint? He's a saint. Written around 1350, Cabasilas notes that we are prayer before the Lord's altar. Commentary says, Father Demopoulos says that the phrase holy heavenly altar. To return to the word noeros and noeo, the idea of a noetic knowledge has to do with intuition and insight. The glossary says in the philokila, he just keeps referencing books. Tell me what you think it means. Noesis, intellection, is not an abstract concept, but the act or function of the intellect whereby it apprehends spiritual realities in a direct way. So the intellect or the nous means our inner apprehension of the reality of God. St. Theophan the Recluse says over and over and over, the nous, the cardia of the heart, is the true prayer. So the phrase, the noetic altar, in this petition, seems to me that we perceive the heavenly God as a personal Trinitarian relationship through the medium of the sacrament. Andrew Rublev's Hospitality of Abraham icon shows that the divine energy comes through that. We perceive the heavenly God as the personal Holy Trinity. St. Isaac the Syrian says the noesis is the simple cognition to say no complex arguments or deductive reasoning, just the direct experience and contemplation. No abstractions like God is the ground of being, no images like a grandfather at the sky. We're speaking of direct insight or noesis into God. I've actually never read, or if I have, I have St. Germanus's commentary on the liturgy, which is a good book I read maybe 15 years ago, 10 years ago. And he may have a commentary on this that would be insightful. So St. Germanus of Constantinople, Commentary on the Divine Liturgy. It's a very short book. It's only about 100 pages. And there might be something good in this about the heavenly noetic altar, which is an interesting phrase. But all of this book is basically just saying that the earthly liturgy is the liturgy in heaven, that they're the same one, right? So the priests and the deacons and their attire represents the angels doing the heavenly liturgy. So liturgy is a source of theology for the Orthodox Church. Epiclesis is crucial, whereas in the Roman Catholic Church it's not. I'm just looking through my notes to see if I wrote anything about the noetic altar. There's a connection between the altar and the tomb and the real presence. We are transported to the heavenly powers. Yeah, I don't know. If somebody in the chat probably knows. Grits Carlson says, yeah, I'm tired of people referring to Coptics as Orthodox or their priests. It makes me hard to convince people to become Orthodox and leave. Yeah, well, it's a word concept fallacy. They're just using the name. And that's why all these grifter podcaster people just do it on purpose. Noose, Mr. Stacks, Anthony, they all became members. Welcome, you guys. Patch says for $14. This is like waiting for Roman Catholic live streams like Nick. Does Nick make people wait? Slim Jim says he's a new member. RSL, what's up? I don't know I can't speak Spanish, dude. We got a bunch of new members. Silverman, Nathan, what's up? Welcome all you new members. Gregory, $5, thank you. In the Phil, $2. Sam Trust, we read that earlier, excuse me. Mormon Space Wives a precondition. Is it a precondition for magical Mormon underwear? Yes. You have to learn the song before you get your underwear. Nifs, $5, thank you. Raptured West says, Jay is not on BIPOC time because he was here on time. Exactly. Jay must have slept and ate good. H. Brazzi, $10. To be fair to all of them, I'm single-handedly responsible for at least half of those. I think he means the N-word passes. Correct. I think that's what he's talking about. Ritz Carlton, them boys play too much. Welcome to the new members after them. Lou Balu, $5. L Balu, $5. Alex O'Connor's YouTube post saying, who should we have on his show? I'm assuming people said me, but I don't know if he's ever going to want to do that. I mean, maybe. But, we almost had that Piers Morgan debate, and he didn't want to do that, so. I don't see the post about who he should have on. But yeah, I mean, if you guys want to, yeah, you're always welcome to go. You don't have to get my permission. Go ahead and recommend me. Absolutely. That's the way that a lot of these podcasts end up coming about, is they see a lot of recommendations. Yo, Kansas, $20. Is it possible to briefly explain why tag is specific to guys? I made a video on this, so I wouldn't have to do a 2-hour lecture every time it comes up. It's called Tag the Trinity. I just renamed the old post to this so that it could be easily found. From Tag to Trinity, Phaser, Aristotle, Augustine. There we go. So, and I'm not trying to be dismissive. I appreciate the super chat. It's just like every time we do an open forum, this question comes up, and I cannot repeat the same hour argumentation every live stream. So, is there a book on this topic? Unfortunately, no, there's not. Apparently, you've been to my church in St. Petersburg, Florida. If I have, I don't remember, but maybe. Dayjire, $3. Protestant apologist meets redeemed Zoomers at the magisterial office. Did Episcopalians schism from Anglicans? I don't know if they schism, but I mean, the Episcopals were the American version of the Anglican Church. So a lot of the founding fathers were Episcopalians, which is just American Anglicanism. So I don't know if there was a schism. I'm not an Anglican historian. I'm not sure. Zane, $10. They're scared to debate you. All these people are scared. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's mild shit talking with Wes Huff gets you immediately blocked. I was a little more heavy-handed with Gavin Ortland though. So, but I don't care. Like, it's like people making a huge deal. Do you think I care? I don't care if Gavin Ortland blocks me. I think it's funny. Austin, $5. Ruslan can't monetize me. I already spent all of my money on super chats for Jay. That's funny. President retard, $10. Ruslan talks crap about 80s aesthetics, but his church is named after a Janet Jackson album. We are a part of the Rhythm Nation. That's a great point. That's pretty funny. Dayjar, should we put money on when they start to promote the next Protestant apologist with a mid-level following? Yeah, who would that be? I don't even know. I was looking up the YouTube metrics. I mean, we're conquering any of these people in terms of the last year. You can't find any YouTube metric. Like even who's that guy? Frank. I don't even know who these people are. Like, I've never paid attention to Frank Turek, but we're even beating Frank Turek, who people bring up all the time. So here's the last 5 years. Let's bring up Frank Turek. I think for the first time ever, we beat him. Or we got right here close. So in terms of web searches, we're right below Frank Turek. And if we come over here to YouTube search, we are blowing him away. So, and I don't even know who he is. People just bring him up like, well, what about Frank Turek? Frank Turek. Well, I mean, look at the last 2 years of YouTube right there. And people want to flex. These people all want to flex their channel. I'm doing this because these people flexing their channel in my face. Like Ruslan, Muhammad Hijab, flexing. You ain't got the numbers, dude. Oh, really? The numbers are blowing you away. What you talking about? And by the way, this is pretty much all of them. Now, I did not expect, by the way, Wes Huff to be as popular as he was outside of YouTube. So it turns out Wes Huff is actually, we're catching up to him on YouTube, as you can see there. But he is very heavily web searched. So you can see he's significantly more searched web-wise. And we are catching up to him on YouTube. However, I don't even know who would even be the top Protestant apologist. That's a good question. Let's see what William Lane Craig gets. Wow. Okay, so we have surpassed William Lane Craig for the first time ever. Literally right now. Now that's just web search, right? That's the biggest search. But the number 2 big search is YouTube. And we blow William Lane Craig away on YouTube. But for the first time ever, we've surpassed that on. Now, why you say, oh, why you care about this? Why you care about this? You being arrogant. Do you know that for people having you on shows, this is what they look at? They won't have you on shows. I mean, I was even told multiple times by PBD's people, the numbers aren't there, bro. The numbers aren't there, bro. Okay, well, now the numbers are there because we actually have literally the same numbers or greater than almost all of these other people that have been on there. And I'm not taking digs at anybody. I'm glad that Andrew gets on those shows. I'm absolutely supportive of Andrew. Andrew's always been supportive. Don't read into what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Andrew. I'm not talking about Rachel. I'm talking about Ruslan. Who else flexed numbers? Derek Mythvision. Remember Derek Mythvision flexing his numbers in my face? He said he's going to be at 500,000. I'm going to be at 1 million. And we've already blown him out of the water. This is the last 2 years, you guys. So, no, they can't flex the numbers in my face anymore. We already saw Muhammad Hijab earlier. James White, he doesn't even hardly show up. Maybe Jeff Durbin's big. I don't know. Let's see. Mike Winger. Let's see what Mike Winger's at. Maybe these are the big Protestant dudes now. Jeff Durbin. Let's see. Where's he at? No. Jeff Durbin is, looks like about 5 times less searched. And of course, we've blown away on YouTube. So I don't even know who the Protestant, who's even a big Protestant. Gavin Ortland doesn't show up. Brian Shapiro. Brian Shapiro is certainly not an apologist. I guess it's Wes Huff. Is Wes Huff the big dog now? It's not Gavin Ortland, I can tell you that. Look, we'll check that. So we are twice as much on YouTube as Gavin. And we even beat Gavin in web search. So, but Gavin's got quite a bit of web traction there. Maybe Mike Winger's the big Protestant apologist. I don't know. Let's see what's Mike Winger's. Interesting. So Mike Winger has a pretty large internet web search presence. I didn't realize that. So he's bigger on web search. And then we're equal on YouTube. So I guess Wes Huff and Mike Winger are the big dogs we got to really focus on the battle, right? For the battle. Can Noodle, $100. JDC redeemed Zoomer Discord leaks that he was going to start banning people because they keep converting to orthodoxy. Well, there was a leak of that like 2 years ago. So are you referring to that? Or are you referring to something new? So you might be referring to the leak. There was that leak 2 years ago. By the way, we've blown redeemed Zoomer out of the water. He doesn't even hardly show up here. I'll show you. Watch this. Redeemed Zoomer is by the way, how do you have doesn't he have like 1 million subscribers, or isn't he up there pretty high? And he's not anywhere near what we are searched on YouTube. And we're 3 times more searched on the web. So like these bigger channels, right? There's this appearance of like, oh, they got the numbers. Well, maybe, but that's not necessarily a reliable metric. It may be. All right, let's. I think I'm missing some super chats here. Craftsman, $5. Ask him if they get a pre-made SoundCloud channel for their raps if they join Ruslan Church. Yeah, with Ruslan Church you get a free SoundCloud channel. Blade says, I'm about to convert to orthodoxy from Pentecostal. You expose a lot of this stupidity. It's okay, man. We're all stupid at some point. It's all good. Whether I owe an explanation to people grown up with or not, I don't know. I'm already... your comment cut off. I can't see the rest of it. But many years, man. Moncho, $10. For God to be omniscient, how does he not... Oh, does he need to not know what it is to have sex to remain omniscient? Oh, this is a... Actually, this question was raised in the Middle Ages, and I think a lot of the scholastics actually had a good answer to this, which is omniscience doesn't necessarily entail direct experiential knowledge of everything, because God could have a notional knowledge of it, right? So he knows that there is sex, but he doesn't know what it is to have sex. Or like God knows that there is an object on a table, but God doesn't have to know what it is to be an object, right? Because it would lead to a lot of absurdities. Brother Hakeem, $5. Jay, that channel that linked on Twitter, put together a lot of clips about Ruslan. It's called Folding Ruslan into Origami. Yeah, so if you're interested in more of the Ruslan critiques, it's from this channel called Folding Ruslan into Origami. That's the channel that originally had, I think, some of the original critique clips. So, all right, Carlos says for $10, if you think about the people in charge of the world, if they think that they're dangerous to all of us, then you're exposing the truth. Technically, what are you saying is dangerous? All right, let me rephrase that. If you think about it, the people in charge of the world are dangerous to all of us. So when you're exposing the truth, technically what you're saying is dangerous. Oh, so that's a way to refute, right? Like Gavin Ortland's claim that Orthodox people, it seems like he's saying, oh, you guys are dangerous. Ruslan says they're dangerous. Another dumb meme, bro, $10. I missed the debate. I got tickets to fly out. Are you talking about the Freemason debate? When will it be posted? I don't know. Again, I don't know people's content schedules, man. Another dumb meme, bro, $5. JLP, yeah, we read that one. Infinite Zeal says, Apostle Paul was obviously teaching at the Rhythm and Blues Business Church. That's what he set up in Ephesus. Everyone knows this. Nick says for $5, did the apostles was having rap battles at Rhythm Church in the 1st century? Exactly. Aftermath, $5. Let me put a smile on my face when I'm confessing to the Almighty what a degenerate I am. That was an earlier clip, I guess. Jedi, $5. I had to drop some monetization, dog. Exactly. Swinters, would you debate Alex O'Connor? I've tried multiple times. He declined the Piers Morgan debate. Intrinsic, $5. Jay, one day you gonna have FU money. That's that Ruslan level. We're trying to get to that Ruslan level, bro. How are we gonna get to that Ruslan level? Smokey, $10. Thank you for your work. We were baptized. I think I read that one. Mr. Funsker, $5. Christ told his microphone to die. I don't get it. Oh, you mean the caller? Okay, I get it. Nifs. Yo, buy yourself with this $2 a black and mild, King. Okay. Diane says for $10, what kind of heresy is responsible for his Bless God logo? I'm genuinely curious. I don't understand. Is he trying to be relevant? It looks like soft serve, dude, from a bunch of soft boys. William, $5. Mohammed Hijab got his degree from a university that he ran by his father, true fact. But is it Oxford? Because he claims to have like 5 degrees. Viceroy, $20. Jay, you were before all these guys were out here. You're speaking truth. I'm glad to get to see that you're getting bigger now. Appreciate that, man. Elbaloo, $5. Why is Mohammed Hijab named after a woman's garment? I mean, it does seem like maybe it's an internet name, not his real name. I don't know. Jay Britt. Jay Dyer is Orthodox. Rickson Gracie. I don't know who Rickson Gracie is. B. Rizzle, you have book recommendation for Laws of Logic. Ask Father Deacon because he teaches logic class. In fact, I think he has a logic lecture on his channel, Patristic Faith, and he would probably recommend a book. Alter Void $5. What did Pope say God gave rights? What is this? Wait, did the Pope say God gave the rights? Where is the Book of Rights? I think that will be inconsistent when you look at, on the one hand, it's natural law, natural theology, but like, you know, we've done many critiques of that. Go back to the old critiques with FDA of natural theology. Like, how do you get, it's not, they don't consistently derive rights from that. Faradin, $5. Is it evil to knowingly sin? Yeah, I mean, that's the definition of evil. What about being vindictive? I would say that's an evil attitude. Even if somebody says, quote, I know it's not very Christian, but I can't help myself. Well, it is possible to not sin, so I don't think that's a very good excuse. Rachel, $20. Rachel Wilson. I think this failed performer evangelical preacher arc started during the Second Great Awakening. Many of the great open air revival preachers of that area were actually wannabe actors. Oh, I didn't know that. That makes sense, though. But acting was considered kind of a dirty profession. Exactly, right? So people would kind of transition and be like, if I want to be a performer, but it's kind of a degen profession, so I'll just go be a preacher and, you know, perform on a stage. Great Scott, $5. Love you, brother. Keep representing the BIPOCs. Crash Metal Religion, $5. Would you consider debating Ben Burgess? I don't know who that is. He's an atheist Marxist philosophy professor. He debates religions regularly. I mean, I guess I'm open to that. It's got to be on a decent channel. And I mean, usually when I say I'm going to bring tag, a lot of these guys nowadays, they'll be like, no, I'm not debating tag. They just hand wave it like it's this trickery. But I think that's just like the evangelicals. They just really don't want to have their position challenged. Sagian says for $5, if the Orthodox Church ran the governments, well, the Orthodox Church isn't going to run the governments. That's not what symphonia means. And the priesthood could be perceived as the gospel becoming law. No, we believe in two different domains, right? And that's why in canon law, priests don't fight battles. They don't go to war. They're not supposed to be, you know, involved in, you know, running a hedge fund or something like that. What's up, Chicken Tindy? Taint Nothing, $5. St. Alexander Nevsky is a perfect example of when to use violence with Crusaders and when to not with the Mongols. Oh, great example. Yeah, I always forget about that as a great example. Appreciate that. Dark Math, $5. What is your take on Clement of Alexandria? He's a patristic writer, but he's not a saint in the Orthodox Church. So he's kind of like Tertullian or one of these characters who, you know, they have a valuable historical witness, but we do not consider them saints or theologically reliable. Forgiven Doomer, $14. Jay, I've been trying to ask a question for a year. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't see you. Forgiven Doomer. Sorry, dog. Why don't you ask your question in the super chat? Maurice says for $5, you got to check out the video Folding Ruslan into Origami. It's a gold mine. P. Brown says there was another attempt on Trump. Yeah, I saw that. We covered that a minute ago. Arthur says for 129 SEKs, Jay, thank you. Your work has helped me understand idol worship in the terms of meta-narratives. Mind-blowing. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Jay says for $2, in Heliocentric's video at 6:17 to 24, he shows Ruslan. All right, let me find that video again.
Promote atheism. who were ardent Zionists and then some who were ardently pro-Palestine. I even met a few people who were like quietly pro-choice. Oh, can you say that? Is that allowed? Is that a thing? No, I'm not trying to.
Oh, he's saying Ruslan is quietly pro-choice. Yeah, I mean, people should ask Ruslan that. Is he quietly pro-choice? I mean, that's crazy, dude.
I met a few people who were like quietly pro-choice. Oh, can you say that? Is that allowed? Is that a thing?
But he also might mean that the joke is that Ruslan is gonna get him if he says that about Ruslan's conference, or is he saying Ruslan is privately that? I don't know what he means there. And then everybody's gonna say, "Oh, you can't trust this guy; he's an atheist." So yeah, I don't know. People should. I mean, if Ruslan was pro-choice, he would definitely have to be quiet about it, because that would undo a lot of his evangelical following. Moncho, we did that one. Iron Giant, yeah, we just saw the Trump thing. Appreciate that. Heliocentric is saying that Ruslan is pro-choice at 6. Yeah, we just played that clip. I mean, is he? I mean, maybe it's unclear whether he means Ruslan's going to police him for saying that pro-choice people are at the conference, or it's Ruslan that's secretly pro-choice. Protocol $10. Do you have thoughts on the Nestle CEO, Brayback Letmathe, being appointed as the chairman of WEF? No, I didn't know that, but they're the ones that want to privatize all the water in the world, so that's pretty crazy. So that makes sense that he would be on the WEF board now. Ryan, $5. If all of God's creation fell in Adam, how is it that Satan and the demons fell in heaven? Well, the angelic realm fell through Satan, and then because man was created as a steward of the created world, like our world, not the noetic realm. Satan fell in the noetic realm. Man fell in this realm and split it from that heavenly noetic realm. So when we say all of God's creation fell, we don't mean that the angelic realm fell through man. We mean that the created order that man inhabits, the created universe, we're saying, fell through Adam. But also, to get into the angelic realm, you're right, though, to point this out, because Paul says in the resurrection, we will judge the angels. And so man was actually appointed to be even above the angels eventually. And that's what caused the envy of the devil to want the fall of man, to destroy man, because Satan didn't believe that man should be above him. So in the resurrection, we will be above the angels, and that's what makes the demons envious of mankind. Iron Giant, $5. My Quaker mother? I thought Quakers were like almost non-existent. You have a Quaker mom? She's getting into Messianic Judaism because it's the word of God. She thinks orthodoxy is a cult. Well, show her the documentary that we made, Orthodox Religion in the Orthodox Worship in the Old Testament. Buck Rogers, $5. Jay, I want to ask you about your opinion of Ayn Rand and selfish objectivism. My brother wants to make it Christian. Is your brother a 17-year-old teenager in high school? I mean, like, people grow out of that. Yeah, I don't think you can make that Christian. JB, $5. Jay, do you deny the Orthodox people hypnotize? I talked to Orthodox. He will about some hypnotic union. That is what he would say, right? If I'd have said hypothetical, you talk about hypnotic union. Raptured West. Jay, I bought the red book. I'm excited to get it. Yeah, you'll like it. I got to buy some more, though, because I'm out of stock. Lockstep Charitable POC. Christopher, what's up? Canned noodles, $20. I had a Roman Catholic idiot say that Isaiah 22 is David, and thus it's Peter. Well, it's funny because the typology is obviously making it about Christ. And then when that steward imagery is used by Jesus in the parables of the good steward, it's all the bishops, right? So they just assume that all of it's Petrine. And the church fathers, that's actually a very late interpretation, right? You don't find church fathers typically when they talk about Isaiah 22, it's interpretive of Christ. It's not the Bishop of Rome, right? So this is a very late adoption that they use to capitalize on. Lockstep says Frank Turek might be the top Protestant apology. It looks like Frank Turek, Wes Huff, and Mike Winger are the top Protestant Googled and searched apologists. They beat out William Lane Craig. James White's not even up there. I think Mike Winger blocked me again. Another one of these guys. I asked him to debate. He was really snarky and dismissive and condescending. And I mean, these guys are so. It's you guys act like, oh, Jay's mean to them, and that's why they're like, no, I'm nice at first, and then they block me, then they do all this ridiculous stuff, and that's when I talk shit. So when you aren't willing to defend your position, that's when I usually lose respect, and I just kind of start joking. And then you see how soft they are; like they can't even handle like mild jokes. I remember I noticed in my DMs, I asked Mike Winger twice to debate, and he did reply in the DMs. The first time he replied, he was like, he was nice. He was like, no, I don't really want to step into the debate sphere or something like that. That was like 2 years ago. And then maybe like 6 months ago, they all want to sound off on Twitter though, right? They want to have all this like Twitter stuff and they don't want pushback because then you start giving them pushback and they get mad and complain. And in the pushback, you'll say, hey, I'd like to, set up a formal debate. You want to debate this topic of, whatever. And then they get mad and then they block you. And then I'm like, okay, I have lost respect for you guys. Rico says for $20, Jay, what do you think about theological position on secular music? For example, Bethel music. It's actually treated like worship music. It's not. I don't like that stuff at all. What do I think about secular music? Oh, that's Christian themed. I mean, it just comes off as corny to me. Can Noodle, $20. Oh, we did that one. Jim Morris, $5. Can you debate Adam from Law of Liberty? He says orthodox demonic. He got 200K. He wants to debate. Law of Liberty. Sounds like some Protestant thing. I mean, I guess I'm open to that. I mean, I've got debate with Protestant pastors, so I think the easiest way to debate this kind of stuff is with modern day debate. I mean, Andrew might be willing to do some of the debates, but he every now and then will do them. But MDD wants kind of to do more of these types of debates. So no, I'm not familiar with this guy. How to preach soul winning. Oh, he's in Jacksonville. Well, if he's in Jacksonville, we could probably do an easy in-person debate, right? So he's an anti-Zionist. Is he non-denominational? What is he? Baptist? Law of Liberty Baptist Church. Okay. He's not like freaking Anderson, is he? That crazy Pastor Anderson.
Everlasting life. Lord, we love you. And I call this the GPS to heaven.
He looks like Steven Anderson. He's like a Steven Anderson clone. Like, I mean, is he crazy or is he like sane? Spit on West, $5. This is my slay tithe. I like that slay queen. All y'all slay queens are welcome to slay tithe. D says for $10, how dangerous is active imagination teachings from Carl Jung? I don't actually know what his teachings are, but I mean, my guess would be it's going to kind of get into Gnostic stuff. I mean, that's usually where the Carl Jung stuff says. I did a sensory deprivation tank and gave something power over Christ. Yeah, I would not do any of that, dude. Go to church, dog. Terry, $5. Thank you for reply. I would enjoy this book, Holy Scripture and Quest for Authority in the Middle Ages. Oh, I would enjoy that book. Okay, yeah. Holy Scripture and the Quest for Authority. Okay. Brother Hakeem, Jay. Oh, we did that one. Redward, $5. This is not an attack. I'm frustrated with this point. The Last Supper chat correcting the Lutheran caller 2 days ago. Calling my point stupid is not a response. It shows that you lack knowledge of Lutheranism. The point that was stupid was that you said that it's not binding. But you're like, but we're all submitting to the Book of Concord. But you said the Book of Concord is not binding. That's what was stupid. Smokey, $10. You got news about White House Hilton. Yeah, we covered that. Theophon, $3. Why do cops come up so often? Because they're just active online. And by the way, David is going to debate Agent, whatever his name is. So that'll be, I think, on MDD. Are we isolated from them? They're in Nashville, so no. I thought it was a handful of brown guys that sound like Ruslan making Instagram content. Well, with the influx of migrants, you're going to start seeing more of them. JB, the feds are talking about essence energy distinction because they think it means petrol and chemical stuff, and the government's going to invade orthodoxy for oil. That's funny. Spit on the West, and we did that. Shock Mike, $5. Can you recommend a book or two that will make me less retarded? Well, I guess it depends on what you like to read, but I mean, you could read, I don't know. It just depends on how much of a reader you are and whether you want to read something dense or something simple. I mean, I would say start with Narnia if you're not a reader, or read The Hobbit if it's that's a little more than Narnia. If you want fiction, or read the Orthodox Study Bible, read Lord of the Rings. That's what comes to mind. Next, Spit. Let's see. Spit on West, $5. I got a question. If Protestants post the John Nelson Darby had 1,850 years of fake emotional BS, what would that cult look like? Wait, if Protestants post John Nelson Darby had 1,850 more years. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I don't understand the question. Nabo, $5. I told you earlier about when I was at Rhythm Church. When I was there, Ruslan was pro-life. Okay, so, well, but if he was, that the argument they would say is that he's secretly, I don't know, but yeah. Fretboard, $5. Reverend Benjamin Krim is a progressive Wesleyan. I see him a lot. He needs pushback. Excuse me, Benjamin Creamer. Great Scott, $5. You monetize me, dog, because you show me orthodoxy. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, my man. Appreciate that, my man. I don't think I have any more energy for haters and opposition. Guys, thank you so much. Be sure and head over to chalk.com. Use promo code J60Live to get 60% off. Otherwise, I think we're going to call it a night. A lot of fun tonight. We didn't get to everything, but again, we'll save that for, we've been doing a lot of streams. We'll